Everyone can take their seat. We'll get started. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Okay, before we get started, I'll turn to Executive Director Burton for any announcements or updates. Merrick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, council members. Looking at the agenda here this morning, we are a couple hours behind. We'll start off the morning with gear switching and starting off this morning, giving you an opportunity to ask questions of Jim and Jesse, and then from there we'll go into public comment. And then through the bulk of the day, we'll have HMS items. We'll turn back to groundfish specifications in particular. On that matter, there will be E5 will be a chance to pick up specifications, and we'll have E7 again. And there's been a little bit of confusion and work in the background about when to pick up a quillback. And so we're currently planning to pick up the bulk of the quillback discussion under E7, just for everyone's benefit. So that we're planning to do a little bit of work in the background with the advisory bodies, just to help that item settle down a little bit. So hopefully that helps to provide some clarity on the day, Mr. Chairman. Otherwise, I would say let's turn to Jim and Jesse and begin picking back up the questions you may have after the presentation you heard yesterday.
Okay, thank you. And with that, many of you had questions last night that I want to start off this morning, so open the floor for those questions. So. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to provide a little bit more of a response to some of the questions that were being asked yesterday about the percentile slides and concern about the trip level display that was going there. I had some discussion with on via, call it discussion, but via text chats with Aaron Steiner, just to confirm our understanding on this. And that is that while we provided you with the trip level information, which has the issues associated that were identified by Ms. Svensson and others, that we do have vessel level tables as well that if there is another version of this document that we can include, and those vessel level tables would basically show the same pattern that is displayed here. So while it is correct that the individual trips would vary for reasons that Ms. Svensson identified, overall the vessel level patterns would still show the pattern that we're looking at in this slide.
Thank you, Jim. All right. Thank you, Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tim and Jesse, thank you very much for the extensive analysis and presentation. I have a couple questions, if I may. I'll just take them one at a time. At the beginning of the presentation, you gave us a brief overview of the history of sablefish management and allocations. Since you've been with the council quite some time, do you recall, was there was intersector allocation of sablefish discussed as part of Amendment 20 development?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Summer. It may take me a while to remember. My vague recollection is the topic came up, and Mr. Burden was also on hand for some of those discussions. I don't recall if he had has a recollection, but I know that reopening the intersector allocation, explicitly reopening the allocation between the fixed gear and the trawl. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll just leave it there.
Executive Director Bird.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Summer, my recollection is that I will say we actively avoided reopening that. And there was some talk, of course, under the the idea of engaging in gear switching about what that would result in. And this is the discussion we're having today, but there was not, to my recollection, ever really any serious consideration of reopening that allocation as part of Amendment 20.
Jim?
And yes, with a moment more to reflect, my recollection was we did Amendment 21, which was an intersector allocation amendment at the same time. And as Ms. Burton said, we explicitly excluded the sablefish and whiting issues from those deliberations.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Maggie. Anyone else? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Morning, everyone. Slide 51. I don't know if it's easy to get to that. I just wanted to make sure, I want to make sure I understand the percentages here and how they were derived, and specifically under Alt 2, over the long term 3%. Can you expand on that just a little bit, how you got to that number?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Anderson. So these percentages are the percentage of the total gear switching opportunity that would be available. So the total amount of any gear. So let's say, just for ease, let's say that total amount is 29%. So the 3% would be 3% of that 29% would be the maximum that anybody could achieve. In terms of how we get there over the long term, under Alternative 2, recall that basically you have the legacy participants that are receiving 100% of their allocation as any gear, and everybody else who is receiving a constant proportion. Over time, then, as the legacy participants disappear, everybody else receives a constant proportion. Everybody receives a constant proportion. There's no more legacy participants left. Everybody's getting a constant proportion. So everybody is getting 29% of their quota pounds each year as any gear quota pounds. The maximum amount of quota share that anybody can hold is 3%. So since the maximum quota share they can hold is 3%, then the maximum amount of the any gear that's available that they can get to is 3%.
Bill?
Thanks, Jim. Just a couple more that I think are quick. On slide 59, it has total harvest and ex-vessel revenue and potential ranges for outcomes. There's a significant range here in most of the values that are on the screen relative to Alt 1 and Alt 2. Whereas in Alternative 3, we don't see that range of potential change. Can you explain that to me, please?
Jesse?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Anderson. Yes. And this was in our attempt to, provide a summary. I think some of the nuances can get lost in this table. So for Alternative 3 here, for this kind of summary analysis, the limit would be 29% flat, and we're not allocating to anybody under Alternative 3. There's no any year quota share, any year quota pounds. So the numbers you're seeing for Alternative 3 are assuming that gear switching takes 29% and the remainder is to trawl. And based on our 3 baseline years, there's only been one instance. So there's 1 year that we can pull data from, and that's 2019. And so this would have been in 2019, if they would have been restricted to 29%, we would have seen a gain in the trawl fishery of about 3.5 million pounds, $2.5 million. gear switchers would have lost 0.3 million pounds in landings and 700,000 in economic losses. For alternatives 1 and 2, what we're providing here is, this is like I tried to explain yesterday, is the upper bound of benefits for trawl and the upper bound of losses for gear switchers. And so these ranges are coming because we have different options for qualifying under alternatives 1 and 2. So this is assuming that on the low end is, for the lower end for trawl, is where gear switching participants that qualify, so that's legacy or gear switching participants under alternative 1, would receive a high amount of the any gear allocation. And so trawl would have not a lot of opened up to them, freed up Sablefish quota pounds to harvest. On the other hand, the higher levels, so like the 14.5 million pounds under alternative 1, is assuming that in this case, that gear switching participation option 2 is selected, which has a higher bar for qualifying. So it's assuming that those qualified gear switchers only use what they're allocated, and that remainder between 29% and what was allocated to qualified gear switchers was made available to trawl, which would equate to 14.5 million pounds and $10.3 million in revenue. So hopefully that clears it up. All of these are, the description of where these values came from is in section 8. I can get you the number in the document where there's more of a description of where these values kind of come from.
Thanks. That helps, Jesse. Thank you. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Maggie?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Anderson, for asking that question. That helped with my understanding too. And I have a follow-up on this slide. Both this slide and earlier in slide 44, you don't need to go there, but discuss projected gains and losses under the different alternatives. What's the certainty of the projected gains and losses here? And would it be fair to see the losses as certain and the gains as just possible?
Thank you. Ms. Summer, yes, that is a fair assessment, that the losses with respect to the gear switchers are certain constraints. We are certain that those constraints would be imposed, and we have the uncertainty about the gains as reflected by the 3 scenarios that we used for the analysis.
Maggie?
Thanks. And a follow-up, the losses here are reflecting foregone gear switched harvest of sablefish.
That's correct. So, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Summers, for the question. Yes. So this is based on our 3 baseline years. So that's why you're seeing kind of ranges in the different levels of gear switching, whether you're looking at slide 41 or slide 59. So it takes into account what the market conditions and other factors were in place for 2013, 2019, and 2021. So those would have been those losses in those gears under the scenarios we were examining. So it, moving forward, it was trying to provide a range of these 3 different conditions, low allocations, higher allocations, higher gear switching attainment, even different trawl strategy usage that was happening between 2013 and 2021, for example. So that kind of provides the range of why you're seeing different levels of gains and losses between gear switchers and trawling, depending on the strategies that were utilizing sablefish in that year.
Maggie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jesse. One final question on this. In the gains, I'm assuming there must be a price factor. It is, and are you assuming no change in price for species like Dover with the change in volume projected to be landed?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Summers, yes, it assumes the price in the given year in which we were looking at for Sablefish, Dover. So we did have to make some assumptions in that. However, Jim, can you correct me if I'm wrong? We have looked back at like past Dover prices and they've been fairly static. Like there hasn't been a lot of like, even with different volumes being, I believe, right? So while Sablefish prices, I think can be a little bit more volatile, like the Dover and Thorny heads have been a bit more constant.
Thanks again.
Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, and I'm just kidding. This is a lot, and repetition helps to hear. So, can you? One of the questions is, what would the effect of any of these alternatives be on the trawl sector? And one of the questions is, would the price for Dover sole for the next incremental value go down to something like the frozen price? So can you just again, I know you've said it twice already, but how did you come up with these? What is the chain of cause and effect here that leads to these benefits in the trawl sector? And yes, recognizing I'm asking you to repeat yourself.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Niles. So it assumed the prices for, all of our competing strategies. So this was GTS, shelf, slope, and a flatfish strategy, I believe, which we kind of designated our competing strategies, noting that whiting and midwater rockfish, when that came online, are most likely to outcompete any of those for sablefish. So the prices that were used were what were in play for 2013, 2019, and 2021. In that range. Does that answer your question? Or I don't know if Jim has something extra.
I would just add, so yes, we did not try to assume anything about a price change in response to the volume increase. We assumed static prices for those other species.
Thanks, Corey. Anyone else? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Jim, thank you. On the same topic, on 59, we talk about the certainty of losses in the gear switching sector. And I seem to recall at the beginning of this venture of addressing gear switching, we had a southern component. And to my recollection, it was to increase attainment in the south. So I guess the fixed or the certainty of a loss in the gear switching component of it would mean they had nothing else to do to recoup those losses or mitigate those losses. But have you guys given any attention to the possibility of, if you restrict gear switching in the north, that we might have more attainment in the south, in that we're like 10% of the attainment south of 36 on an average here? I think that's my look at it. So just wondering if that's been thought about, even though we're not specifically talking about measures in the south. The overarching mandate was to try to come up with ways to have more attainment in the south. So just occurred to me. Thank you.
Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dooley. We do talk about alternative uses for the investments, which is another way of saying whether they can do something else, and the fact that the total value of investment is not lost if there are alternative fisheries. We do not specifically address the point that you just made, however, that one of those alternatives would be potentially participating in those southern fisheries. That has not been evaluated yet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Or Peggy?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. One final question, and this is a softball. It's really just, I think it's important to make the point for folks who might be listening and watching this presentation who have not had the opportunity to read the full analytical documents, that we know that there are costs and benefits which can't be monetized. And you mentioned that briefly in the presentation, but does the analysis attempt to identify and describe those so that everybody is aware of what those might be, as well as the actual dollar figures we're looking at here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Summers. Yes, we do that by, first we list the categories. We try to identify who all the affected parties are. Then, to the degree that we can, we try to quantify anything we can about the nature of the effect. And then, if we can, we try to assign a dollar value. But in many cases, we really can't get much beyond just simply identifying who the parties are and then characterizing those parties. And one example is the communities. I talked yesterday in the slide about how due to a combination of confidentiality when you get to the individual port levels, as well as the lack of models to know how things are going to redistribute, we really can't get too much into the impacts on communities or how, for example, the level of activity of either the trawl fishery or the gear switching activity in a particular community affects the ability of those communities to maintain their infrastructure and other supports that support not only those fisheries, but other non-groundfish fisheries as well.
Thanks.
Jesse?
And if I may, just to kind of follow up on Ms. Summers' point, that in supplemental attachment 4, which kind of summarizes, where we try to monetize, like what we have here on the slide here, and then where we couldn't, in the far right-hand column, it actually lists out which sections is where that information was pulled from. So the supplemental attachment 4 is our way of providing a snapshot overview for the RAR, but like the details can be found in that right-hand column. It has a section reference where you can kind of dig into more of the details and figure out where that information came from to fill in supplemental attachment 4.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Maggie. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And if you can go back to slide 6, all the way back to slide 16. 1.6. Yeah, I guess this slide's been around for a while, Jim, and I always learn more from it when I hear you talk through it. And I didn't write down a specific question. Somewhat have lost it in memory, but maybe tying it back to what we were just talking about the potential possible benefits of a council acting here. So you're kind of seeing a few phases in time here. A big drop in the early 90s, which I think was when the major allocation between the trawl and non-trawl was made and I believe an interesting, I don't know how you would add it here, but would be the number of trawlers on here. And I think there was probably, twice as many trawlers at least, if not more back then as there are now. So then you get into the 90s. And if you compare the 90s to the IFQ era, which started in 2011, I don't think they look that much different to me. Maybe the average is a little bit lower. They have that kind of a symmetrical shape where there's some peaks in the earlier years and they go down. And if you ignore the pandemic year, they don't look that much different to me. So where in your benefit cost analysis, what do the out years look like? If my questions make it, how high are we getting in the scenarios that you're talking about? Are we back to what 2009, 10, the early 2000s? I don't know I hope maybe I'll stop there to see if the gist of my question is making sense to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Niles. So as I understand your question, that we're talking about, hey, if we restrict the level of gear switching, we may have an expansion of Dover. And so compared to sort of where we've been on Dover, say in 2017, 18, 19 there, maybe we select our example years and, how much higher would those Dover lines be? How much more Dover would there be coming in? And maybe where you're aiming at is, would it get us into those areas where we're getting more frozen fish coming in or something like that? Is that kind of what you're asking? Okay. I have not. I know we have looked at that at one point. I don't think we ended up getting that in the analysis, so it's not right on the top for me. We did look at the. We do have a slide on the overall change in attainment for all groundfish species. That shows, I believe that's an overall attainment that shows the percent change. But I don't think we've got that information in the analysis just for Dover. Well, the overall one is, you want to look at that one? So in this slide, we talk those net changes in attainment, but unfortunately, those are for all non-whiting species, I believe, and Jesse is confirming that.
So I thought you were going to, Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Jim, thanks again. I just had a question. At the last time we addressed this, and when we picked the IPPAs, I seem to recall a request to compare the no alternative to alternative 2, I believe, but it could have been the other alternatives as well, but I think it was alternative 2. And I don't see any comparison or any analysis of what happens if gear switching were to increase to 50, 70% in the future at some time, and how that would affect the trawl fleet and the trawl industry. And I don't see that analysis. Am I missing it? Is it there?
Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dooley, we did talk about the need to consider that when I talked about the methodology in terms of we need to be considering what would happen with an expansion, and with respect to those 3 scenarios that we discussed, what scenario would apply in the event of such an expansion. This slide in particular actually does happen to help us in that regard. This slide is for each of these scenarios that we're looking at, and for each of the baselines that we're looking at, these are the changes for a 6 percentage point reduction in gear switching. So if instead of a reduction in gear switching, you're looking at a 6% increase in gear switching, you can just reverse the signs on these slides. So for example, if you want to hypothesize that gear switching increases by 6%, and then that as a result, the trawl activities are cut back, then you would use scenario 1 there. And instead, and I'm 6%, I'm talking about 6 percentage points. So for example, from 35% to 41%. In 2013, if that had occurred, that would mean a $1.7 million loss in ex-vessel revenue, which is only one measure of impact, right? I mean, there's also income impacts and all the ways that then goes through the communities to crews and so forth. So we're just looking at one dimension of that change here. 2019, 1.7 and 1.75 in 2021. Some of those similar, these numbers, I'll just mention these numbers, like between 2013 and 2019, they are identical just because of rounding issues.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Anyone else? Phil Anderson.
I know we got to get moving here, so just one more. The question has to do the relationship between Sablefish ex-vessel price and Dover landings. And I just note when I look at like the slide in the 2013 year, the average price for sablefish in the trawl fishery was somewhere around 270. By the time you get to 2019, it's down to $1.50. And when you get down to 2021, it's $1.05 or so. I'm just, and then when we looked at that slide 16 that Corey pointed us to, looking at Dover landings, is there a relationship between price paid for sablefish and Dover landings?
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. That is not something that we have looked at this point.
Okay, thanks.
Good question, but we haven't looked at it.
Okay. All right. I'm not seeing any more questions. Okay. Okay, that'll take us to the SSC report and to Dan Holland, who I believe is online.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Can you hear me?
We can, Dr. Holland. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yes, Dan Holland, Chair of the SSC, and I would like to read into the record agenda item E4A Supplemental SSC Report 1, November 2023, SSC Committee on Report on Sablefish Gear Switching, Preliminary Preferred Analysis. The SSC discussed the analysis to inform selection of an initial preliminary preferred alternative for sablefish gear switching. Agenda item E4, revised attachment 3. The SSC received a summary of the SSC Economic Subcommittee review of the analysis. The SSC also received an update from Jim Seeger regarding a new document summarizing the analysis, which is agenda item E4, supplemental attachment 4. The SSC appreciates the considerable amount of information in the analysis and the efforts of the analyst to complete the report. The analysis provides estimates of the potential impacts of limiting the use of non-trawl gear to target sablefish, i.e. gear switching, by groundfish individual fishing quota participants. The estimated impacts depend on whether gear switching constrains the attainment of trawl allocations for non-sablefish species. This question was the primary focus of discussions by the Ecosystem Subcommittee and the review by the full SSC. The analysis is inconclusive regarding whether gear switching has or will limit the attainment of non-sablefish species by the trawl fishery. The SSC agrees with the recommendations of the Ecosystem Subcommittee, of the Economic Subcommittee, and has the following additional comments. Sablefish catch limits will likely increase substantially in the near future. This provides an opportunity to observe whether there are improvements in the attainment of trawl allocations when sablefish pounds are not constraining. The analysis indicates that trawlers earn higher net revenues per pound of sablefish on average than gear switchers, suggesting that they could outbid gear switchers for sablefish quota pounds. However, since they did not outbid gear switchers, it implies that net revenues generated with additional quota pounds may be lower for trawlers than for gear switchers. There is some evidence that a limited market for fresh Dover sole may explain this, as fish that are destined for the frozen market generally receive lower prices. Future analysis could examine this possibility by analyzing the potential price of additional Dover sole landings, determining the break-even price at which trawlers would no longer have a higher net revenue per pound of sablefish than gear switchers, and comparing these prices to those received in the past by Dover sole going to frozen markets. That concludes the SSC report, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Holland. Questions for the SSC report? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Dan. On that last bullet point, I happened to be meant to be in the room when you are having this discussion, and that so had been thinking about that. The break-even price suggestion you're making. So the line of thinking goes, the bottom trawlers are not getting the Dover sole market is limited on the consumer side. So they're not willing to, I mean, there's not able to get the same amount of money for the fish they're landing now if they were able to land more fish. And so trying to get this thought out of my head here. But I guess sometimes it seems like we have an impression that fish just automatically turns into money when it hits the dock. And we know that's not true. It's the processors that find the markets and find the consumers willing to pay for that fish. And, Dover sole is not that distinctive of a fish from other whitefish. So it's a very competitive market. So long way of asking, is there a way to connect the processing economic side of things to that break-even price analysis? And I'll stop there to see if you had any reaction to that.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Niles, through the chair. So you're asking whether we've done analysis or would do analysis of sort of the processor's decision of whether or not to expand their production of different product forms and sort of the economics of doing that?
Well, here's maybe a shorter way of asking. What would the break-even price need to be is one question. But then what does it take for the processors to be able to pay for that break-even price is the more fundamental question in my mind. And that seems like a type of economic or business economic analysis that could be done in terms of what would it take, what kind of investment would it take? So, okay, I'll stop. You got my question. I'll stop.
Yeah, thank you again for the clarification, Mr. Niles. I think some analysis like that could be done. I believe that the EDC program, does collect some information from processors that might allow them to try and evaluate that question about sort of profit margins, I guess, on different product forms. I'm not absolutely certain since I don't really work with that data myself, but it might be possible to do that. But I think the assumption here is that there's sort of this bifurcated market that if you're selling it into the fresh market, we're kind of assuming that if they could build that fresh market, that they would be able to continue to pay a similar price to what they're paying now for most of the fish. And we see that lower price for the frozen market, and we're assuming that that's reflective of the margin or somewhat reflective of the margin that they're getting on the frozen fish. And we saw, there's a maybe a 20 cent or 15 cent difference or something in that price. So I think the analysis is based on what we were suggesting anyway in our comment, the SSC's comment, is that you would just simply do some scenario analysis where you adjust that Dover sole price between those two levels and find, what the break-even price is for the vessels that they would still want to bid for that quota and land it. In terms of, what the break-even price is for the processors and their ability to pay a higher price for frozen product or some other product. We didn't really go into a discussion of that. I think there might be some ability to evaluate that with EDC data, but I'm not really sure.
Okay. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Dan, for the report. On the first bullet there, under the additional comments, I'm suggesting that we may have the opportunity to observe whether there are improvements in attainment for the trawl allocations when sablefish are not constraining. And did you have a discussion when you're making, thinking about that this may be an opportunity to do that wondered if you considered whether the processing capacity, the skilled workforce that's needed to fillet, in particular flatfish, exist and is there ready to go in order for this kind of an assumption that this is going to provide that kind of an opportunity?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Anderson, through the chair. I don't think we're assuming anything about what capacity exists. In fact, I think there's some acknowledgement that that capacity probably does not exist right now. Our understanding is that that a lot of the arguments rest on the need to build up more capacity and markets for Dover sole in order to increase attainment, and that this would probably require investments in processing capacity as well as investments in building markets. Those may not exist right now. So if we all in the short run, we may not really expect to see attainment increase, and we might not expect that. But what we're saying is that we expect to see the Sablefish ACLs and the amount going to the IFQ to be quite high for several years, and that provides an opportunity for those investments to be made, or to see if those investments are made when there is, a fairly long period of what we assume will be a case where where Sablefish will not be constraining Dover sole, at least not nearly as much as it might have in the past. Does that answer your question?
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you, Phil. All right. Maggie Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Holland, and to the SSC for the report. I am thinking that net revenue per pound of Sablefish is not necessarily the same as a vessel's net revenue overall, of course, because it includes the factor of how much Sablefish was caught. So I am connecting this to what I think I recall a brief comment Jim made during yesterday's presentation, looking at the table of variable cost net revenue per pound of Sablefish, that the trawl trips with the highest values there might be those with the least amount of Sablefish in them, which might have occurred because a trawler either couldn't get access to, or it wasn't cost effective for them to obtain more Sablefish quota for that trip. So I wonder, I guess, if I'm not sure I have a clear question in there other than to ask if the relationship between net revenue per pound of Sablefish and overall net revenue, how that factors in maybe to this whole estimation of or consideration of whether a trawler would be willing or able to purchase more trawl quota. I apologize for the confusion in that question, Dr. Holland.
Okay, thank you for the question, Ms. Summers, through the chair. I'll do my best to answer that question. So net revenue, the reason that we look at net revenue per pound of Sablefish is because we're looking in particular at sort of the relative value of quota to the two Sablefish quota, in particular to the two sectors, and who we think would be more likely or who should be able to bid more for it. There, you can also look at the net revenue of vessels overall, or on average. You could look at that as a net revenue per year, but of course that depends a lot. There's quite a lot of variation in how much vessels fish. So there's going to be a lot of variation there. That's just based on the total amount of quotas that vessels have, the amount they fish. You can look at net revenue per day, and which we have looked at. I don't think that was. Don't think any of that information was included, but certainly you can actually look at that on the fisheye application that the EDC program has. We feel, I guess I would say that this is the net revenue per pound of quota per pound of sablefish is the best way to think about the allocation, what drives the allocation of sablefish between the two sectors. To your point about what's driving that, the low and the high values, and them being driven by how much sablefish the individual maybe quota they had available or whatever, or maybe just luck that drove the mix of sablefish versus other species. That was discussed some yesterday. Certainly, just on the basis of chance, you can be driving some of those really low values, the lower percentile, or the higher percentile for that matter as well of the in the trawl fishery of the net revenue per pound of sablefish, as Mr. Seeger discussed. Aaron did produce some other another table that first looked at the averages on the vessel level. So first looked at all the DTS trips for a vessel for a year and averaged and looked at their average net revenue per pound of sablefish, and then redid that table. And as Mr. Seeger mentioned, that the patterns in that table look similar. The range of values in terms of the net revenue per pound of sablefish are tighter. You don't get quite as high a value at the end because when you've averaged already at the vessel level. But the patterns continue to be similar to what we saw before, where most of the vessels in the DTS appear to have higher net revenue per pound of sablefish than most of the gear switchers.
Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Dan. Okay.
Thank you.
That takes the gap report. I believe Shibs Judd is going to give that. Welcome, Shibs.
Good morning, Chair Pettinger, members of the council. For the record, my name is Shams Judd. I'll be joined up here, I think, by Jeff and Bob to answer any questions. They're the real experts here. So I'll be reading from Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Sablefish Gear Switching, Preliminary Preferred Alternative, which is Supplemental Gap Report 1. The GAP received updated information on the analyses and discussed the pros and cons of gear switching and how best to provide GAP perspectives to the council. At this juncture, the GAP reached consensus that neither alternative 1 nor 3 should be selected as the PPA. Instead, we believe the council should concentrate on the council's IPPAs of alternative 2 and no action. However, that is where consensus ended, though we had a robust discussion in an attempt to further understand the nuances and perspective of the primary supporters of alternative 2 and the supporters of the no action alternative. The GAP has in the past provided statements that include both perspectives. We again offer a statement that includes opposing viewpoints in the interest of making sure the council is aware of the full range of perspectives. The GAP agrees this represents the most comprehensive way to provide divergent viewpoints. At the end of the document, we also provide links to our past GAP statements that may provide council members with further background on how the GAP has developed comments regarding this issue over time. Support for no action. The fixed gear representatives on the GAP have presented numerous arguments in previous GAP statements as to why we support no action as the preferred alternative. Many of those comments are summarized below. There's new information at this meeting from the SSC Economic Subcommittee that helps verify and support our previous comments. There are also considerations the council will take the council will take action on under agenda item E5, harvest specifications and management measures part 1, that are material to the gear switching discussion, which we include now in our comments. One of the primary arguments for restricting gear switching has been that the trawlers were having trouble bidding for adequate amounts of sablefish to conduct their non-sablefish fisheries. The SSC ESC determined the following in their October 24th, 2023 report. The summary of the vessel level distribution of net revenue per pound of sablefish by vessel type raises questions that may warrant further investigation. A substantial portion of trawlers can generate a higher revenue per pound of sablefish than gear switchers, which seems to indicate that they could outbid gear switchers for quota pounds. This statement confirms the information reported to the Sablefish Management and Trawl Allocation Attainment Committee that should the other groundfish species increase in value, trawlers would be more able to outbid fixed gear operators for sablefish, as the trawl total catch would be of a much higher value. This conclusion of the ESC eliminates an important assumption from those supporting restrictions on gear switching, in that the trawlers are being restricted in attaining higher harvest levels of non-sablefish species because they are being outcompeted for sablefish. Additionally, the ESC states, the subcommittee finds that the analysis is not conclusive regarding whether gear switching constrains harvest of non-sablefish species. The subcommittee finds that comparing effects between alternatives is problematic, and hence whether limiting gear switching would substantially increase attainment of other species is unclear. The analysis provided to the council examined many factors that could constrain trawling attaining their non-sablefish OY. The ESC made the following comment about the analysis relative to all of the factors examined. The analysis is inconclusive regarding whether gear switching or any other of these potential factors has limited attainment of non-sablefish species. With regard to agenda item E5, harvest specifications for 25-26, the council will be discussing the P-star for sablefish. The future ABC levels for sablefish, based on either a P-star of 0.4 or 0.45, will result in a tripling of the sablefish ABC in 2025. The limited update assessment also shows the harvest level in 2034 being 72% higher than that available in 2024. These new ABC levels make any argument that there is not enough sablefish to expand non-sablefish trawl species moot. In fact, it appears for 2023, both trawl and fixed gear allocations of sablefish will not be totally harvested. Hence, the 2023 ABC level is not restraining more trawl harvest of non-sablefish species. Technical question. Alternative 2 has a punitive element to it. It is unclear why qualifying gear switching entities under this alternative would see a decline in the flexibility associated with the quota share they purchased when they eventually sell their quota share. They should be able to sell out the same way they bought in, which was based on the ability to use all of it for any gear rather than 29% any gear, 71% trawl only. The analysis does not explain how this particular element assists more delivery of non-sablefish species, since an overall limit of 29% to be gear switched is implied. Concluding comment. The analysis does suggest the trawl fisheries for other species are dependent on the fresh fish markets, which are limited largely to the West Coast and subjected to considerable competition from foreign whitefish imports, as well as yellowfin sole from Alaska. One of the main restrictions to the lower coastal trawl fisheries in attaining higher sablefish OYs, in our opinion, is a lack of whitefish markets and competing whitefish imports. Additionally, new information shows that the short spine thorny head ABC will drop significantly. If there is a single species that will restrict Dover sole thorny head sablefish, the DTS trawl fishery complex, it will be thorny heads, not sablefish. Should the council proceed further to study the gear switching debate, we reference the following comment from the ESC. Future analysis should be oriented towards devising specific tests of the hypothesis that gear switching limits attainment of non-sablefish species. The analysis should be organized such that specific results support or refute this hypothesis. And now on to the argument in support for Alternative 2. Supporters of Alternative 2 recommend a PPA selection of Alternative 2 with quota pound distribution option 2. No action should be rejected as the PPA for many reasons. 1, unlimited fixed gear catch of trawl quota has been deemed as undesirable at every step of this process over years. When gear switching was the #1 issue of the trawl catch share program review, when unanimously agreed upon by both the CAB and the SAMTAC, and when a starting range from approximately 12.1% to 29% was agreed upon by all but 2 council members. 2, the no action alternative negates the 2017 control date and removes the deterrent it currently provides for to purchase trawl QS for fixed gear. 3, the deterrent would be replaced with a large incentive for purchase of trawl QS for use with fixed gear, because the limited entry fixed gear tier fishery has more constraints than the trawl fishery. These include low vessel limits, owner on board requirement. Also, there would be an incentive to buy quota share before a future control date would be set. 4, if the control date is negated, there would be incentive to start over, building fixed gear fishing history in the trawl fishery, especially in conjunction with quota share ownership. People in fisheries understand well the history building incentive. 5, gear switching and sablefish has been constraining, particularly from 2011 to 17 and in 2022. Stock biomass and associated allocations will rise and fall. No action allows for and incentivizes quota share outflow to fixed gear, so that when allocations fall again, there could be an even larger constraint than there was in 2011 through 2017. Given the previous point, no action would negatively affect the investment, planning, and market landscape for processors. Brick and mortar processors that anchor community infrastructure and are trawl dependent are a vastly underappreciated necessity in this conversation. As they go, so go our fishing communities. 7, given the previous points, no action does not address the purpose and need of the gear switching action. In fact, no action likely negatively impacts the problem it is supposed to solve. 8, previous points all demonstrate why no action would have likely large negative consequences, even though the sablefish stock is increasing. Also, choosing no action now, only to be forced to reestablish a control date in the future after more QS has gone to fixed gear and the stock biomass decreases, just to start a process like the one we have been in for the last 7 years, is unwise. Most importantly, the trawl sector needs help now. Trawl fisheries need to have management structure and certainty into the future. Our communities need help now. The current structure does not support achievement of optimum yield or sustained participation of communities. Alternative 2 discussion. Choosing alternative 2 would avoid the negative points listed above that would result from choosing no action, and give fishery participants the structure and certainty to plan and execute their fishing plans. This includes trawl processors that have capital-intensive businesses that require multi-decade planning and groundfish markets that take time to develop. 2, sablefish is the biggest key species for bottom trawl viability, targeting efficiency and capacity because it is intermingled across other species and it is an important economic component. Bottom trawlers need to put together a rough yearly plan and a shopping list each trip that an individual fisherman's processor wants and can be executed to be financially viable. Sablefish is impactful to these plans even now in times of higher sablefish stock biomass, like in 2023. Sablefish was critically important to these plans in times of lower abundance, such as 2011 to 17, and impacted business decisions on a trip-to-trip basis, introducing variability and uncertainty in business plans. Alternative 2 provides a certainty of a limit, particularly when the stock biomass and related allocations goes back down, and prevents an even worse situation than 2011 to 17. 3, benefits of alternative 2, quota pound distribution option 2 over option 1. It would provide greater capacity for the fishery to achieve OY and provide for the sustained participation of fishing communities. 4, there was some disappointment in the current analysis that the full range of alternative 2, approximately 6.5% to 29%, was not included. It would be good to include this range in a forthcoming analysis in order to allow full consideration of a varied range as required by NEPA, and allow for council in March to consider the range and any number in the range and the impact on capacity to achieve OY and positively affect national standards. Number 5, alternative 2's implementation impact to fixed gear could be mitigated by several factors. 1, sablefish stock biomass increases. 2, low gear switching participation. Fixed gear catch of trawl sablefish north quota averaged 22% in 2020 to 22. Should be in the range of 16% in 23, and is on pace to be below 10% starting in 2025. And 3, limited entry fixed gear program modifications could be made to keep ownership and control limit at 3 tiers, but allow a higher vessel limit to facilitate leasing opportunity and increased individual and overall attainment. And I believe that concludes our report. We did link prior gap statements if there's interest in looking at those. Thank you very much. And I'll try to answer any questions. But again, Jeff and Bob here are the true experts.
Okay, thank you, Shims. Questions on the gap report? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the GAP for the report. I just have a couple questions on the trawl sides points. Looking at the top of page 4 at point 8, your summary of the previous points demonstrate why no action would likely have large negative consequences, even though the sablefish stock is increasing. Looking at those previous points, it looks to me like you're saying those negative consequences would be additional investment by gear switchers in quota share and in developing gear switching history if the control date is negated. A negative impact on the investment planning and market landscapes for processors, and the potential for just an increase in gear switching overall. I'm kind of following along the same lines that I asked of the analysts about certainty of those consequences, and especially in light of the sablefish stock increase. We recognize that that may be for a limited period of time. There could be lower sablefish abundance again in the future, but are those negative consequences certain, and how likely do you feel they are, and how do you reach that conclusion?
So I think you summarized and characterized correctly that section. I would agree with all that before you asked the question. And as far as certainty goes, I don't put odds or certainties on the future. However, the best time in predicting the future in any endeavor is to look at 2 things. One is past history of similar situations, and 2, what is your set of incentive and deterrence that all human beings act on? And overnight, you would go from what is a deterrent to purchase quota share for fixed gear, and that would go the complete opposite direction, and you would have an incentive. So we know that what has happened historically, when there is an incentive, that participants start to sense that, hey, maybe there's something not stable here, whether it's a lot of times it's a fishery that isn't rationalized, and people sense that there's trouble and they're going to have to rationalize it. And people start, once a few people start fishing, then everybody else says, well, I better catch up. And so it's one of those things that, happened like this in the cod fishery in the Bering Sea. It went along for a while after the pollock fishery was rationalized until a few people started saying, hey, I better start building history. And as soon as they did it just was this thing that kind of spiraled, and it took a long time. And so it's actually, if you would have sat there when the pollock fishery was rationalized, you would have said, boy, this is going to happen pretty fast, but it didn't. But once the incentive's there, can't predict how much or when, but there's a good chance.
Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Pete, Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope this is a fair question. I could ask it. I see both Jeff and Bob are signed up under public comment also, but it'll pertain to whether or not the GAP had a discussion. The report notes, and I think we know because of the high biomass or the high
poundage allocation of sablefish that neither the trawl or fixed gear sectors will harvest everything available in 2023, and our crystal ball into 24 and 25 probably says about the same thing. Did the GAP have a discussion, and it might relate to the last question, about what impact that would have on quota share, trawl quota share prices for sablefish, either lease or purchase prices, the fact that there's so much fish and there's unharvested fish that'll be in the water?
Okay. So through the chair to Mr. Hasselmer, to give you sort of a history of the lease fees, when the price of sablefish was up around $4 or $5 a pound on the average landing cut weight for the fixed gear guys, lease rates were as high as 55 to 60% in Alaska and off the coast here. This year they are down. You're lucky if you can get 20 to 25%. And at the end of this year, there was 3 different price degradations this year as the price dropped. I have a member who has a tier 1 permit to lease, and he couldn't find anybody that was interested in going out. The cruise shares are way down, and that's a real problem of attracting people to right now in the fixed gear fishery to catch all of their harvest limit. 60% of the Gulf of Alaska will likely be harvested, leaving 40% on the ground this year. And that seems to be the case down here as well. And even when the quotas triple, we're going to be swimming in. We're going to have to find a new way to sell this fish rather than just to the Japanese.
For those on our side supporting what we're supporting, not so much in-depth discussion, but historically when we've talked about values of assets, we've looked at it holistically, that in a healthy fishery, the value of all your assets, sable quota share of all other species, vessel, gear, the processors of assets, everything's going to be worth more in a healthier fishery.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pete. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks all. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. On the statement about the only thing you have consensus on is to basically not look at alternative 1 or alternative 3. So Jeff, I'm going to say, as we were the ones putting alternative 1 out there, I don't think it's been given fair consideration. Except Jeff, you've given me honest answers about why you don't like it, which is mainly that the difference. There are 2 main differences between alternative 1 and alternative 2. Alternative 1 would allow a gear switching business to sell its quota share to another gear switching business and keep it as 100% any gear quota. And you've said, Jeff, and I'm going to ask you to correct me if I'm wrong at the end here, if that you think if that we continue to let that happen, that a trawler or a processor, a bottom trawl processor, is not going to be able to get it away from, even if you just said the assets values goes up in a healthy fishery and it's more profitable, like we've seen, to use the quota with DTS fishery. You still don't think people would be willing to sell it. So that's what I've heard you say. The one reason you don't like alternative 1. Bob, I don't understand why you would have consensus to not look at alternative 1. So that's what my question is. And what to Jeff, to correct me if my memory's wrong there, but on Bob, why would you prefer alternative 2 to alternative 1 if no action were not the choice here?
I'm not entirely clear on the question. I can summarize real quickly, and if this doesn't answer your question, please let me know. The main reason on alternative 1 is the belief that whatever the 29% isn't already in fixed gear hands will go to fixed gear hands pretty quick, and that 29% would be gone from the fishery forever. That's the thumbnail. If that doesn't answer your question, please let me know.
So through the chair, Mr. Niles, first of all, the fixed gear side of the equation has not been supportive of an action other than a status quo. However, you did bring us over on the QPQS question on your alternative, but it's a very complicated, it sets up an IFQ within an IFQ system. That is very complex, just like the current F2 is a complex change from the status quo. And our side just doesn't see where this is meritorious to take this type of action and restriction on gear switching when your own SSC and independent bodies are saying it's inconclusive of the problem after 7 years. I'm not sure how else to phrase our opposition.
Great.
Thanks, but I guess, yeah, to fully understand you're strongly in favor of no action, but if the council were to go action, you would prefer alternative 2 over alternative 1?
To the chair, I do not think we would support alternative 2. If we were told we only had 1 and 2 to look at, we'd probably shoot ourselves. So I think we would try to work around alternative 1.
Corey?
Okay, I'm avoiding making a joke, but the Jeff, on something you said, excuse me, that if the council were to go no action, you think there's going to be a...
Corey, if I could, they're representing the gap statement. They're going to give testimony and public comment, and that might be a better time to ask this.
But he just said something about during the gap statement.
Okay, then.
But if you want me to wait, fine. But it was in what he just said.
If you could finish up, yeah.
Okay. So you said that the worry, if the council were to go with no action, there'd be something like the Pollock situation in the North Pacific, where there would be a big gain in people coming in to additional gear switchers coming in, is kind of what you're saying, and the control date not applying anymore. But what if the council were to put a strong disincentive in place to counteract that? For example, I don't know, I don't have a specific idea, but like any quota share purchase after this date will be 100% troll only if these conditions are met, like the ACL drops below this level and gear switching goes above 29% for X amount of years. So did you all think of any kind of counteracting incentive to the incentive that you're worried about?
The only thing I heard discussed in the gap, and maybe Bob would answer this more than me, was with the control date, could it possibly still continue into the future? And that was something from not our side. So maybe I won't speak to that further, but that was the only thing contemplated as another deterrent in the future. And we didn't talk about it, and I wouldn't want to try to think about all the implications and answer it on the fly, but thank you.
Thanks, Corey. Marcy Rumko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the trawl sector on that concept of, quote, negating the control date. I'm not aware that the no action alternative serves to repeal the control date. It would be my understanding that the control date would remain and that future development of alternatives could come about that would utilize that control date. Do I have a wrong understanding there?
Our assumption is one more based on likelihood and practicability than, I guess, theoretically, perhaps, but we're 6+ years past the control date. And if we were to punt on this and keep that control date and think we're going to realistically come back and sort of start a process over again before that control date goes stale, I think people see that as probably unlikely. So maybe theoretically, yes, but in practicality, we don't see it as very likely at all from our side.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks.
We've been at this for an hour and 22 minutes. We're going to take a short break and start at 9:30. I will just make the announcement now that we're going to hold public comment to 6 minutes for groups, 3 minutes for individuals. Please keep your comments concise. We're behind the schedule here, and ask people to huddle up if they can, if possible, and to not duplicate what people have already said, just agree with them, but just keep it short as possible, but convey your message. Thank you. We can take our seats. Okay. All right, welcome back. Just go to public comment here. I'm asking for commenters to be concise and to be not duplicative if they can help it, but still we want to hear what they have to say. And with that, we'll start off with Paul Clampett and followed by Jeff Lackey. Paul? Paul, you're muted.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair and members of the council. I own the Fishing Vessel Augustine along with my two sons. I'm also president of the Sablefish and Halibut Pod Association. We have been involved in the West Coast fishery for 40 years. We purchased trawl permit along with quota that came with it to grow our business. In the early 90s, this council reallocated sablefish quota from 49% fixed to 51% trawl to a split to the present 58% and 42%. We felt it was unfair at the time. When trawl rationalization was developed, we saw it as an opportunity to recoup our previous losses by purchasing the quota from the trawl fleet. Nothing could be fairer than a willing buyer purchasing from a willing seller. The presentation delivered by Ms. Dorpinghouse and Mr. Seeger is all predicated on believing that gear switching is in some way constrains the trawl industry from achieving their maximum yield in the DTS fishery. But the council has never explained how trawlers are constrained by gear switching when the sablefish quota has only been caught once since gear switching was allowed. As of now, there are still 6.2 million pounds available in the combined areas north and south of the 36-degree line. In 2025, the sablefish quota could triple, and recent surveys indicate that there are strong year classes going all the way back to 2014. All indications show this fishery is booming, and the quota will be going up further. It is also hard to understand how trawlers could achieve full utilization when the processors place price point limits on their deliveries of flatfish. These limits act to curtail deliveries. The trawl representatives have predicted that new markets are opening for Dover sole and other flatfish, and that this is why we need to curtail gear switching. I find it hard to understand how this council could consider harming the fixed gear fishermen over a prediction. Even if this becomes true, the sablefish quota doubling or tripling is not a prediction, and we still are underutilizing the sablefish quota south of 36 degrees. There is nothing biologically significant about the 36-degree line, and if more sablefish is needed north of 36 in the future, we should utilize the fish south of the 36-degree by moving some of it to the north. We are not even achieving maximum sustainable yield in the sablefish fishery, yet we are considering removing a user group from the fishery. We purchased trawl permit with this attached quota, never expecting the council would consider removing our ability to harvest this with fixed gear. All the options being discussed will economically harm people who invested in this fishery, except the status quo option. If you're going to limit gear switching, the only fair thing to do is to make all the past participants whole. And yet there's no option on the table that does this, other than status quo. All the other options are overly complicated and unnecessary. It seems to us that removing gear switching is a blatant attempt by processors to control the sablefish market on the West Coast in order to buy cheap trawl-caught sablefish to increase profits. This only benefits the processors and large trawlers connected to them. Small independent trawlers and the fixed gear participants will be harmed. The recent remarks coming from the SSC Economic Subcommittee strengthens our argument that sablefish is not constrained to the trawl industry, and the increasing quota of sablefish means that it certainly won't be constrained in the future. We are fishing for sablefish off the coast of Washington as I'm testifying, and we have been told by our buyers that this has to be our last trip because the market has dried up for sablefish. The market is flooded with sablefish. The future of sablefish market is not bright. It will take years for it to develop back to what it was. We are getting paid less now than we were 20 years ago, both in real dollars or in inflated dollars. There are only going to be some very difficult times going forward. Eliminating gear fishing will do nothing but harm people who honestly purchase trawl quota, never expecting to have their assets devalued by this council. Also, if we curtail gear switching and the leasing of quota to fixed gear, you will make it more difficult for new entrants. It's much easier to equip a fixed gear boat and to lease fish than to get capital together for purchasing quota and purchasing a trawl vessel. That's all I have, and I thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Paul. Questions for Paul in his testimony? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Next up is Jeff Lackey, followed by Michelle Conrad. Jeff, welcome.
My name is Jeff Lackey, and I will be speaking on behalf of Midwater Trawlers Cooperative, 7-member vessels bottom trawled in 2022. Sector integrity is one key to understanding the past and potential future impacts of gear switching. Gear switching is a case study in why sectors are important and useful, combining two very disparate fisheries into the allocation of one of those fisheries has consequences. Multi-species groundfish trawl processing is capital and labor intensive, requires multi-decade planning, requires as much continuous operation throughout the year and year after year as possible, and it has to maintain its markets. The fixed gear sablefish fishery, on the other hand, is far more nimble fishery, single species, large frozen component, not as labor intensive, does not have the same anchoring requirements in the community. Gear switch and one-way door of sector integrity was constraining from the very beginning. Putting these two fisheries in the same allocation turned out to be a bad idea, maybe good in theory, but real world result is very bad. Fixed gear sable fishery uses the critical key species of bottom trawl fishery. 2011 was a massive sea change that before processors and vessels could figure it out and make long-term adjustments, there was a large fixed gear fishery in the trawl fishery using on average the first 3 years of 27% of the trawl sable north quota that corresponded at the same time to a 32% drop in Dover attainment compared to the pre-2011 3-year baseline. The program review document, which I believe was approved unanimously by the council, found that, quote, utilization of sablefish by fixed gear fishery has contributed to the decrease in attainment of Dover sole and thorny head vessels fishing with trawl gear, end of quote. We do not know what the alternate reality would have been starting in 2011 without gear switching. We don't know how much more attainment and market development there could have been. We don't know how much infrastructure could have still been paying dividends. Fixed gear catch or trawl quota is currently done by fixed gear only vessels with one exception. We essentially have a fixed gear fishery within a trawl fishery. Choosing no action would not only allow for the destabilization and compromise capacity to continue, but it would allow for it to get worse with QS outflow. It should be noted that the long-term viability, capacity, and existence of our brick and mortar processors anchored in communities means absolutely everything to achievement of all of the fishery management metrics. Markets and capacity are two keys to understanding the decision on gear switching. Our side argues that sable is both a logistic and economic critical species that drives capacity to economic viably harvest other species and build markets over time. The pro no action side, as best I can tell, seems to argue that markets just aren't there, or that there will be other factors that will keep us from building the markets. Our side counters that we will never know what the capacity in markets could be realized until we have more of our key species trawl allocation dedicated to trawl and be given time for it to work. The council is deciding to what capacity to build groundfish markets they would like to have. No action means open-ended uncertainty and compromised capacity. A fixed gear limit would provide certainty, and the size of the limit determines to what capacity fishing communities will have to build groundfish markets. This is one reason why it is important to have 6.5 to 29% range in the analysis. There will never be a better time to lessen implementation impacts to fixed gear participants when putting in place the fixed gear limitation. Fixed gear catch a trawl Sable North quota is on pace to be less than 10% starting in 2025. Additionally, there will be millions upon millions of pounds uncaught fixed gear allocations left in the water in the tier fishery in the South and in Alaska. There will be ample opportunity. We don't want the fishery we have now to be the fishery we always have. It would be nice to see more growth and stability in the fishery and see multiple bottom trawl boats deliver into Newport, my hometown, and have all of their fish processed there just like it used to be for decades. It would be nice to see communities in all 3 states hold on to what infrastructure they have and ideally build onto it. This seems to be in doubt if we always have the fishery we have now. The case for Alternative 2 is extremely strong, as shown on page 4 of the GAP report. Basically, Alternative 2 provides stability. It dedicates a known quantity of the critical key species that has absolutely affected both performance and capacity of the bottom trawl fishery. QP distribution option 2 provides greater capacity to achieve OY and provide for the sustained participation of fishing communities. This is why we support PPA selection of Alternative 2 with quota pound distribution option 2, which along with the full original 6.5 to 29% be included in the analysis for March. 29% of the most important species leaving the fishery compromises the Council's ability to provide a sufficient management framework, one that provides stability and capacity to achieve OY and maximize net benefits to the nation through our communities. Even worse is the assertion that 29% limit doesn't allow a big enough fixed gear fishery in the trawl fishery. And fixed gear should be open-ended, not only in attainment, but also in likely permanent QS outflow. The Council has a decision to make here concerning capacity that will likely help shape what our coastal fishing communities look like into the next generation. If the community-anchored brick and mortar processors don't have more capacity and the incentive to fill the capacity than they do now, our communities might be stuck with the fishery we have now or even worse. Also, I don't quite understand about the certainty of fixed gear losses conversation from earlier. If we're going to be below 10% likely in the future. My time's up.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions for Jeff on his testimony? Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Next up is Michelle Culper, or Michelle Conrad. Apologies. And Bob Alverson. My bad.
No worries. Good morning, Chair Pettinger and council members. I'm Michelle Conrad, and I'm providing comments on behalf of the Fishing Vessel Owners Association, Ocean Ballad, and Bessaker Company. The people I'm representing include those who own quota share, lease quota pounds, catch it with fixed gear, and catch it with trawl, and a Sablefish buyer. We've participated in gear switching activities over the past 12 years through a variety of means, with quota from initial allocation, quota we've purchased, and quota we've leased or traded. We rely on gear switching opportunities through one or more of these mechanisms to complete our fishing portfolios and annual business plans. We support no action, not just because it is the fairest to all participants, but because we truly believe it provides the greatest benefit to the trawl fishery as a whole. Our participation in the IFQ fishery has been done by the rules, and we have nothing but respect and appreciation for the council and its process. We have spent years engaging in and defending the council process and working with NIMS on developing, communicating, and implementing fishing regulations. In short, we are some of your biggest fans. And yet, for the last 7 years, we have spent hours defending our choices, which were legal and above board, and trying to hold on to the value of our assets, which are being unfairly targeted. To be clear, we are not asking for special privileges. We are asking to be treated in the same manner as everyone else who followed the same rules. There has been a lot of analysis completed on this topic, and none of the information indicates that gear switching has contributed to trawl underattainment of groundfish allocations, or if left unrestricted, would impede trawl attainment in the future. Rather, all of the science indicates that the council should not impose market constraints on the fishery by limiting gear switching to maximize economic profitability. By capping or restricting market competition, the economic growth potential of the groundfish fishery will be limited. We are asking that you resist the temptation to select one of these alternatives because you feel responsible for the status of the trawl fishery. The trawl fishery has operated as a free market, which is how the program was intended to work. The council is not responsible for these market-driven issues, and the worst thing the council could do is to try to fix them by limiting the market's ability to fix itself. As we noted in our comment letter, there is only one market for sablefish. The market is saturated right now, and price is at an all-time low. While prices may vary among size of fish and gear type when there is a high market demand, gear switching is already limited by the trawl market. The council does not need to impose a regulatory restriction on the market to limit gear switching. We understand that some might be afraid of the potential growth of gear switching absent some sort of limitation, and that there might be harm to the trawl fishery in years of lower sablefish abundance. If that is the case, then there are ways to limit gear switching fairly, but those are not included in your IPPA. We have testified several times on this topic, always indicating a willingness to work together to find solutions that could work for everyone. But the trawl leadership has not shown the same willingness. Rather, they continue to be focused on alternative 2, which causes the most harm to gear switchers. And that is the one thing that we don't understand. Not only is the council required to be fair and equitable in its distribution of privileges, but we don't understand why, in the case of gear switching, you wouldn't want to be. The council has a strong track record of following the science, and this issue should not be an exception. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Questions for Michelle? All right. Thanks, Michelle. Okay. Next up would be Bob Alverson, followed by Mike Rutherford. Welcome, Bob.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, fellow council members. My name is Bob Alverson. I'm speaking on behalf of Fishing Vessel Owners Association, which is a trade association of pot and hook and line vessels. We are supporting no action. One of the primary arguments for restricting gear switching has been the trawlers were having trouble bidding for adequate amounts of sablefish against fixed gear operations to conduct their non-sablefish fisheries. Your Scientific and Statistical Committee's subcommittee made the following conclusion on that. A substantial portion of the trawlers can generate a higher revenue per pound of sablefish than gear switchers, which seems to indicate that they could outbid gear switchers for quota pounds. Additionally, your SSC just testified that the analysis indicates that trawlers earn higher net revenues per pound of sablefish on average than gear switchers, suggesting that they could outbid gear switchers for sablefish quota pounds. Additionally, the ESC subcommittee finds that the analysis is not conclusive regarding whether gear switching constrains harvest of non-sablefish species. The analysis provided to the council examined many factors, not just fixed gear participation, but all sorts of factors, processing capacity, harvest capacity, And on all of these, the analysis is inconclusive, they say, regarding whether gear switching or any other of these potential factors has limited attainment of non-sablefish species. We would hope that if you're going to make a significant decision that alters people's harvesting privileges that are very expensive to purchase, that you would at least have an analysis after 7 years that has something that is more than inconclusive. The agenda item E5, which was mentioned in the GAP comments, you'll be taking an action on setting a P40 or P45 for sablefish. In either case, you're basically going to be tripling the quota by 2025, and long into 2034, it's projected that the harvest limit will be 72% higher than your 2024 season. The restriction and inability to use sablefish, we're flooded with sablefish, and the trawlers are not impeded to catch their other species. Concluding comment, during the SAMTAC discussions, which I was a member of, there was a considerable discussion on competing whitefish that I don't see in the analysis any longer, but there was, in the last 12 years, from very little to this year, about 1 billion pounds is imported of tilapia and another 1 billion pound of Pangaeas from Southeast Asia. Those imports are significantly brought in also by the processors that fixed gear and trawlers sell to. So our fish is competing against these imports that they're bringing in. The problem we have in this country is we're awash with very cheap whitefish, very high volumes of it. And this is what's impeding the ability of their trawl fishery to attain its their OYs. The council nor the Commerce Department is set up to address these marketing things. This is something bigger than the council, bigger and more involved than what the Commerce Department is set up to address. And lastly, you'll be taking action also on ABCs for the future on thorny heads, and that likely is going to drop by 50%. That will probably be more impinging on the DTS, their trawl fishery, than anything sablefish would have. Those are our concluding comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Questions for Bob? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Bob. We talked a little bit earlier today and yesterday came up about non-monetary impacts of these options, and thinking about the alternatives. If, like, for example, alternative 2 was to become realized, what would this actually look like for your stakeholders?
Well, I have three sets of stakeholders. I have a stakeholder who was a trawler and qualified with trawl pounds, bought a vessel and redesigned that vessel to be a pot vessel. So he's put a couple $1 million into a new vessel, used his trawl quota that he can, and harvests it with pots. He will probably be one of the legacy vessels, but when he sells out, the value of his quota will be, and his asset value of his company will be significantly reduced, because he will have 71% of his quota be trawl only, and 29% he'll be able to sell as 29% of any gear. I have members that own their vessels and they leased everything. They leased a trawl permit, leased the quota. They will have to it'll be more troublesome for them to gather up quota from the trawl fleet, because a lot of guys have surplus trawl. We know one guy has a couple 100,000 pounds and he leases regularly to fix gear because he's not using it for whatever reason. And so he's going to be, instead of 200,000 pounds, he's going to have 58,000 pounds, because he's 29% is going to be designated as only fixed gear. So it's going to be much more difficult to put this stuff on the market. I would say that 29% is in realistic is only 17% because of this impediment. And then I have some guys that bought quota on their own, and they bought before the line in the sand in 2017, and they will be very much in the same category as the first person. I guess they would be considered a legacy vessel. I don't see in the near future, and if you, Jesse and Jim's bar graph showed the last 2 years, even though there was additional new participants coming into gear switching, the net number was down, I think 6 or 5 or something like that. And that's because they have fishing operations in Alaska. The blackcod quota has increased 400% since 2014 up there. And you guys, because of your biannual way you do things, you will catch up to them in 2025 with a tripling of your quota. So my guys that just leased things are probably not going to be in the gear switching game in the near future, because they got too much quota to catch other places. I hope that encapsulates how our guys would be affected.
Thanks, Corey. Okay, I see your hands. Thanks, Bob. Next up is Mike Rutherford, followed by Kurt Cochran. Mike, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Welcome.
Chairman, council members. My name is Mike Rutherford. Our family owns and operates 4 trawlers out of Newport, Oregon. I've been involved in the trawl fishery for over 30 plus years, and we've invested a whole lot to stay in this fishery. So to the point, as I've stated many times, I believe that the gear switching provision should never have been an option from the beginning of the IFQ. But here we are 12 years later trying to figure out what is best for the trawl fishery. It was decided years ago, 58% of the allocated sable was needed to execute a viable trawl fishery. So by continuing to allow gear switching or reallocating sable to a different sector, that 58% is going to be substantially reduced. The trawl fishery is always and should continue bring security and stability to our boats, processors, and communities. Therefore, I'm asking that you strongly consider Alt 2 with Option 2, and also consider for analysis in March 24, the 6.5% to 29%. I am a member of the MTC, so I would support Jeff Lackey's testimony. I guess one more thing, keeping it short here. I have nothing against what the fixed gear guys have done, but I would state that their fish, they were allocated 42%. They got a permit, and their fish is untouchable. No one can come in and dabble in their fishery. Yet our fishery just keeps getting cut, dabbled with, reallocated. I just would hope that you would consider those facts. So that's all I have. And again, thank you very much and good morning.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike for his testimony? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Mike. Next up is Kurt Cochran, followed by George Lampton. Kurt?
You got me now?
We got you now. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Chairman and members of the council, I'm Kurt Cochran, a trawl fisherman. You've took some big actions in the past that changed the look of the direction of the West Coast fisheries. Stacking trawl licenses, now we have factory trawlers. IFQ groundfish management, to name a couple. I believe this gear switching is one of these decisions that will shape the West Coast for the future. As long as this took, I think you do too. So what is the next 25 to 40 years going to look like? Are we going to have healthy trawl industry, a vibrant waterfront with strong workforce, healthy processors, healthy infrastructure, buildings, ice houses, vendors is a big one, boat yards, etc. Sable has always been the driver or the backbone of bottom trawl fishery. So this is a trawl IFQ fishery decision. It is normal to make tweaks and changes when we did get things right, and that's where we are here today. No action is not option for Sablefish North. I know under no action, we would lose our working waterfront. Or should I just say your testimony from Skylar Campbell yesterday, Monterey, California. He paints a pretty dim picture of where things could go. I believe option 2 is the right PPA with the 2017 control date. 29% is way too high. 6.5% covers the operations that have invested in the trawl quota. If you give those guys a bump, and after yesterday's presentation, 12 to 15% max. And then I'll talk about some of the presentations. I disagree with the statement that trawl can generate a higher revenue per pound of sablefish. Yeah, sablefish is in the trawl leverages a lot more lower value groundfish per pound of sablefish. Bottom line is the lease rate are too high. Right now they have come down. There is a lot of sablefish to lease at around 25 cents a pound whole weight. It puts the lease rate north of 25%. This doesn't work either. So far for 2023, the new life, my overhead is up $270,000. Fuel's up $100,000, insurance $30,000. I paid to Port of Newport $55,130.18 so far this year just to fish here. I wish we could cap lease fees. That is the problem in a lot of these IFQ fisheries. The other thing we're lacking is processors. Access to Dover is the only way to attract new processors. It is untapped resource and a very healthy protein for the nation. This is a place for new entrants to have a way into the trawl fishery. I've seen that firsthand this year. They have no quota and they have to lease it, and they need reasonable access to sablefish. The other thing I'm seeing is gear changes, sweeps, cut-ins, size, doors, spread sensors, trawl eyes, and all for the better of the trawl industry, but it increases catch of groundfish. So for the future, the next generation, I would ask that you would cap gear switching to trawl IFQ between 12 to 15%. And get down to 3 minutes. I have a whole lot more to say, but my time's up, so thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Kurt. Questions for Kurt? Maggie Summers.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kurt, for your testimony. Just a quick question. I did not catch what you said about new entrants. Could you repeat that bit briefly, please?
So we have here in Newport, we have a father and son team, a young man that's been running his dad's boat for years. Bought, and you guys would probably know the boat on the South Coast, Western Seas. And they pretty much got a boat. They round up shrimp so they could do a little bit of shrimp, but part of their way to do it is to fish groundfish, and they made a trip or two already. So the young man, it's his first boat, and it's his way into this, and they look, and of course whiting is pretty hard to get into. Some of the rockfish and different things are pretty hard to get into investment wise, but this is where they're getting into and doing that. Part of and to speak to them or to myself or anybody else, part of the stuff that you're missing in your presentation is, what do we do to get these markets? And, I have to guarantee I'm gonna give X amount of whiting to a processor to take my groundfish, or some guys have to say, okay, I'm gonna give you so many chips of crab to get into these. So there's a lot of things that go with this, but the Dover and the Groundfish is right now still a relatively cheaper way for guys to move up into the Groundfish and establish themselves, and then hopefully buy, whiting or buy rockfish or buy something else they want down the road. So we're seeing that, and we have that happening, and I want those guys to succeed.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Maggie. Further questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you.
Next up is Poggy. Poggy, you there? Followed by John Gonzalez. Oh, you're muted, Poggy.
How about now? Can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman?
We do. Welcome.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name is Jorgen Lapham, and although many of you know me as Poggy, I own and operate the fishing vessel Michelle Ann out of Newport. My crew and I have harvested ITQ sablefish with pots every year since 2011. It is a significant part of our income, and we have built long-term commitments with quota owners, mortgage holders, a fish processor, gear suppliers, and our families based on our continued ability to harvest ITQ with pots. I'm not blindly opposed to any kind of mechanism that would limit the amount of gear switching in the ITQ fishery, and I was gladdened to see the council move forward with further analysis at the June meeting. I cannot say I read the extensive analysis document in its entirety, but I did search through it looking for that aha moment that would justify moving forward with one of the alternatives on the table. I could not find such an aha moment. I fiercely believe that I'm privileged to have access to the trawl fishery. It's a public resource. I do not see the justification for any council action that would further impede any member of the public access to the same privilege that I enjoy. Limited entry trawl permits are this access point, and any regulatory changes that do not treat all permits the same further restricts the public's ability to access this public resource. It does so by restricting methods of entry, such as a gear type, like we just heard from Kurt. It's important to have entry as a trawler if you have that gear type, and in my case, entry as a pot fisherman, because that's the gear type I already had. And it also, by limiting access, by increasing the value of the permits in comparison to others, by allowing some permits to pot fish while not allowing other permits to pot fish. The argument that an unstable supply of groundfish that is exacerbated by gear switching is the reason for the under-attainment and market problems in the trawl fishery is hard to substantiate. I ask all of you this: in what industry, particularly one that relies on access to a public resource, is it appropriate for one participant to claim that they can do better if only their competition would go away? It has been determined that trawl gear can catch more in value of fish per pound of sablefish caught than fixed gear. This is a valid and compelling argument. This would imply that the trawl gear is not at a disadvantage, and the problems facing the fishery are not because of gear switching. They are market-driven. I want to bring attention to the stigma surrounding licensed limited entry trawl vessels that participate in gear switching. These vessels, businesses, and individuals have been labeled as outsiders, as those that do not belong in the trawl fishery. This could not be further from the truth. Vessels that gear switch have entered the fishery or remained in the fishery legally by obtaining the appropriate permit. Beyond this requirement of a permit, it's historically been left to the business plan of every vessel to determine what mix of species and what gear type they will use. Over the years, I've discussed this issue with fishermen that utilize trawl nets to catch ITQ, and I've asked them this simple question: if I can no longer gear switch.
Augie, could you wrap up?
Yep. Okay. If I could no longer gear switch, this is an important point. If I could no longer gear switch and I became a trawler, would that be a success in your eyes? And they have responded with a few different answers, including go ahead and try and find a market, or someone is going to lose in this situation and it's not me. Thank you.
Thanks, Augie. Questions on his comment? Okay, thanks, Buggy.
Thank you.
Next up is John Gonzalez, followed by Lori Steele. Jonathan.
Hi, good morning, Chair Pettinger, council members. My name is John Gonzalez, and I am the Government Affairs Manager at Pacific Seafood. I want to start by thanking the council for keeping this issue alive after several go versus no-go scenarios. And I thank the council staff for continuing their hard work on this issue. That said, we respectively ask that the action is taken at this meeting to limit gear switching by choosing alternative 2 as the PPA. Looking at what's in front of us right now is sable quota increasing coastwide for the near term foreseeable future, combined with the amount of uncaught northern sable still on the table for 2023. Folks may question whether or not there is a problem with gear switching inhibiting overall trawl attainment in general, or if action is needed at this time. But to that, I've said it before and I'll say it again now, that we are not looking at a mere snapshot in time. We're thinking about the future. Quotas and markets change over time. Action is needed now to limit gear switching so that not if, but when sable quotas are back down in the future and markets are back up, that we don't find ourselves in the same position we were in between 2011 and 2017, when gear switching accounted for an average of 29% of trawl sable leaving the trawl sector. And when at the start of the last 5-year review, fingers pointed at gear switching as the biggest problem with the program. I want to thank the GAP for their report, which reminds us of some of the SAMTAC principles that were agreed upon by a diverse makeup of voting members at the time. In particular, we recognize and appreciate the SAMTAC principle stating that unlimited catch of sablefish through gear switching is not desirable, which flies in the face of any potential motion for no action. We also want to call out the SAMTAC principle stating that the desire to increase the net economic value of the trawl IFQ fishery. Council staff analysis shows that unlimited catch of sable through gear switching would not increase the net economic value of the trawl IFQ fishery, but rather the contrary. So action is clearly needed. Something we all share in common, whether you're a tribal fisherman, a sport fisherman, or commercial trawl or non-trawl, we're all looking at quota cuts to key species in 2025 and 2026 that will negatively impact fishing plans and revenue, to say the least. From the trawling perspective, when you consider what's coming down the hatch with cuts to canary, thorny heads, petrale, and other species, and then combine that with the unlimited catch of sable through gear switching, it is less than desirable and more of a potential economic fishery disaster. So in summary, for the better benefit of the future of the trawl IFQ fishery and our nation as a whole, we respectively asked that action is taken at this meeting to limit gear switching and to choose alternative 2 with sub-option 2 as the PPA. That concludes my comments, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Questions for Jonathan? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Jonathan, good to hear from you. Hopefully this is a fair takeaway from your testimony, but you seem to be pointing towards a lot of folks are thinking of conditions now aren't too worrying, but they could become, prices could change, quotas could go down, and the situation would go back to where your concerns come from. I think we heard from, in our Washington delegations, what you haven't been part of, but, and Michelle said earlier that there's, the fixed gear folks do not like alternative 2, but they still think there's ways to address those concerns that you expressed about the future by somehow in a way that's less harmful to them than alternative 2, such as creating a disincentive of future investment in gear switching quota share. So I'm not hearing, well, the way to ask it, would you think there's a way, would you be willing to work on a way that met those concerns, that also tried to address yours about possible future conditions? And I'll stop there to see if I got it out clearly enough for you to respond to.
Through the chair, and thank you for the question, Corey. I actually am of the opinion that there is a problem right now. I was more so talking to folks that are pointing to the snapshot in time right now, saying that the quota is high and that the market's down, that there's not a problem. I would actually beg to differ, even though the quota is high right now. There's still a problem with lack of access to sablefish for boats and folks having to avoid sablefish because they're running into those little small cigars everywhere. And holding on to the sable that they have so that they can fish throughout the year, and also the high amounts of sable that are encountered in the whiting fishery. So I'm just pointing to the fact that just because there's sable left on the table right now for 2023, that should be not indicative that there's not a problem right now. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Corey. Further questions? Okay. Thank you, John. Next up, Lori Steele, followed by Heather Mann. Welcome, Lori.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Lori Steele. I am the Executive Director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. We represent 8 shoreside seafood processors in California, Oregon, and Washington. Thank you for your time. I'm here to urge the council to take action on this issue and select alternative 2 distribution option 2 as the PPA. In the interest of time, I fully support the recommendations in the GAP statement regarding alternative 2 distribution option 2. I thank the GAP for its work on this issue, and I really can't say it any better in most cases. I support the comments made by previous testifiers, including Jeff Lackey and John Gonzalez. I believe that the council record fully supports moving forward with an action to set limits on gear switching. I would ask the council to reflect back on the SAMTAC process and the principles established by the SAMTAC. That was 5 years ago. And those principles were established by the CAB in years prior. We have a long record of collectively agreeing that unlimited catch of sablefish through gear switching is not desirable. This should put to rest any debate about the no action alternative. I'd like to extend my gratitude and appreciation to the council members who've taken the time to meet with participants in the trawl fishery, tour groundfish processing plants, and better understand the challenges we face trying to rebuild these markets and maintain our shoreside infrastructure. I think it's important to reflect on the national standards. I appreciate the attention to that in the analysis. Most importantly, National Standard 1 and the Council's mandate to establish management measures that not only prevent overfishing, but also achieve OY on a continuing basis. The groundfish fishery is large, diverse, and complicated. It includes a huge number of species capable of supporting hundreds of millions of pounds of sustainable harvest every year. The council needs to consider the entire groundfish stock complex when evaluating the greatest benefit to the nation. Shoreside processors are high volume producers of every groundfish species brought to market. On the West Coast, sustaining consistent high volume groundfish fisheries is the key to providing year-round job opportunities in our processing plants. For shoreside processors, this is about more than just sablefish. It's about being able to optimize our entire portfolio of every species in this complex. It's about being able to plan ahead and make long-term decisions while being adaptable and responding to changing conditions, changing catch, and everything else thrown at us. It's about providing year-round job opportunities in our communities. And our trawl sector needs all the sablefish it can get in order to do that. It's hard for me to understand why people don't understand that. Since the beginning of the Catch Shares program, leasing of sablefish between gear sectors has been in one direction, and that's been away from the trawl sector. It's also pointed out in the GAP report that the no action alternative has great potential to increase the erosion of sablefish from the trawl sector. This is inconsistent with the SAMTAC principles. This action is needed to correct unintended consequences of the trawl catch share program and establish fairness and equity across all sectors of the groundfish fishery. The fact that sablefish ACLs are increasing at this time is not an argument for taking no action, but rather it's an even better reason to take action now. Let's address this problem during a time when the impacts will be minimized. This has been a very difficult and divisive issue among our industry sectors during a time when we all need to be working together to face a number of huge threats and to try to save our entire fishery. This has gotten emotional and in a lot of cases more personal than I like it to be. I want to remind everyone that seafood processors don't make money at all until they sell these fish. We still have to pay the boats for the fish. We have to pay our plant workers. In many cases, we have to pay to house our plant workers. We have to pay packing costs, cold storage, transportation, and distribution costs. We have huge costs associated with food safety requirements and wastewater compliance on the order of millions of dollars. We have to invest in product development. We have to be able to respond and adapt to deal with processing 20 to 30 groundfish species coming to the dock in sometimes unknown and inconsistent quantities. And we have to be able to provide sustained volume to keep markets going. And again, we don't make a single dollar until the fish are sold. Collectively, our groundfish processors are bleeding money to keep this fishery going. This has been a very difficult and expensive 5 years for our entire industry. The groundfish fishery is currently not profitable. We are operating in the red. But that is not because we are instead filling markets with imported whitefish instead of buying local processed. I will close by saying that everybody knows that our markets are currently terrible all the way around, and there are no way to model these factors and challenges we are facing. What we are trying to do is hold on to our groundfish fishery, and we are asking the council to take an action that allows the trawl fishery to keep as much trawl allocated sablefish in its sector as possible. Let's see what happens over the next few years if we can do that. Thank you.
Hey, Lori, questions for Lori? Maggie Summers.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Lori, for your testimony. One of your early comments in it was this is about being able to plan ahead and make long-term decisions and investments. And then a little bit later, you mentioned a whole number of factors and costs that processors have, labor costs, housing, storage, transportation, et cetera. Can you help us understand why, are you saying, I guess, that gear switching is the straw that's going to break the camel's back here? Why is gear switching among all of those factors and all of those uncertainties that processors must be taking into account when you are doing decadal timeframe planning? When's the next pandemic going to happen? What are the supply chain issues going to be? What are the markets and the competing product, et cetera, going to be? Why does gear switching, given the uncertainty of the impacts that limiting gear switching will have, rise to such a critical level that you are feeling? Can you just help us understand, I guess, a little more on that? Thanks.
I'm sure. Thanks for the question. I appreciate it. It's been a long 8 years, and I think all along I've referred to gear switching as an important, or addressing gear switching as an important lifeline for this fishery. And I really don't just look at it as gear switching. I mean, I think this is, more about sablefish being a really key species for the trawl fishery, and for participants in the trawl sector to be able to make plans both short-term and long-term, to look at current conditions, current stock sizes, and the current mix of catch that's coming in, and have some certainty to be able to understand or predict what catch might come in over the next year, what catch might come in over the next 2 years. In addition to making all of the long-term plans and, try to establish markets that require, consistent large volumes of fish on a year-round basis, and a demonstrable supply, that they can feel is going to be there. So I guess it's, gear switching is a huge reason why sablefish has become more of a choke species for the trawl sector, and limiting it, I think, provides a level of certainty and stability. It isn't going to be the only thing that's going to fix everything, but looking forward at all of the changing conditions and uncertainties and challenges that we have, it's one less variable in the planning equation that we have to look at on a year-round basis and a long-term basis. So it's a critical lifeline. And this is the fishery that we're working really hard to try to be able to make a year-round fishery. It's not penciling out on the profitability side for us right now. So that's why it's so important. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maggie. Further questions? Okay. Thank you, Lori.
Thanks.
Next up is Heather Mann, followed by Mike Rutherford Jr. Welcome, Heather.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name's Heather Mann. I am speaking to you today as someone who's been a fisheries advocate for more than 20 years in this process. I really hate this issue. I'll just get that out up front. The amount of sacrifice that the trawl industry has undergone over the last 2 decades is remarkable. Without the industry-driven vessel buyback program, we would never have been able to rationalize the groundfish fishery. After buying out 91 vessels, the remaining participants have paid more than $52 million towards a $28 million loan. Trawl vessels are 100% accountable all the time. That accountability has served everybody in the council process, as confidence in fisheries dependent data has gone a long way towards eliminating uncertainty in stock assessments. The financial burden to participate in the trawl program is significant, and non-whiting trawl industry participants have not realized the gains financially that were envisioned when the program was developed. That's why we identified unlimited gear switching as a harm to the success of the program, hurting our ability to maximize attainment to the benefit of harvesters, processors, communities, and the nation. Several of us did work together over a year to try to come to a middle ground. This included myself, Lori Steele, and my dear friend, Michelle Etter. To say trawl leadership hasn't been open to talking is untrue. There are fixed gear people in this room who would not move off status quo. 3 smart women tried over a year's time to come to something that would work. My point in all of this, Mr. Chairman, is the trawl industry has sacrificed over the last 20 years. Many have benefited from the ITQ program. Non-whiting trawlers have not. We need your help, and respectfully, I believe as council members, it's your duty to respond with that help. Gear switchers may own trawl permits, but most do not use trawl gear, not now and not ever. There have been comments in support of fixed gear use in the trawl fishery based on an assumption that fixed gear is more environmentally friendly. In fact, being a higher volume fishery, trawl has a lower carbon footprint per pound of protein when compared with other wild seafood and land-based options. Also, trawl is way ahead than they were years ago in terms of monitoring, accountability, increased closed areas, and gear regulations. Any effort to promote fixed gear replacing trawl in the trawl fishery based on an out-of-date bias is counterproductive. And finally, status quo is not an option for this issue. It's not responsive to the national standards. It's not responsive to an industry who has asked for your help, who have pleaded for you to help. Some of the fixed gear advocates are good friends of mine, but I still believe unlimited gear switching should be stopped. Fixed gear sablefish fishermen have their tiered program, and they enjoy that program without the added financial burden the trawlers face. Gear switching is icing on their cake. We don't have the cake, and we're losing access to the kitchen to even bake the cake. And I've never been able to do something in 3 minutes. I usually get more time. So I'll leave it at that and invite you to ask several questions.
Thank you, Heather. Questions for Heather on her testimony? Corey Niles.
Did you have more you wanted to say? I'd be curious to hear it.
Mr. Chairman, Corey, thanks for the question. I would just add that as someone who lives and works in a true fishing town with all types of vessels and gear types, I can respectfully say I really don't want Newport to become the struggling Morro Bay, the struggling Monterey. And it's going to happen based on your choices here today. If you choose status quo, you're making a conscious choice to elevate economic benefit to the fixed gear fleet over helping the trawl industry and the Trawl IQ program. And so I'm aligning myself with Jeff and Lori and John and ask you for alternative 2. Thanks, Corey.
Okay, thanks, Corey. Further questions? Okay. Oh, Corey.
So thank you. Thanks for that, Heather. Good to see you in person. Yeah, hearing you about the efforts you made so far to try to reach a compromise. But I don't hear you saying that you're absolutely done. If there is another idea out there that would be more preferable to alternative 2, and that's not alternative 1 to working more with the fixed gear sectors. You're not saying you're completely done listening. I don't hear you saying that. Is that fair?
Mr. Chairman, Corey, thanks for the question. Frankly, the more comments that come out that are really maligning the trawl industry and our motives for wanting to limit gear switching, the less inclined we are to try to work together. And I felt that the 3 of us that had worked together came up with some good ideas that really marginalized the extremes on both sides. But the fixed gear folks that we had talked to outside of that group just really are convinced that it's status quo or nothing. So while I'm always open to having conversations, I don't know that there's an alternative that they would get behind. I can't say there definitely isn't, but even with alternative 2, with the 29%, we still feel that's a pretty generous gift to gear switching. So not probably the answer you were hoping for, but I'm always willing to have that conversation. But this has been going on for 8 years? And we're being charged cost recovery for you guys to work on this, or for NIMS to work on this. So there's that component as well. I feel like there's a lot of other things that we really need to work on, and like to put this one behind us. It is very divisive.
Thanks, Corey. Marcy, you're up. Go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Heather. You made a remark about not wanting to see Newport become like Morro Bay or Monterey. I'm wondering specifically what you're referring to there. If we're talking about the loss of infrastructure, the reduction in trawl capacity in those ports because accumulation constraints with the program have shrunk the fleet and sent vessels north. I'm just wondering what specifically you mean by that.
Mr. Chairman, Marcy, thanks for the question. I mean, I think it's all of those things. I mean, I've been listening, especially during the quillback discussion and then the in-season discussion around the struggles that people are having, fishermen in Monterey and Morro Bay. I think, also forgetting about the purchase of every trawl permit by TNC out of Morro Bay that really caused significant disruption when those were put on the shelf at first. And so I've got enough t-shirts. We need to have authentic working waterfronts, and Newport right now, and I invite everybody to come to Newport, is an authentic working waterfront where you will smell the smells, you'll be stopped by forklifts, you will run into half the people in the room on the bayfront, and we don't want to lose that infrastructure. So that's why I said, with no disrespect to Morro Bay and Monterey, but they have changed significantly. There's no doubt about it, and partly because of decisions this council has made.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Heather. I guess this is where I'm struggling a bit. The proposal to limit participation by gear switchers in the IQ program is likely to have the effect of further reducing overall participants in this sector of the fishery. You also mentioned cost recovery and that this process has been very expensive in terms of its development. We haven't even gotten to the costs that might come with implementation of the proposed program. But I'm just wondering, thinking about those things, okay, can you elaborate further on how communities are likely to benefit with what's likely to be further loss of infrastructure and further loss of engagement and loss of diversity in the IQ sector?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Marcy, for that question. And I really appreciate it because I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that proposed outcome. I pulled up some of the testimony that I had given in 2007 and 8 on the Trawl IQ program, where we talked about how important groundfish is to the processing sector and having access to groundfish 12 months out of the year. Yeah, no, maybe not all boats are fishing 12 months out of the year, but 12 months out of the year helps sustain shoreside infrastructure. And it allows processors to process the pulse fisheries like crab, albacore, shrimp, even to some extent the tiered fishery. And so when you start to lose the trawl caught groundfish that's coming in, you start to lose infrastructure. It's hard enough right now, as you've heard from processors, to retain workers. We need to have fish coming across the dock 12 months out of the year. The tiered fishery has their tiered fishery. We don't have access to that. We need to keep delivering and growing groundfish in the trawl sector to maintain these trawl dependent communities. I mean, that's just the reality of it. I see no evidence. In fact, as I've listened all morning, I'm thinking to myself, again, no disrespect to Jim and Jesse, who've done an incredible job. What difference does it make if a fisherman's a good fisherman or not? He was made promises in the Trawl IQ program, bought all in, has paid a significant amount of money to participate, and has not realized the benefits that were supposed to accrue to non-trawl or non-whiting trawlers, right? It's in black and white. And so I don't think that the people that are currently gear switching are going to leave the fishery. They're going to continue to operate in the tiered fishery. And so why do they also have to have part of the trawl fishery? We went down this path to create a strong trawl IQ program. We bought out those 91 vessels in order to get there. We're not receiving the benefits we were anticipating to receive and that we were not promised. But remember Will Stell sitting up here saying, you can fish where you want, whenever you want, and you're going to make a lot of money doing it. You're like, that hasn't happened. So I don't agree with the finding that it's going to eliminate fixed gear people from the fishery. I think that they are going to continue on as they do now. I don't, without gear switching, I don't see them going away.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that testimony, Heather. I hoping maybe you can point me to some information on how many of the current gear switch participants actually hold fixed gear permits and tier permits. I don't have that information. Maybe my question's for Jim or Jesse, because I'm thinking of some lower volume users, particularly in California ports further south. I believe they might participate in open access fixed gear fisheries, but I'm just interested in knowing how many of them really can just revert into the tier fishery or fixed gear limited entry.
Mr. Chairman, Marcy, I don't know if I have that question, but I'm gonna guess it's quite a bit more than trawlers that could participate in the tiered fishery. Okay. I don't know if Jim knows the answer. I don't.
quickly.
We can get that answer. It is in the document. I don't know if you want to take time for that right now. Yeah.
No, we don't. Okay. Further questions for Heather? Okay, thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
Next up, Mike Rutherford Jr., followed by Bob Etter. Mike, are you there?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Chairman and council members. So my name's Mike Rutherford Jr. I'm a commercial fisherman in Newport, Oregon. My family owns and operates 4 trawl vessels. I oppose gear switching within the trawl fishery. Gear switching has been a hurdle for trawlers since the implementation of the trawl IFQ program. It was determined many years ago that it was not the true intent for the trawl fishery. Gear switching was a safeguard to allow trawlers to get all their fish out of the water, not to create a fishery within a fishery. I do not believe this is any longer about gear switching. There is few, if any, trawl vessels that participate in gear switching. This conversation is about losing allocated sable to another fishery that already has its own allocation. This is a reallocation of sablefish. I believe it is wrong to even consider taking from trawl to give to fixed gear. The trawl fleet is the backbone of our fishing communities. The trawl fleet helps keep the doors of our coastal processing facilities open. The trawl fleet provides jobs all year round, not just seasonally. If this was not a reallocation of species to another fishery, then the fishery in question would also match the determined sable cap and allow access from their allocation to go between fisheries as gear switching allocation as well. For example, this would be fixed gear tiers going on trawl vessels to be harvested with trawl gear. This is not the case, though. This concludes my comment. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike on his testimony? Okay, thanks, Mike. Next up, Bob Etter, followed by Greg Shaughnessy. Welcome, Bob.
I'm Bob Etter, Newport, Oregon, fishing vessel Timmy Boy. The Timmy Boy's been a licensed and productive trawl vessel since the 1980s. I own quota. I'm both a lessor and a lessee in the program, and I choose to take my sablefish as a gear switcher since the inception of the trawl ITQ program. I'm a sablefish trap fisherman for 45 years. I support both the GAP statement, fixed gear side, and the SSC report. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, the market has spoken, the fish have spoken, the wish list of those requesting this reallocation has been fulfilled. We are inundated with black cod and they're cheap. The SSC could not identify that gear switching has constrained the level of trawl attainment. As for our hopes of better utilizing the vast Dover resource, it is clear that of the DTS assembly, thorny heads, not sablefish, would be the constraining species. The sablefish ABC will be tripling in a couple of years. Black cod harvest levels a decade from now are projected to be 72% more than in 2024. There is simply not justification for an action alternative. I'm aware of the concern that circumstances may change in the future and that gear switching may grow in a big way. I may not share that concern, but yesterday I heard a suggestion that could address it. Designate no action to move forward, and through whatever appropriate process, commit to revisit the issue if 29% is ever exceeded in 2 consecutive years. Council effort and time is far too valuable to continue sparring on gear switching. We have real and pressing issues to address. This is not one of them.
Thank you, Bob. Questions for Bob on his testimony? Thanks, Bob. Next up is Greg Shaughnessy, followed by Gary Ripka. Greg?
Thank you, Chairman Pettinger and council members. My name is Greg Shaughnessy, and I'm with Ocean Gold Seafoods, located in Westport, Washington. Thank you for the chance to comment, and thanks for all your hard work on this difficult allocation battle. To re-energize West Coast groundfish markets, fleet integrity, coastal towns, and a vibrant workforce requires council action to fix this complex two sectors within the trawl catch share program that dramatically reduces the other species that arrive at our docks during a traditional drag trip. This key species not only is critical to traditional drag, it also supports our midwater hake and rockfish fisheries. Our request is that this council give the fleet, coastal communities, workforce, and markets appropriate consideration that aligns with the national standards and the SAMTAC goals and objectives. We respectfully support all two with an option to analyze the 6.5 to what I consider the high range, too high at 29%. Finally, I want to thank all the council members, their staff, the state representatives that took the time to visit us in Westport and to field study, assess, ask questions, and ground truth our opinion that trawl allocated block cod should remain within the trawl sector. Doing this supports rebuilding markets for these other species and increases opportunity along our coast for fishermen, processors, and our customers. Thank you, Brad.
All right. Thank you, Greg. Questions for Greg on his testimony? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Greg, and thank you for the opportunity to tour Ocean Gold in Westport. It was very interesting to see the plant, hear about what you're doing there, some of the challenges, and to see the investments that you have made recently in some new equipment. We've been hearing for years that processors need certainty of a limit on gear switching in order to make investments, and yet I got to see some very substantial ones Ocean Gold made. Can you, to me, that appears that investments can be made without that certainty, that processors are seeing the need and the benefits of making those anyway. I just thought I'd offer that and give you a chance to comment on it, help me understand if there's something I'm missing. Thanks.
Well, thanks for coming out, Maggie. It was nice to visit with you. Consistency of supply, that's what we're trying to build on, Maggie. And that's the most important feature for our customers. They need to know that this fish is going to be consistent, not only availability, but also quality, and all that goes into that. So I would just say we believe in the future of West Coast groundfish. We have made these investments. This equipment improves the quality of the product we're putting into the marketplace, and we just feel it's the right path for us to go. It is more challenging to make the longer term investments, which is 5 to 10 years out, without knowing what's going to happen with this issue. We've been struggling with that, but we've upgraded our equipment just to respond to the market. I hope that helps.
Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hessmer. My data screw up names. Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Greg, I also want to echo Maggie's thanks, as well as to Mr. Gonzalez and Ms. Steele for the plant tours earlier this year. It was nice to see things firsthand. My question is about the time for investment to be balanced. Do you have an estimate about how many years, how much time it would take to recoup what you've been investing here lately? Thank you.
Again, we're looking at 5 to 10 years out and beyond. This equipment remains in place. We have machines that we've been using for 20 years when the founders originally invested in the whiting fish. And so it's a very long-term investment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay. Don't see any more hands. Thank you, Greg. Okay. Next up is Gary Ripka, followed by Paul Quila. Welcome, Gary.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, council members. My name is Gary Ripka from Newport, Oregon. I own the fishing vessel Genoa and the fishing vessel Tobias. I'm probably the only guy in the room here that sits on both sides of the fence. We have caught vessel caps in petroleum trawling. We have caught multiple vessel caps doing that and multiple vessel caps fixed gear fishing blackcod. And we've done it with one boat. We did both with one boat one year. So I said it this way, kind of looking at the whole thing. We have blackcod for 10 years. We're looking at probably here. I don't see the problem. I've been operating in this system the whole time from the beginning, and we've made it work. I trade with these guys. I'm not saying that we don't look at this down the road on our review, 5-year review. I think there's way better ways than what we're doing here. There's going to be financial hardship for the fixed gear size. I've made huge investments, just like the hate guys, just like the fish plants. If we tried to catch all the blackcod with trawl gear, 2 things would happen. One, we couldn't do it. We would have a bycatch issue. Couldn't do it. And the second thing, if we did do it, we would crush the Dover sole market with the bycatch of Dover sole. We would crush it. So we would be fishing blackcod for no price and Dover sole for no price if we could execute the fishery because of thorny heads. There's got to be a better way of doing this. In the beginning of this, I advocated to, with the window period, freeze the participants and possibly look at this as adjusting in vessel caps with the participants that are already frozen in so that you wouldn't have the threat of future participants. And everybody said, well, we can't do that on vessel caps because that would be changing allocation within an allocation sector. What are we doing with option 2? That's exactly what we're doing. We're allocating within an allocating sector. And I don't see, I think what we're doing here, it feels like Groundhog Day. I mean, we've been doing this for 7, 8 years, and I've testified in front of you guys multiple times. And it's gotten very, it's not comfortable. We're fighting with our friends, our neighbors, our fellow fishermen on an issue that could be handled way different than the way we're doing it. And I'm struggling with why we're here. We have blackcod for the next 10 years. So
hey, Gary,
time's up.
Questions for Gary on his testimony? Okay, thanks, Gary.
Thank you.
Next up, Paul Quila, followed by Lisa Damrosch. Welcome, Paul.
Good morning, Chair, Council, staff. My name is Paul Quila. I'm a non-whiting trawler from Warrenton, Oregon, and I'm supporting no action today. Yes, the bottom trawl sector is underperforming, and yes, it's where I spend my time. However, I do not think that the other alternatives are going to have the desired outcome. So I keep hearing the word allocation or reallocation now here today, and but I'm not looking at the same way. So I'm looking at not between trawlers and fixed gear. What I'm seeing now is this is a reallocation away from me calling the shots on something in my business, in my personal business. And so now it's allocating that decision of what I am doing with that and giving it to somebody else. And so I don't even really see it between the two fisheries. I just see it that someone's taken away the decision-making of me and the quota that I've bought. And so, well, frankly, I don't really like it, but anyway. So I guess, I start the year with the quota on the table, right, that I have. And some of it's black cod, some of it's petrale, some of it's all this other stuff. I go and try to get the cannery wants petrale out of me more than sablefish. How do I know? Because the price for petrale is higher than the price for sablefish. So what am I going to do to go get petrale for them? I'm going to try to take everything else on my table to try to get more petrale quota so I can continue to pursue mostly petrale, which is more profitable for me and I'm assuming the cannery. So, when am I going to do that? I use black cod. Okay. So now you don't want me to do it with fixed gear. So, okay. So now you don't want me to give that quota to them or lease and trade with them. Well, where's my assurance that somebody else, whoever you guys do want me to lease it to, is going to use it better than I could have? Because I can go catch it myself too, but I don't get paid for it. It's not worth anything hardly. So where's the assurance though, that if I'm going to be forced to lease it to a certain group of people, whoever that might be, depending on I guess I wanted some assurance that they're going to use it better than I could. And I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen. And so I don't know. This is completely different than what I wrote down. So I apologize. But so, yeah, I think there is already mechanisms to kind of fix some of this. So I support no action. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Questions for Paul? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Vice Chair Powell. That was good for not having written it down. But so what I hear you saying, I was going to ask a question possibly, but I think you answered it at the end. Like if this change were to go into place, you don't know how it would affect your business plans and your decision making. You don't have a clear vision about. You couldn't keep doing what you've been doing to the same degree, but you don't know what your next best option would be. It doesn't sound like am I understanding what you're conveying here? So, Chair, Mr. Niles, yeah, I can't answer that exactly because it depends on which outcome. I'll try to deal with it. I'll deal with that however the best. But yeah. Well, I mean, the whole thing is you're taking one thing I have, one of my chips in the game that I use to trade with other people, and you're devaluing it, on purpose. So of course I don't like that. That's one of the only chips I have. I have a bunch of starry flounder. I have a cap. I own a cap of starry flounder. Guess what? There's nowhere to deliver it. I can't deliver it. I can't lease it. So that chip's gone. That's worth nothing. So you're taking a chip and devaluing it. So, what's going to happen? I don't know, but I'm not a fan of that.
Thanks, Paul. Lynn?
Well, thank you, Chair Pettinger. Mr. O'Reilly, thank you for coming to talk to us. Just to try to understand, you're a trawler. You currently lease to both sectors, the trawl sector and the gear switching sector. Is that correct?
Chair, to be honest with you, I'd have to look back. Most of it's actually gone to trawl for the last quite a few years. I'd have to go back and see if I leased some on the internet and who exactly I went to and track down who it was, but it actually mostly goes to trawl sector.
Follow up on that then. So if gear switching were limited, it would reduce your potential to lease to whichever party was willing to offer you the most in trade or the most money. It would limit your operational flexibility, I guess is what I'm trying to ask.
Chair, yes, in two ways. One, whatever hurdle comes depending on which alternative, I'm going to have to try to plan for that and then track that all throughout the year. And it's one more hurdle that I'm going to have to try to get around because I don't want to get stuck with it at the end of the year, right? So if I pay a bunch of money out at the beginning of the year to make sure I have enough fish to fish all year, then I want every avenue possible to try to recoup whatever that is at the end of the year. So depending on the alternative that gets picked, there's that side. The other side is, yes, if I'm going to lease something out, I mean, market forces. I mean, if you restrict my market, I'm going to lease to and restrict the amount of people that I potentially can lease through, then you're devaluing it. And that's the whole exercise here, is devaluing it so that the lease rate goes down. And then it's because usually you can lease black cod. It's just the price or the lease rate was what we're worried about. So now we're trying to devalue something. And I don't like that, because it's not changing the effective ownership of the quota share. So the owner's still going to take the lease anyway. So the boat still is going to have to pay a lease rate. So anyway, that's kind of.
Thank you. I appreciate that additional information.
Thanks, Lynn. Further questions? Okay, thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Lisa Damrosch, followed by Chris Cooper. Lisa, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Welcome.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. For the record, my name is Lisa Damrosch, and this comment is to follow up on the written comments by my brother, Jeff Betancourt, who is a small, independent, multi-generational California bottom trawler that is a gear switcher using both bottom trawl and fixed gear in the IFQ fishery. Over the years, this has gotten very complex, but one consistent and easy to understand piece of information that we have are the guiding principles from the CAB and SAMTAC. And a group of trawlers and fixed gear participants with very different perspectives worked extremely hard to adopt this list of foundational principles, I believe, to guide the council at exactly moments like these. So therefore, I offer the following comments on how adopting alternative 2 as the PPA is in keeping with these principles. Principle A, we want to ensure that there is affordable trawl access to sablefish. Alternative 2, ensuring at least 71% of Sablefish North is designated for bottom trawl only, allows bottom trawlers access to QP, that is a QP market that is not impacted by Sablefish only businesses. Principle B, which has been talked about a lot, believing that unlimited catch of Sablefish through gear switching is not desirable. I agree that the catch of northern Sablefish through gear switching has effectively been limited by this pending action, and no action will reverse that. Principle C, we want to consider impacts on existing operations and investments. All 2, by qualifying legacy participants, providing all quota holders with some any gear quota pounds, and maintaining lease markets for both types of northern sablefish addresses this principle. Principle D, we want to maintain gear switching option for trawl operations. Again, the any gear quota pounds to all participants in an open lease market allows for this. I think it's also important to remember that gear switching remains unlimited in the southern area. Principle E, we will consider industry and community impacts and ensure long-term stability. Consistent multi-species trawl landings are incredibly important for stability in port communities. As a buyer in a small port in California, I can say right now trawl landings are some of the only landings we have in our port. We've also found that this is not just a Dover problem, but a large increase in the need for sablefish for rockfish, petrale sole, and other species. And protecting the trawl fishery also protects the communities that support them. Finally, considering the effect and the value of trawl permits and the net economic value, these depend on a vibrant and economically viable bottom trawl fishery that is harvesting and marketing many species and increasing overall yield. And no, limiting gear switching cannot solve this on its own, but this is the best way to protect the trawl fishery and access to sablefish for the long term. So please move alternative 2 forward as the PPA. And also, as the 5th generation of our family is now on board our family vessel, we are looking at the long term here, and we believe that the ability to maintain legacy status within a family needs to remain an option in alternative 2. Thank you. That's my time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lisa. Questions for Lisa? Okay, let's see any. Thank you, Lisa. Next up is Chris Cooper, followed by Sarah Nyani. Welcome, Chris.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Chris Cooper. I own a trawl vessel and I've been participating in the trawl fishery for over 25 years. Back in 2011, with the implementation of the trawl program, I had big plans to grow my participation in the deepwater complex under the new trawl program. I purchased more quota, invested in new trawl gear to be more efficient. And this ground fishing provision in the program had taken away my opportunity to achieve my goals to grow my business in this way. I couldn't make it viable to participate at an effective level due to the increased lease rates that were being paid for Sablefish at the time. The trawl fishery isn't meeting OI standards and has been underperforming for the life of this program. And I believe constraining access to sable has been the main reason for this. I've heard fixed gear vessels argue that any action will limit their opportunities, and there are concerns about their investments they've made. Well, I really can relate to that because those exact statements came out of my mouth when we originally brought this issue forward. So I can sympathize with them, but those are also my concerns. So I agree with Jeff Lackey's testimony, and I also agree with the written public comment made by Tim Hobbs as regards to the national standards and the lack of ranges in the alternatives. I would urge you not to choose no action as a PPA. This has zero compromise for the fixed gear fleet. It will remove the 2017 control date, and it opens the door for more participations in the gear switching sector. And it allows maximum harm to be done to the trawl vessels in this program. And again, this is zero compromise for them. I don't have that option to have zero compromise under these alternatives. That's why I support alternative 2. I believe this is a compromise for all involved, and it protects recent investments made by the gear switching participants. I'd also ask that the full range of 6.5% to 25% be added back in for analysis. And I've also sat here and listened to comments made about the increased sablefish stocks. And while they might currently be some relief for us, this has been in front of you for 7 years. And I mean, I can all but guarantee in 7 years, we'll be looking at different circumstances in our fisheries. And that's why I believe now is an appropriate time for action. 7 years has been a long time to work on this. And that concludes my statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Questions for Chris on his testimony? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Chris, for coming forward. And welcome to the council family. I see your recent appointment to the GAP, and good to see your experience there. I had a question on the losing the control date and what effect you think that will have if we choose no action and the control date goes away, as well as the council directive of 29%, that all goes away. What effect will that have?
I think through the chair, what comes to mind for me is we participate in the North Pacific, and we're part of the experiencing the control dates up there in our cod fishery and also in the program they're developing in the Gulf for their trawl program. So when they were working on the trawl program that is no longer in existence, there was a control date there. And that control date shifted effort from the Gulf out into the Bering Sea cod. And then when there was a control date there, and when the program dropped in the Gulf, although everybody rushed back there because the door was open to build more history there again. So like from my experience, I just see where the effort in industry is shifted when the door gets opened back up. So that's my main concern. I mean, I think that's everybody's seen that happen over time when we're talking about control dates. And then like, I'm worried about that control date down the road. If no action is taken, even if that control date stays, I think we saw this with the Pacific Dawn litigation. It's become stagnant, and then I believe that becomes an issue also into the future if no action is taken, even if that control date remains. It's so far in history that it becomes an issue.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Bob. Further questions? Okay, Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, Sarah Nyani, followed by Travis Hunter. Welcome, Sarah.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Sarah Nyani, and I think many of you know me as a mothership person these days, so I thought I should provide my background that's relevant to this issue. When I worked at NOAA Fisheries, I implemented the TRAP program and permits, and I managed the IFQ quota share and quota pound accounting system under Steve Freeze. I worked on the NOAA response to the Pacific Dawn lawsuit, the reconsideration of allocation of whiting rulemakings. I wrote regulations for divestiture of excess quota shares and the widow rockfish quota share reallocation. While working full-time for NOAA, I went to grad school and I studied catch share programs and under Dave Fluharty at UW. And I wrote my thesis on allocation decisions in this trawl catch share program, which was published in Coastal Management. Since 2016, I work for Arctic Storm and I'm the vessel manager for Sea Storm. In the IFQ fishery, Sea Storm fishes for whiting and directed rockfish. And this year they've made a total of 51 shoreside trips into Astoria. In order to get Sea Storm the shoreside quota needed for our evolving harvest strategy and these changing ocean conditions, I make about 30 quota pound trades every year with other vessel owners up and down the coast. And I've also made several investments in widow rockfish QS. I've never weighed in on the gear switching discussion, but I've worked on and then in the trawl program for 13 years. Sea Storm is a major participant in the IFQ sector. We pay a lot towards buyback and cost recovery, and we own 1.3% of the shoreside sablefish quota. You are considering an action or lack of action that will permanently alter the direction of the trawl fishery we participate in. I'm sure we all wish we had anticipated this issue and put sideboards in place for the total level of gear switching prior to implementation. That would have created a more stable environment for all participants. But this is a trawl fishery, and I think this huge, complicated, prolonged issue really boils down to one simple question. Do you want it to stay a trawl fishery? I do. Investments have been made by fixed gear participants and trawl participants who switch to fixed gear, and those investments must receive credit. But I believe we need to halt it there and not leave an unlimited option for non-trawl participation when there's no equivalent pathway into their programs and quota. I also do not think it's appropriate to make a long-term allocation decision on short-term projected ACLs. As a GAP member and former fisheries manager, and now managing a trawl quota portfolio for a catcher vessel, where I have traded sablefish to both trawl and fixed gear participants, I'm trying to wade through all the details here. I decided to step back and just ask myself the simple question: should there be sideboards on non-trawl participants in a trawl program, giving credit to those who have invested? There seems to be consensus on this idea, so I don't understand how we could end up at status quo and leave the door open here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Questions for Sarah? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Sarah. And as I said, I think yesterday morning, it felt like you had never been away from the process. I always forget that you just came back into it. And I guess just a thought that maybe it might be too much to respond to now, and if so, fair enough. But I remember back joining WFW around in 2007 when this program was being developed, and one of the main questions was whether there should be 3 sectors or 4 sectors, and that involving combining what I think that we would call the traditional trawl sectors with the whiting trawl sector, and there was having the shoreside whiting sector be a separate sector was what would the 4th sector question. As you know, the decision was to combine them. And I don't think we've heard much today, but when sablefish's quotas were low, some of the competition, if not a lot of it in recent years, came from the shoreside whiting fishery. And that was putting pressure on the price for sablefish. So I guess the question I've always had, why is that pressure from that whiting sector okay, but the pressure from the fixed gear sector is not? And the only answer I've heard is, well, it's a trawl fishery, so that's okay. Well, I tend to see it more, well, I don't work for government. I think businesses allocate their fish more efficiently than we can. And it's doing that, and we don't need to step in unless there's a clear problem. So I've always, why is it the fact that it's a different kind of trawl gear matter? I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Niles, through the chair. I'm honestly not exactly sure how to answer this question, just because kind of arguing about the whiting combination with the rest of the trawl sector. I'm not prepared to give the data that I would be very happy to give if I had more time to prepare it. I think I'm looking at this as a trawl sector in which I believe whiting and then the other non-whiting part of the trawl sector were combined. And so under my rationale of why I'm supporting anything basically but no action, but specifically alternative to, the whiting and non-whiting sectors remain together as a trawl sector. And my argument is specific just to ensuring that non-trawl, or let me say this in a different way, I guess. I'm arguing that the trawl sector should remain a trawl sector, and that the people who've invested non-trawl entrants should get credit for their quota or their investment that they've made. And I guess I'm struggling to see how that is a controversial take, to recognize the people who have come in under this program on the regulations that existed, get recognized for that participation, but provide some sideboards to ensure that it remains a trawl sector. So I'm sorry if that doesn't exactly answer where you're headed, but kind of thrown off there to get into that.
No, I hope I said it's probably an unfair question, but no, you did well with it, and I appreciate it, and I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. I guess it's easier for y'all to hear me without the mask. You've mentioned in the answer to Mr. Niles about keeping the investment of the people who have legally participated. Do you think Alternative 2 does that adequately? Just your opinion.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Mattis, through the chair. I do believe that option 2 or Alternative 2 recognizes the investments that were made. The way that I'm understanding the allocation is that quota share permit owners who qualify under the 30,000, I believe in 3 years, would receive, we would all still continue to receive one form of Sablefish quota share. And then from that, the quota pounds issued would be issued based on your relevant legacy history or not. And so the way I'm understanding it is that people who have that legacy history that qualify for that would receive 100% any gear quota pounds into their quota share account that they could then transfer to any vessel account. And those of us who have only ever participated in the trawl portion of the fishery, if I'm understanding correctly from Ms. Summer, would receive 18.8% of our quota pounds as any gear, and then the remainder would be trawl. And so I guess I believe under that circumstance that the folks who participated in legacy would receive the credit for that. They would still own the quota shares. There's no limiting or removing fixed gear from the fishery. And so I do believe that that appropriately acknowledges the investments they've made.
Thank you. I appreciate that information.
Thank you, Lynn. Further questions? Okay, Sarah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Travis Hunter, followed by Bernie Burkholden. Welcome, Travis.
Good morning, Chairman Pettinger, members of the council. My name is Travis Hunter, and I'm a third-generation trawler. And I'm here to reluctantly urge you to select Alternative 2, Option 1 as the PPA. At this time, I say reluctantly because I am disappointed that some of the previous sub-options under this alternative that would have further reduced the level of gear switching had previously been dismissed from consideration. And I would like to ask that the range for analysis be back in from 6.5 to 29. Somehow, as I remember it, the 29% was meant to be a ceiling for gear switching, not a target. And it seems to have been treated more as a target. Much of the discussion on this issue has been focused on trawlers needing enough sablefish to catch other species such as Dover sole. And that is a large part of this, as was noted in the purpose and need statement. However, before recent declines in the market, sablefish added value to trawl fishing trips, increasing annual revenue. Sablefish, along with petrale sole, were really the only two species that added value without having to catch a lot of volume. The harvest of sablefish in the trawl fishery is not just a means to be able to catch other species. When margins between lease prices and ex-vessel prices are narrow, the value of a trip goes down. Sablefish is not just supposed to be a bycatch or a lost leader in the multi-species trawl fishery. And I didn't want that to get lost in all of the analysis. And with that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Travis. Questions for Travis? Okay, thanks, Travis. Next up is Bernie Burkholder. Bernie, are you there? I see a phone number at the top, but I'm not sure. I don't see a mic. Okay, phone, okay. See, Chris says that people calling by phone don't work. It's got to be on a computer or a cell phone. Okay. Well, I don't see Bernie on there where we could interact. So we're going to take a 5-minute break because we've been at a long time. We're going to come back afterwards. Maybe we can leave it open if Bernie get back on by the time we get back. And if he's not, we're going to go straight into council discussion in that we're just going to have a very limited time to allow concepts, ideas, thinking on the floor for people to think about after we're done through the night before we come back. So we're not getting too detailed. So council members asked for a few, just if we're not asking for discussion, we're asking basically is there any concepts or ideas people might want to interject into how we might move forward. Okay, so 5 minutes. Be back at 11:30. If Bernie's back, we'll take him. If not, we're going to open up the floor very shortly and move on to F1. If everybody can take their seat, we'll get going. Okay, so much energy in the room. Okay, Bernie has decided not to take public comment, so public comment is now closed. I'll open the floor for those concepts, ideas for the council to consider between now and tomorrow. And so with that, open the floor up. Phil Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the first thing I want to say is I have a high degree of respect for all my colleagues around the table. And I know there's a lot of space between what we think should be done on this issue between us. And I think we've put a lot of effort into trying to find a solution. And unfortunately, at least for you, I'm not going to stop trying to find a solution until it's all over. And so I have a concept I would like to put on the table so that everybody that's been involved in this, that's here and listening online, has a chance to think about it a little bit. And before I do, I want to give the credit to my colleague to my left for kind of coming up with the idea. I have it, I've conveyed it to Sandra so we can put it on the screen. And I know this isn't the time to debate it, or it's just an opportunity to air a potential alternative way or concept to deal with the issue that we are grappling with. So hopefully that will pop up here in a moment. And the concept is based on the belief that the level of gear switching in the trawl fishery creates potential problems. And I'm not going to make a big speech about what all those are. When we have, when we're at relatively low ACL levels, and that when we're at higher ACL levels, we really don't have an issue. And we are in and are entering an even higher time period when ACL levels. We are entering a time period when we are going to be observing higher ACL levels. So I'll just read this so that people listening on the line, or they can't see it from where they're sitting. It goes something, it's simple. It's if the Sablefish North ACL is below 6,000 metric tons and more than 29% of quota pounds is landed with fixed gear in 2 consecutive years, then all trawl quota share will be distributed 71-29 in the following year and remain that way until the Sablefish North ACL grows above or is above 6,000 metric tons. The selection of 6,000 metric tons is just taking a look at that ACL history that I've added here just for your reference. You can see that we were below 6,000 tons in the time frame from 2011 through 2020, and we've been above that here the last 3 years. And all of the information that we have at this moment suggests we're going to be above it for some time to come. The time period in which we heard, I think, the loudest about the concerns associated with the level of gear switching was in this time frame when these ACLs were down below the 6,000 level, and certainly the 5-year review when we were coming through a time frame where it was down in the 4, 43, 47, 52 time frame. I remember there was we heard a lot of concerns about it. It doesn't. There's not a legacy provision there. When it goes back above 6,000, if you can, the limitation on gear switching doesn't come into play. If, as the council goes through time and we learn that 6,000 isn't the right number, you could change it at a later time. Or during deliberation, if we all chose to go down this road instead of the other roads that we have in front of us, pathways we have in front of us, obviously the 6,000 is out there as I guess our suggestion is as an appropriate level. You may disagree and think it ought to be something else. So that's the concept that I wanted to put out there for your, so you can deliberate on that as you're doing everything else. And as we move to tomorrow's discussion about moving forward with a potential PPA.
Okay. Thank you, Phil. We're not going to have discussion here. So is there any other concepts, ideas, thoughts people want to put on the floor before we move to F1? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Would it be an appropriate time to ask NIMS a clarifying question about the control date? Because it may factor into people's thoughts overnight.
Sure.
Okay. And I'm not sure if this will be for Maggie or for Caitlin. The issue of the control date. If, for instance, the council chose to go no action, but specified we want to keep the control date through at least the next 5-year review, is that something that would be an option should the council want to go that way?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. If the council takes no action to limit gear switching now, but wanted to retain the control date, the council could state that wish. And it could be conditioned on we want to retain it for some time period or retain it indefinitely. But if at some future time the council wanted to consider limiting gear switching and use that control date, reaching back to use the 2017 date, the council would have to justify at that time why it makes sense. Logically, the longer it's been without active work on a gear switching limitation action, the more difficult it would be to make that justification and to use that control date. So the council, again, could say at this time that you want to keep the control date, but I'm not sure how much effect, I can't say at this time how much effect that would have.
Okay. Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you. That was helpful.
Okay. Your points of clarification? Okay. Then we will turn to Jim and Jesse to how we're doing on this, besides 4 hours late.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've completed part 1 of this issue, and we'll see you tomorrow for your decision on a PPA.
Okay, very good. Okay, that'll take us to F1. And so it'll take a few minutes to get people switched in chairs. So Okay. Welcome back. Just like to acknowledge that Ryan Wolf's in the NIP seat for this item. Mary Capdeville is in the GC seat. Welcome, Mary. And Brianna Brady in the California Fish and Wildlife seat. With that, I'll turn to Kit Dahl to kick us off. Kit.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is pretty straightforward. This is a National Marine Fisheries report for highly migratory species. In terms of briefing materials, there is a short written NIMS report from the West Coast region. As indicated in the situation summary, the Science Center does not have a presentation or report at this meeting. And then there's also a supplemental report from your HMSAS subpanel and any public comment if there is any. And as per usual, the action is just generally listed as discussion as appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Kit. Questions for Kit on his overview? Okay. All right. See that? Ryan, everything?
Yes, thank you. It's morning. Good morning, everyone. Have a few updates under this agenda item. I'll just summarize them briefly, as you can see in our report. First, on October 5th, we published a federal register notice on a suite of HMS EFP applications for 22-23. These applications include requests to fish in federal waters using a range of fishing practices, including modified standard and linked daytime deep set buoy gear, night set buoy gear, and extended linked buoy gear. Comments are actually open until tomorrow, November 6th. On August 29th, we formally denied issuance of an EFP application the council recommended for approval way back in March of 2015. This application proposed use of dynamic ocean modeling tools for bycatch mitigation when fishing drift gillnet in side-by-side sea trials with shallow set longline gear in the Pacific Leatherback Conservation Area. The long delay on this was because the dynamic modeling tools referenced there were still in development. And at this point, we are ultimately denying this application in light of the recently enacted DriftNet Act and the phase out of the drift gillnet fleet. On October 5th, we published a Federal Register notice announcing the 23-24 biennial catch limit for commercial bluefin tuna. This biennial limit is 1,054 metric tons, and our catch limit for this year is 720. This is just our formal posting this at Federal Register notice. This was just delayed for various reasons, but is a limit that I think the fleet industry has been aware of for some time. So that is the short NIMS report. I would note that we did not schedule an international agenda item for this meeting for a number of reasons. I won't steal the AS thunder. There is a couple of things that folks may want to talk about as it relates to international, and I'm happy to answer questions on those as we get there in discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Questions on the NIPS report? All right. With that, we'll go to the HMSAS report. Dave Rudy. Welcome, Dave.
Good morning, Chairman and Council. I have a quick report from the AS. The advisory subpanel wants to advise the Pacific Fisheries Management Council on upcoming activities related to the U.S.-Canada Albacore Treaty. As you know, there was no regime this year. In anticipation of an updated proposal from the Canadian government, bilateral meetings have been scheduled November 28th and 29th in Vancouver, British Columbia. The State Department has scheduled a delegation call prep mid-November. We appreciate the Council's interest in supporting and ensuring any future regime includes terms favorable and agreeable to the U.S. fishery participants.
Thank you, Dave. Questions for Dave on the HMSAS report? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the report. I'm just curious if there was any discussion about what those favorable terms would be from the perspective of the advisory panel.
So we're kind of waiting for Canada to come back with a proposal. Last year, their proposal was a non-starter. And we're hoping they'll come back with something more reasonable, but we did not get into the numbers of what would be favorable or not, just that we're waiting for them to come up with something more acceptable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Okay, further questions for Dave? All right. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's our reports. Takes the public comment. I see we do have one. At least that's the last time I looked, we did. Okay. See a Sherry Hafer. Is she here by chance? Remote? Is she on the? Okay. Well, then I guess that's move fairly quickly. We gained a few minutes. We'll take that. Kit, I'll turn to you.
Yes, just should you want to have any further discussion on items that were raised in the NIMS report, you have that opportunity.
I'm so happy to gain 15 minutes. I thought I'd just jump the council discussion. So council discussion? I see I was correct in that. Oh, Krista Smithson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a little bit of discussion on this particular agenda item. We had in our informational reports the PAC report, I guess for lack of better terms. And typically we have an international agenda item on the schedule for November. And typically at that meeting, we often adopt those as the position of the council. So just wanting to make sure when I'm going to go be a representative along with Dr. Dahl, that we have clear marching orders in terms of, do we want to support what we have put forward partially through the PAC? We have a number of members in our ABs who participate in that forum, but just wanting to get a little direction. And Ryan, if you want to speak to that as well, from a NIMS perspective, that may be helpful to clarify why I'm asking for this now.
Ryan, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Krista. Yeah, because I'm happy to add on as I'm part of the reason we don't have an international agenda item here, but I would strongly agree. Now is a good time. You can see this in informational report 3, the list of recommendations from the Permanent Advisory Committee to the U.S. section of the WCPFC. That meeting will happen next month, but negotiations are about to kick up and start in earnest here shortly. So if the council did want to at least send a signal that they support this, then I think it would give Krista, as your representative, the ability to kind of reinforce that in those upcoming things.
Thanks, Ryan. Krista?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to speak for a moment about why I think it's important to support this. One of the agenda items that's coming up at WCPFC is the adoption of the management strategy evaluation and harvest control rules. And that is something that has been a long time coming. We've had over 5 years of meetings on that topic as well in international forums. And it is something currently that, at least from the US stakeholders' perspective, the environmental community, the commercial community have come together and said, hey, we're supportive of this. You never know how things are going to go. We've had forward momentum both in the Northern Committee making the recommendation to support this and at IETTC to support this. And I think that it is something that would be very beneficial for North Pacific albacore, which obviously impacts us if it were adopted this year. And just to put a little more color on that, this year is a big year for tropical tunas. So other items like North Pacific albacore don't normally get a lot of attention. So I do think any support we can lend to making that happen for our stakeholders is important. And that's why I am really pushing this item right now, even though I know we are trying to make up some time here.
Thanks, Krista. Further thoughts on that? Any disagreement? Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Krista, for bringing this to our attention. My impression was this, well, maybe the scope of it might be more than we typically talk about, but what we talk about seems very consistent with where we've been, and I don't see any surprises or terribly new changes in direction here. And I see your head nodding your head, and so I would, I continue to ask you to do your good work in representing us in these forums, towards the goals we've been working on. I think I think it can almost go without saying, but probably would have been better not to say anything. But I think I'm very comfortable with Krista's using her judgment on our behalf.
Okay. Anybody else? Anything? Everybody agreement with that? Look around for head nods. Okay. Very good. Okay. Any other discussion on this issue? Agenda item? Kit, how are we doing?
I think you're done here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have endorsed Ms. Benson as your commissioner for the WCPFC and her to advance those positions that were agreed to by the Permanent Advisory Committee and represent the interest of the council in that forum. So I think that was helpful for her role in that regard.
Okay, thank you, Kit. Thank you, Krista. With that ends this F1. We're going to go to F2 after lunch. Before we go to lunch, Executive Director Burton has an announcement for us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see. If you're following the agenda as closely as I am, we are about 4 hours behind schedule. So we should plan on going late today. I've been talking with the Secretariat about having a dinner brought into the council ballroom so we can keep churning through this evening. How late we go is up to you, but we are planning to have food brought in. There will be a menu in front of your seat, either after you return from lunch or after our afternoon break. So sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but to get to our agenda, I think we need to plan on that. So that's my only announcement, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Eric. It was a doozy. All right, we'll see everybody at 1 o'clock. So 1 o'clock.
Sanju. Good afternoon, mic check, public mic.
whole thing.
Okay, if we take our seats, we'll get going here. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'll look to Carrie Griffin to get us started here on F2. Carrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, council members. This is agenda item F2. It's the highly migratory species, essential fish habitat, final action. I'll walk through the agenda item. I'll skip over most of the situation summary because I have a very brief presentation that'll cover some of the stuff that's in the sit sum. I also want to mention that we have online Eric Chavez, who's the West Coast Region EFH coordinator, in case any questions or clarifications come up. And I will orient you to the materials that are in the briefing book. Attachment 1 is basically a summary of the overall process and the proposed changes to EFH. Attachment 2 is an updated version of the HMS FMP Appendix F, which contains all the detailed descriptions, life history summaries, the actual definition or identification and descriptions of EFH and prey items and things like that. And then there's 2 versions of attachment 3. One was in the advanced briefing book. And then there's a revised version of attachment 3 that makes some minor corrections. It incorporates recent input and supporting text from the Habitat Committee, which met just before the council meeting, about a week and a half before. And then edits from the EFH team. The revised version is in track changes mode. It looks kind of messy, but we wanted to leave it in track changes just in case to highlight the differences between the advanced version and the updated version. There's nothing of major substance in the revised version, just to be clear. They're all consistent with the proposed modification, but they provide some helpful supporting text and a little bit additional background and a few editorial errors that were corrected. You have 3 supplemental advisory body reports as well that you'll hear about in a few minutes. Your action is to consider the proposed EFH modifications that are contained in attachments 2 and 3, and then adopt final EFH, or as final, adopt the final EFH review to the FMP. So after my overview, I will show a few slides just to summarize where you are and sort of highlights of the modifications to HMS EFH. And we'll go to reports and comments of the advisory bodies, management entities, public comment. And then again, your council action is to adopt final EFH revisions to the FMP. So that concludes my overview. If there are any questions, I'll take them, or I can turn to the slides that I have for you.
Okay, questions for Carrie on his overview? Okay, Carrie, you're good.
Sandra. Okay, and you can go to the next slide, please. So you saw this also in September, or a close version of this. We kicked it off in March 2020, had an interruption due to the pandemic, and then picked that up again subsequent to that. In September, you considered the preliminary package and provided some input and feedback along with the advisory bodies. And then here we are in November 2023 at final action. Next slide, please. So here's some of the suggested edits that came out of the September meeting, and the council directed the EFH team to incorporate the edits from the Habitat Committee, the SSC, and the HMS-MT, as well as one of the items from the HMSAS that was about the importance of deep water canyons and other habitat features as a research recommendation. So these are all included in the updated versions that you have in your briefing book materials. The last, I think, 4 bullets are pretty minor. They're fixing the name of bluefin tuna and making sure that we clarify the difference between nautical miles and a few things like that. The first 3 bullets are a little more substantive. But again, those changes have all been incorporated into the materials that you have. Next slide, please. So this slide gives an overview of the changes or updates to EFH. The description and identification has been updated and modified slightly based on more recent information. If you recall, HMS EFH was originally done at the beginning of the FMP. That was about 20 years ago. So there's a lot of new information that informs the various components of EFH. You'll see in the next slide that there's some spatial, or actually don't go there yet, sorry. There's a little bit of change in the spatial distribution or the EFH designation. That's all related to the description identification, and that's reflected in the maps. There's some updated information on the fishing impacts section, although there's no new management measures recommended. There's new information on non-fishing impacts, and also there's no management measures that are associated with those, but there are a lot more. There's a much better library of information to be used when NIMS primarily is doing EFH consultations on non-fishing activity. We also reviewed the habitat areas of particular concern and considered new information, updated the text, but also made no proposed HAPCs for this item. And then there's an updated research and information needs section. Okay, next slide. So this shows the spatial distribution of EFH, or not the distribution, it's the definition of the extent of EFH. You can see in the left column is the species, the middle column is what is currently in the FMP, and there's a bit of a range. Most of these, the EFH boundary extends out to the extent of the EEZ, not all of them, but most of them. And then you can see the shoreward boundary ranged between 6 fathoms to as much as 400 and 1,000 fathoms. Those have all been made more consistent based upon the updated information that was compiled throughout the duration of this review. And so now they all have this common shoreward extent of 12 meters depth. So that's important. It's quite near shore and reflects the overall distribution of different life stages. But it's also important to note that it does not include any estuaries or inland seas like Puget Sound or that sort of thing. Next slide. And so this is a composite picture of what the spatial extent of HMS EFH looks like in the West Coast exclusive economic zone. You can't see the 12-meter depth isobath, but it's there. And the Appendix F, which is attachment 2, has maps for each of the species, it shows the global distribution, and it shows the distribution within the EEZ. And those three bullets show you that for a few of the species, it looks just like this picture. Some of the other species are really only found or really only have essential fish habitat south of Point Conception. And then the common thresher shark, includes the whole north-south extent of the EEZ, but only goes out to 100 nautical miles. And again, if you want to parse this out a little bit more, they're in the briefing book materials in appendix, in appendix F, which is attachment 2. Next slide, Sandra. And I just want to acknowledge the people that put in a lot of work and lent their expertise to this. And that concludes my overview. It was very brief. I know you're a little bit behind, so I did my best to keep it very short. So I didn't give you a whole ton of information, but next slide. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them. And we also have Mr. Chavez online if need be.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. Questions for Carrie on this presentation? Okay, I think we're good. Okay, thanks, Carrie. Okay, next up will be the Habitat Committee and Corey Green. Dr. Green, you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council. I'm going to be reading agenda item F2A, Supplemental HC Report 1. It's the Habitat Committee report on highly migratory species essential fish habitat. The HC appreciates the consideration of HC's input from September 2023 and endorses the HMS Essential Fish Habitat Revisions and Amendment Package with a few suggested changes for additional context and clarity. These suggestions and a few other minor edits have been incorporated into F2 Supplemental Attachment 3 Revised. Section 7.4.1 impacts of fishing activities and gear, added description of HMS prey switching, noted the lack of directed harvest on ecosystem component species, unmanaged species, and species not federally managed. Second, section 7.4.2, mitigation considerations for fishing effects, clarified information on potential habitat impacts, existing limits or prohibitions on forage species, and additional research needed. Third, section 7.7, research and information needs, clarified the second bullet regarding shark nursery and pupping grounds, and then minor edits throughout. Furthermore, the HC recommends adoption of the HMS EFH package as final. Happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Questions for Dr. Green on the Habitat Committee report? Not seeing any. Thank you, Corey. Next up will be Jessica Watson and the Highly Migratory Species Management Team report. Welcome, Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Jessica Watson, and I will be reading the Highly Migratory Species Management Team report. The team recommends the council approve as final the EFH modifications identified in Agenda Item F2 Attachment 2 and Supplemental Revised Attachment 3 in concurrence with the Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1 and with the allowance for council staff to address any minor edits. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Well, that was short like you promised. So yes, questions for Jessica. Okay, thank you. Okay, next up to the HMS Advisor Subpanel, Dave Rudy.
Good afternoon, Chair Pettinger and council members. I'll make this brief. The Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel appreciates including our input from the September 2023 and endorses the HMS EFH revisions and amendment package. The advisory subpanel recommends approval of the HMS EFH package.
Thank you, Dave. Questions for Dave on the AS report? All right, thank you. Takes us to public comment. I see 0. Okay, that brings us to council action, which is before you. So open the floor up for discussion as needed. Brianna Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that I'm supportive of moving attachments 2 and 3 forward and can offer a motion if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Hopefully it's arrived.
You did put stamps on it, right?
That was done in record time. Well done. Oh, I see a hand up over there.
Corey Riding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to quickly thank the team who put this together and the good work that went into it. And wanted to know that I especially appreciate the addition of the Kifney et al. Table and the additional things to think about, including offshore wind and some additional things that are going to be impacting our ocean. So I was pleased to see that there, as well as the clarification around research needed, especially in regards to benthic areas and pupping habitats. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Corey. Who else? Okay, very good. Carrie.
Okay, yes, thank you. Seeing no further hands. That does conclude your business. Thank you very much. So we'll take this now and do a proof and edit to it, pick up any minor edits as Ms. Brady spoke to, and then we'll put together a transmittal package. This will be an FMP amendment. I think it's number 8 now. So that concludes your business. Thank you.
Okay, on this item. Okay, thank you. Good work, everyone. I'd just like to remind everybody there should be a menu on their desk in front of them or table in front of them. Make sure that that's filled out and given to Patricia by 3 before I pass the gavel off to, well, not before I pass the gavel off, but hand it off to Vice Chair Hassemer to take us to F3.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. With that, we're going to move into agenda item F3. I'll give Kit a few seconds here to sit into his driver's seat. Kit, when you're ready, you can start the overview.
Okay, I will do forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll just read and summarize the situation summary. A little bit of background. In September last year, the council discussed its draft swordfish management and monitoring plan, referred to as the SMMP, and requested your HMS management team and advisory subpanel to draft recommendations informing future council discussions regarding that document. You revisited this matter in June of 2020, of this year, 2023, and the situation summary reproduces the guidance provided at that time. I'm not going to read through that. I'll just I think there are 2 main points here in this guidance. One is developing a new document to replace the SMMP that would focus more broadly on HMS species as a whole, and the need to replace previous catch from the drift gillnet fishery or gear, and also other new opportunities focusing on exempted fishing permit priorities and methods. And then the second main piece of guidance here was the idea to further that objective, holding a meeting or workshop that would include the 2 HMS advisory bodies and other interested stakeholders. And again, as suggested, would focus on EFPs as an element of this revised planning document, and also help to further the finalization or further development of this new planning document, which has been subsequently referred to as the HMS roadmap. So you'll hear that phrase in your reports and so on coming up. Just to note, progress made over the summer, the HMS management team made considerable progress developing this new roadmap document. And both the HMSMT and the advisory subpanel had a joint meeting at the last council meeting in September, as you requested, to make progress on this and also begin the planning a potential workshop. So you had in your advanced briefing book an HMSMT report that presents a revised set of goals and related action items for your review. And this also lays the groundwork for evaluating the need and objectives for a workshop to further develop the roadmap. And as I've already mentioned, one of the focuses in terms of implementing or producing actions from that planning effort is consideration of exempted fishing permits, with an emphasis also on how that would contribute to transitioning the gillnet fishery, which, as you know, is slated to close here in about 4 years under federal legislation. The team and the subpanel did meet again for half a day at this meeting to further discuss details of the workshop, including agenda, timing, and location. And so you have a supplemental HMSMT report that reflects that discussion and provides more information on those aspects focused on the workshop. So it does revisit some discussion on the document, the roadmap document, and those goals and so on, and then gets into a bit more detail on concepts for a workshop and those logistical questions and so on. So I've mentioned those two management team reports. In addition to that, there is a supplemental CDFW report, and then your highly migratory species advisory subpanel submitted a supplemental reports. So those are the written materials, I believe, also in terms of stuff available on the website or available to you. There is a presentation that you'll see during public comment. And of course, as always, in addition to reports, there is any public comment that may be presented. The action here that's in the situation summary has a bullet list of things to talk about and provide guidance on. And these are the proposed HMS roadmap goals and actions, potential future council consideration of items that the team identified as needing council discussion. So these are things that the team identified that probably, rather than being considered in a workshop, it's things that came out of your previous work on the SMMP, but would not really be the focus of a workshop and need direct council consideration. So that, I believe, is in their report that was in the advanced briefing book. And then also the need for the workshop and the desired outcomes of that workshop, and then the logistical questions of the timing and location. So that kind of brings it together on what you might consider discussing. And that concludes my overview.
Thank you very much. I'll look around and see if there are any questions for Dr. Dahl on the overview for this agenda item. And I don't see any questions. So that will take us directly into our reports. First up is the California Department of Fish and Wildlife report. I think we have Liz Helmers here to deliver that. Good afternoon, Liz. I know you're thinking it's morning, but it's afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon, council members. Liz Holmers with CDFW. I will just be reading a few parts of our report to you today. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife would like to thank the HMS management team and advisory subpanel for their work to modify components of the swordfish monitoring and management plan for use in the new HMS roadmap document and for the report submitted by the management team. While CDFW agrees with much of the advisory body's work and suggestions, there are a few points for which we would like to provide input for consideration. The draft goals provided in the management team report make substantial progress, but could benefit from some modification to better capture council discussion to date. In our report, we provide some proposed edits meant to help streamline the advisory body's draft goals, namely excluding goal C, as it is unclear as written, and the intent of the goal has been addressed through the edits to the remaining 3 goals. The action items for goal C can be shifted to the other 3 goals as they fit within the edited versions. CDFW agrees with the action classifications in Table 1 of the HMS MT report, as well as the items identified for potential incorporation into the HMS roadmap document. These remaining items may require additional modification to make them applicable for use in a broader range of future HMS fisheries. We would like to restate California's position that the state does not support the establishment of a shallow set longline permit under the HMS FMP, nor development of any pelagic longline fishery within the EEZ off California. However, there are aspects of the gear type, the associated fishing practices, and mitigation requirements that could provide insight for development of new gears to target swordfish and other HMS off the West Coast. CDFW continues to support gear innovation along with EFPs, which examine the effectiveness and potential impacts of new gear types. CDFW feels that the task of developing the HMS roadmap document would benefit from a workshop in which council members, advisory bodies, the HMS fishing industry, and other members of the public could have structured and open discussion of the topics outside of the council floor. A facilitator could be beneficial in the context of adherence to the agenda, management of speaking times and interpersonal interactions, and similar logistical functions. We see the main purpose of the HMS roadmap document as a way for the council to outline an HMS EFP program. With the phase out of the DGN fishery, the council needs to consider how to facilitate development of commercial HMS fishing methods through EFPs. These methods should have low bycatch and target and or be capable of effectively catching more species than just swordfish. The HMS roadmap will help provide clear guidance on how to develop, review, and evaluate these new EFPs prior to the final NIMS issuance process, and CDFW looks forward to its continued development. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Liz. Are there questions for Ms. Helmers on the CDFW report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Ms. Helmers, appreciate the report. Can you maybe speak to a little bit more of the rationale for the removal of goal C? Is there anything more to it than just you seem to think it's covered elsewhere? Just looking for some additional information if you have it.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mattis. CDFW's intent in removing goal C was only to kind of streamline the goals that were there and to incorporate the components of C into the other goals. There was no intent there to remove any of the intent behind that goal, only to just lessen the amount of text that was there and to just make it more direct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Don't see any hands. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move to the Highly Migratory Species Management Team report. There are 2 reports, 1 and 2. Alan Sarich is here to deliver those. Good afternoon, Alan.
Good afternoon. In the interest of expediting, I will kind of be reading a mishmash of both of them. The first report will be mostly summarized. It's been in the briefing book for a while. And the report 1 aimed to incorporate input from all the participants, including both industry and non-governmental organizations, on revision of the goals from the Swordfish Management and Monitoring Plan, to document how ideas for potential actions and sub-actions of the roadmap relate to the latest draft of the SMMP and to the revised goals, and to consider which action items could benefit from more discussion in a workshop setting. So in particular on report 1, we have the roadmap goals where we proposed edits for, and call them A, B, C, and D, which California has commented on. And then we have a table 1, where there are sections of stuff that's no longer relevant or relevant that needs decision or revision. And for those, we have proposed revisions for section A2, A5, and E4. And also for your attention, there are some sections that we felt the council needed more discussion. And then additionally, there was agreement on the need to create an appendix of definitions specific to the HMS roadmap to clarify the meanings of terms used therein. There has been already a number of confusion on exactly what terms mean. So this seemed to be an important part. And then finally, our recommendations in this report is that the HMS MT requests the council discuss and provide input and guidance on the draft HMS roadmap goals provided in this report. And these goals are fundamental to a focused and successful potential workshop. Review table 1 and provide guidance on those items grouped as needs council discussion. And consider retitling the document from HMS roadmap to something less ambiguous, which better captures the purpose and need for this document. And then report 2, jump down to roadmap goals. The HMS MT reviewed the supplemental CDFW report 1 and would like to clarify the process behind the goal development. As described in report 1, the HMS advisory bodies used the SMMP goals as the foundation and dedicated substantial time and attention to drafting the proposed goals for the HMS roadmap to ensure that they captured the council's written guidance from the June 2023 meeting. The ABs also jointly discussed and drafted a range of potential actions and sub-actions for inclusion in the HMS roadmap to meet these goals. The team considered the edits provided by CDFW to clarify the HMS roadmap goals proposed in Report 1. The team feels that these edits result in the loss of the underlying context and intent of the goals drafted by the ABs. Therefore, the team recommends the council adopt the goals as written in HMS MT Report 1 and consider any clarifying edits as an agenda item for a workshop. The team provides additional insight into the rationale for this recommendation in an addendum to this report. So workshop funding and timing proposals. The management team and the advisory subpanel discussed different proposals for the timing of a workshop. These proposals included a workshop being held in conjunction with the council meeting, or as a standalone workshop held outside the council meeting schedule. Funding for a workshop was a key consideration in these discussions. The council will be considering this workshop for Inflation Reduction Act funding in the list of proposals in C4 attachment 1. The team endorses this proposal. If the council prefers to hold a workshop in conjunction with the council meeting, the ABs recommend scheduling it in the days immediately preceding the June 2024 meeting located in San Diego to promote industry participation. This approach could minimize costs to the council by reducing the required travel for council-sponsored participants and reduce travel and time commitments for AB members. Should a workshop outside the council meeting schedule be deemed more appropriate, the AS suggested that holding the workshops in Southern California in winter or early spring of 2024 will promote industry participation by taking into account HMS fishery seasons. We understand, however, that this short turnaround time may not be feasible. The timing of a workshop in early spring 2024 may also not be consistent with the timing of the distribution of the IRA funding, and therefore could require council designating another funding source. Workshop structure. During the joint session, the MT and AS discussed the structure of a workshop, including meeting format, participation, and the need for facilitation. Both the benefits and limitations of different meeting formats were discussed. The AB suggests this workshop would be in person, but structured to allow for remote viewing and public comment. There was a lengthy discussion on potential options for participation. It was unclear to AB members whether the council anticipates council members participating in the workshop, or if the intent is for the ABs and public to engage and bring information back to the council for consideration. Clarification on this matter would better allow for planning. The AS expressed the need for more input from current swordfish and HMS fishery participants, as well as industry members with a diversity of experience. Sending invitations, in addition to issuing a public notice, could diversify participation from stakeholders. There was additional dialogue on the need for outside facilitation of the workshop. The ABs would prioritize the following roles for a facilitation service: promote participant engagement through the development of adherence to workshop ground rules, such as comment time limits and managing speaker order and decorum. Maintain agenda topic time limits. Facilitate and document the discussion to allow all participants to contribute to the discussion. After more detailed discussion, the management team agreed that an objective facilitator who is currently outside the HMS Council process would be beneficial to promote an inclusive workshop environment, navigate potentially contentious issues or conflicting views, and ensure participants adhere to workshop structure and ground rules. In our discussions, the ABs reached a consensus view that a key component to achieving the draft HMS roadmap goals is the development of a more streamlined exempted fishing permit process. Given the scope of this task, the ABs agree that this topic should be the focus of the upcoming workshop and recognize that other topics may be addressed through the traditional council process and joint AB sessions. In summary, this workshop would serve to develop a streamlined and flexible EFP strategy to support innovation in fishing practices for HMS fisheries, determine how the strategy relates to the timeline in the Drift Net Act for transitioning to alternative fishing practices that target swordfish and other HMS, clarify definitions for key components or terms in a streamlined EFP strategy. Despite the suggested emphasis on EFPs at the workshop, the management team suggests that the council leave flexibility in the HMS roadmap document structure to allow for consideration of all relevant actions and sub-actions and prioritize among them on an ongoing basis. The MT and AS developed the following agenda for council consideration. The amount of detail included is to capture the breadth of discussion topics, and once a facilitator can be identified, this agenda could be further refined. I'm not going to read through all the things on there. And finally, the HMS has some specific recommendations for the council. One, adopt as draft the proposed HMS roadmap goals as written in the HMS MT Report 1. 2, clarify council members' intent to participate in the workshop. 3, identify the funding and timing for the workshop. 4, provide guidance on the draft workshop agenda. And 5, discuss expectations for workshop outcomes. And then finally, there is the addendum that's attached to that. It's just clarification of the team felt it was best to leave the goals as we had them in Report 1.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Sarich on the HMSMT report? Either reports 1 or 2. I'm pretty sure I don't see any hands. So thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel report. Dave Rudy is here for that. Good afternoon, Dave.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and council members. Now, this will be a little longer than the first two. The advisory subpanel participated in a joint meeting with the management team to discuss the HMS roadmap document, a new guidance document to replace the swordfish management and monitoring plan, along with the potential workshop for furtherance of this. The advisory subpanel supports the need for an HMS roadmap to support innovation and development of economically viable HMS fisheries that also meet conservation and bycatch objectives. The advisory subpanel notes that the HMS roadmap could overlap with the HMS fishery management plan and requests the Pacific Fisheries Management Council clarify the scope of the HMS roadmap. We remain concerned about the current status of HMS fisheries off the West Coast. For 2023, the domestic commercial bluefin fishery has a total catch limit of 720 metric tons. As of September 29th, only 148 metric tons have been landed. West Coast swordfish production continues to fall from historic levels, and the newly authorized deep-set buoy gear fishery has not yet proven it can scale up to an economically viable alternative. The advisory subpanel members report this year's fishery performance will be lower than 2022 landings. The North Pacific albacore fishery has total catches this year slightly less than 3,000 metric tons. The average harvest over the last 10 years has been 8,400 metric tons. While many of these issues facing the HMS fishery participants are unrelated to action taken by the council, we must make an effort to support our seafood harvesters to ensure a stable supply of domestically sourced protein. In addition, HMS fisheries are one of the few options available to young fishermen and women to enter the industry. As such, the roadmap document and proposed workshop should be framed to support expanding HMS fisheries that are economically viable and can achieve conservation and bycatch objectives. The roadmap document, the advisory subpanel supports the goals and actions for each outlined in HSMT Report 1. While we appreciate the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's effort to consolidate the goals, we're concerned that economic viability is limited to the exploration of fishing methods. Economic viability is an important principle that should be considered as part of each of the goals. The workshop. The advisory subpanel believes that the workshop should focus on enabling conditions needed to encourage and accelerate new gear innovations and the development of additional HMS fishing opportunities in line with the goals and objectives of the HMS roadmap. Additional guidance on HMS exempted fishing permits, EFPs, and performance criteria is likely to be an important part of the agenda. The advisory subpanel supports the draft agenda outlined in HSMT supplement report on this agenda item. Other considerations. In 2027, the drift gillnet fishery will be eliminated. Current DGN fishery participants do not have an option to transition to an economically viable new gear type without considerable financial implications. The advisory subpanel remains concerned about a lack of funding to support the transition program. Advisory subpanel believes that the HMS roadmap should support accelerated opportunities for HMS fisheries, including the DGN fleet. In general, the advisory subpanel is concerned about the time required to prepare for an EFP, get the EFP through the council process, and have the National Marine Fisheries Service issue that EFP. A number of EFPs approved by the council remain unissued years later. The HMS roadmap should focus on outcomes that can address these timing concerns. Exploring new fishing methods will require funds that for both the preparation of the EFP materials and gear configurations. Agenda item 4C includes the staff report on the Inflation Reduction Act funding proposal, which contains a section entitled Gear Innovations for HMS Fisheries. The council should prioritize accessing such funds to explore fishing methods that are economically viable while meeting the other council goals related to bycatch and fishery performance.
Thank you, Dave. Are there questions for Mr. Rudy on the advisory subpanel report? Brianna Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rudy, for the report. In HMSMT Report 1, on page 1, goal C, that was what was recommended to be removed in our Fish and Wildlife report. And I was just wondering if you could speak more to any HMSAS discussions regarding the last part of that goal, which was giving due consideration to traditional participants and increasing future participation, and what was meant by that.
Great. Thank you for the question. We felt, first of all, that economic viability should stand alone, and that the traditional fishermen, the drift net fishermen, have a great knowledge of where the fish are, when the fish are there, and their knowledge is extremely important and they've only got potentially 4 years left. So we feel it's very important that, and they're the ones that will have the most knowledge about economic viability, so that they need to be a key component, and we need to keep economic viability at the forefront. If we make the considerations for bycatch so restrictive, we may not have anybody that even wants to try it. So we understand there needs to be guidelines and let's call them bumpers, so we don't have too much bycatch. But these are EFPs. If they're not working, if there's too much bycatch, the council or National Marine Fisheries can reduce them or stop them or control them. Again, we need to really have a way to move forward timely and economically, so we can have fresh, highly migratory species on our restaurants and dinner plates.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Krista Svensson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Appreciate the report. Thank you. And I had a question around the workshop structure at the bottom of page 1. There's the HMS exempted fishing permits and performance criteria. And then right above that, you talk about enabling conditions needed to encourage and accelerate new gear innovation. So I'm just wondering if whether your group or in conjunction with the management team, you had any discussion around whether that EFP process and performance metric criteria would help speed that up, or if there are other components that you were considering when you made the first recommendation.
Thank you for the question. We are hoping that the workshop can give us some guidelines of what's possible and make recommendations to council to kind of speed up the EFP process. In the past with deep set buoy gear, there were opportunities for EFPs at multiple meetings instead of just the June meeting. So that's one possible way things could be sped up. We know there's a process at National Marine Fisheries. Hopefully they have the bandwidth to be able to work on these EFPs once they're approved by the council. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Dave. That completes all of our management team advisory body reports, takes us to public comment. We have 3 signups. We'll have Teresa Labriola, followed by Jeff Shester, and then Jacob Isaac Lowry. Good afternoon, Teresa.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hassemer and members of the council. I also have a very short presentation just to help you follow some of my wordsmithing. So thank you. I'm Teresa Labriola with Wild Oceans, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak about the roadmap and workshop planning today. And I really want to start by just thanking the Highly Migratory Species Management Team and the advisory subpanel for all their work in September. It's not easy to come up with draft goals and actions. It's much easier to be someone who reviews them and redlines them. And so I really thank them for all their effort. The draft captures a lot of the issues that were discussed in that meeting. Next slide. For Wild Oceans, transitioning to a sustainable swordfish fishery is characterized by low bycatch and high target species catch, the live release of incidentally caught and undersized fish, and cost-effective monitoring and management. And while I may focus today on, or this slide may focus on swordfish management and the swordfish fishery, these principles cut across all HMS fisheries. And in the near term, we have seen 2 steps that we thought were necessary to accomplish this transition to sustainable fishing. One is to carefully manage the growth of the deep set buoy gear fleet, and we've seen that happening now with issuance of permits and consideration on an annual or biannual basis of conflicts between fishermen or gears. So we've taken that step. And a second step is more forward-looking. It allows for future and further testing of alternative gears that use some of the techniques of buoy gear and linked buoy gear. And I want to thank the council for actually taking the step, I think at the last meeting, to recommend the PEER EFP. to NIMS, and that will research whether linked buoy gear and extended sections of linked buoy gear can be sustainably fished by larger boats further offshore. And I think number 2 is where the roadmap and the workshop take off from. And I want to second the HMSAS's statement that I also support innovation and development of economically viable HMS fisheries that also meet conservation and bycatch objectives. And that's such a succinct statement of where we are and where we need to go. So next slide. Today, I envision the council will discuss the goals of the roadmap and consider how to focus the workshop to produce a pathway towards innovation that meets conservation and bycatch objectives. And I really appreciate the goals developed by the MT and the AS at their joint meeting and the subsequent work by CDFW to clarify these goals. They gave me a nice opportunity to add some things that I'm thinking about. In general, I think the goals should be clear and not overly prescriptive. And I think the CDFW goals actually did go in a way that accomplished that without eliminating components of the draft goals. I have a couple of suggestions on the screen that I'd love for you to consider today. And some of them I wrote them off the CDFW roadmap goals, but they are also, I think, relevant to the management team goals. I support edits made by CDFW on bullet 2. However, there is this section that says, let's see, protected species bycatch and native match fisheries will be defined to acceptable levels relative to marketable species. And that's a very narrow view of how you would define what your acceptable levels of bycatch would be. And I would discourage choosing an option like that at this time, and would strike that from this as it is a narrow metric and potentially inconsistent with some requirements under Endangered Species Act and Marine Mammal Protection Act. In their meeting this week, the management team also expressed concern about incorporating the bullet on economic viability into other goals. And I agree with the AS's statement that economic viability is an important principle that should be considered as part of each of the goals of the roadmap. I mean, economic viability is an overarching goal of the roadmap. We don't want to develop fisheries that fishermen don't participate in. Economically viable, sometimes I get this knee-jerk reaction, and maybe other NGOs, that it's often associated with large-scale gear, but there's also small-scale gear with less bycatch that has been successfully incorporated into diverse portfolios. So I'm not asking the council to change the goal C or the beginning of goal 2 to explore economically viable fishing methods as proposed by CDFW, but just to acknowledge that economically viable for one individual that's engaging in a fishery and making enough money is different for somebody else. So that is a moving target maybe. Regarding bullet 4, which is on the right half of my slide, I also have a couple of changes. I heard the management team and others had a concern about that resilient community was too narrow of a word to address climate ready fisheries. And I'd support a change in the beginning of goal 4 to address climate ready fisheries and climate resilient fishing communities. I think that's again, broadening the scope to climate ready fisheries as opposed to potentially narrowly reading fishing community. And also I add a section here on selective fishing gear. For us, selective fishing gear like buoy gear is more likely to avoid new and unmanaged species and prohibited and protected species that might migrate into the California current as waters warm. And selective gear may be allowed in areas, closed areas where large scale gear is prohibited. And so I added an end to this, which could be incorporated in a goal or an action, that we support fisheries that have the ability to avoid bycatch in a changing ocean. And I think this is relevant to climate ready fisheries. Next slide. The roadmap also includes a suite of actions, and I suspect this list will be adopted at a future meeting, but I thought I'd give a couple of suggestions that I think are good action items, as well as items potentially for the workshop. One, you've heard me talk a lot about developing performance indicators for exempted fishing permits. These were explained as bumpers or guardrails. And I've asked the council before and submitted comments on developing draft indicators based on our current deep set buoy gear fishery. So we have a baseline from which to work for and criteria to judge future EFP performance. And I think that's something that can be done at a workshop. Second, to provide guidance for exempted fishing permits. I think this was asked, the council asked for this at one point, maybe a year and a half ago, to discuss what additional guidance you could give applicants who want to test gear, what scientific questions you might want you're seeking, what type of gear modifications, such as linked buoy gear or additional hooks you're looking for, what qualifications applicants might have. And a third action item would be to identify sustainable gear principles. And I thought this action is actually very, it's outside the box a little. There are key characteristics that have reduced bycatch and increased marketable catch in swordfish fisheries. These have included deep setting of hooks below the thermocline, reducing soak times, incorporating strike indicators, requiring large circle hooks. And this is sort of a list of things that are good that we'd like to see in EFPs. And it's encourage participants to include in their EFPs. Next slide. I just have some final comments on the workshop. I look at the MT's report today and their agenda, and I think it's extremely ambitious. I'd like to ask the council to discuss focusing that workshop on the main purpose of the roadmap document suggested by CDFW as an outline for an HMS EFP program. I definitely support having members of the public like myself at this workshop. And I encourage you to really think about what the council needs in the outcomes of this document. What do you need to encourage thoughtful research into swordfish gear based on techniques we know meet conservation and bycatch objectives? And how can sort of this workshop result in something the council can use to expedite and encourage EFPs? So I hope my suggestions are helpful, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Labriola on her testimony? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Teresa, for the report. It's very, very informative. I just have a question that I've heard this term bandied about a lot, and I never could get a clear definition. What exactly, in your opinion, is a climate-ready fishery?
Oh, interesting. Thank you, Vice Chair, Mr. Dooley. For me, I see a climate-ready fishery as a fishery that can continue to fish as the oceans change. So for me, a climate-ready fishery may be one that is, as new species come in to this space, that fishery can avoid those stocks, or as new species come in, that fishery can target those new stocks within the parameters of, maintaining protections on endangered and threatened species or prohibited species. So for me, it's a fishery that can successfully fish in a changing ecosystem.
Follow up, Bob?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So would that better be stated as a climate adaptive fishery rather than a climate ready? Because since we know it's not one thing, it could be many.
So I apologize, Vice Chair. I didn't hit the end, and Mr. Dooley, I didn't hear the end of your question.
I just said, would it be better described as a climate adaptive fishery rather than a climate ready fishery? Since we don't know the destination and what the changes may be. So ready means you've got one or maybe many things, but in my mind. So just trying to get my head around climate ready. I never could do that. So thank you very much for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do you think the goals in the HMS MT Report 1 could be further clarified as part of a workshop as proposed? Do you think that process would work?
Thank you, Vice Chair and Ms. Mattis. I think the goals can be clarified. However, I sometimes wonder if the workshop is the right place for it, because I think the goals should be clarified with a lot more of council discussion. And I think the management team or the CDFW goals are a good starting point that then the council should have more discussion on. I worry that the workshop, that those goals could take a lot of time in the workshop and maybe should be finalized before a workshop, so we know what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you for your testimony today. Thanks for taking the time to meet earlier this week and talk through a lot of these. And I'm appreciative of you putting a PowerPoint together for us to review in advance. I did have one question around the transitioning to a sustainable swordfish fishery slide. And I think you've done a remarkable job helping further buoy gear and innovation off of buoy gear. So thank you for that as well. But when I'm thinking about transitioning away from DGN, it's a multi-species fishery. And so interested in your thoughts really in how to capture that moving forward. So not thinking about it as a swordfish fishery, but thinking of it as mixed, and really what success would look like using the second two slides in terms of climate ready, et cetera. If you've given a lot of thought to that, and I realize that may come out in the workshop, and I'm putting you on the spot here a little bit, but just interested kind of where your thoughts are on that topic.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Ms. Fenton. I often focus on swordfish, I think because that's the gear that maybe we've been talking about most in the council lately. There may be opportunities for multi-species fisheries, and yet I often see climate-ready fisheries as if you're targeting something, you can continue to, you know how that species is working, and you can continue to target that independent of bycatch species. So I think I go selective because I think it provides a little more protection for the ecosystem. However, I think there are potentially new species coming into the ecosystem, including mahi-mahi, that may be the subject of a new fishery. And I'm not sure if that is a multi-species fishery. And then there are things like OPA, which have been attempted to be caught with swordfish, so with deep set buoy gear, making that at least a 2-species fishery. So for me, success first, I think looks at the sustainable part of the gear. And then if you can expand that to catch multiple species without going outside the guardrails that we set up, okay. But the guardrails get set up and we try and work within those guardrails. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Don't see any. Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you.
We'll next move to Jeff Shester. Jeff is online. Jeff, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and hello, council members. This is Jeff Shester representing the conservation group Oceana. We wanted to start by thanking the council and its advisory bodies for all the work on the HMS roadmap and thinking and scoping out a future workshop. Wanted to support Teresa Labriola's testimony, as well as the proposed edits in the PowerPoint, and wanted to thank her for all her work on this, as well as we did want to acknowledge the CDFW report, because we believe that is a real step in the right direction, and thanks CDFW for its work to kind of change the goals and make some amendments that we believe are helpful. We also just wanted to recall folks back to the fact that we submitted a joint letter on this topic back in June, along with Wild Oceans. So in terms of just in terms of the goal itself, I actually think there's quite a bit of common ground as we support the goal of advancing an EFP program to find new minimal bycatch methods to target HMS species to expand sustainable U.S. West Coast fishing opportunities and scale up HMS landings. We believe in order to get to this, the EFP program is really sort of the way to go, and a critical step in that could be really fleshed out at a workshop would be the performance standards that we believe should be based and build off the current buoy gear setup. And I just point out that one of the main reasons that the conservation community at large has supported deep set buoy gear is because it has less than 10% of unmarketable catch. There's been zero mortalities of protected species. It's actively tended to minimize bycatch mortality, and the gear is inherently selective to its target species. So based on this, we think that it's really kind of would be most productive for the council to provide clear guidance to future EFP applicants that the fundamental thing that the council is looking for is build on these successful elements of buoy gear, like specifically strike detection, active tending, targeting swordfish below the thermocline. That you're looking for, testing an expanded number of hooks by evaluating linked buoy gear, adapting the buoy gear as it is now, so it can be used and it's more suitable for conditions north of Point Conception and as far up as into Oregon. Explore targeting other species with buoy gear, such as bluefin tuna and OPA, and others that have been targeted by the drift gillnet fishery, as Krista just pointed out, provided that those species are managed within sustainable limits. What we urge the council to kind of really be clear on is that we urge you not to support EFPs that are trying different versions of pelagic longlines. We've heard over and over, well, hey, you got to give it a shot. You don't really know until you try it. But that whole approach is not legitimate, because we have seen pelagic longlines modified and tried for West Coast conditions. We've heard those arguments many times. And consistently, even the last two pelagic longline EFPs over the last decade had high bycatch levels that are more akin to Hawaii longlines and drift gillnet than they are deep set buoy gear. I think the one in 2013 had 75% catch of blue sharks. And so, we don't believe that pelagic longlines and building on that is a productive way forward. And the council should make it clear that that's, I think it was helpful to see the change of not supporting and authorizing longlines inside or outside the EEZ. But I think the council needs to take a step further, that there would need to be something that's substantially and fundamentally expected to have a different outcome than pelagic longlines in order for that to move forward as an EFP supported by the council. Any EFP must have 100% observer coverage with hard caps on protected species that would cancel the EFP and allow it not to move forward if those hard caps are reached or exceeded. And just in general, ensuring there's intense guardrails such as those that the council has put forward in its recent recommendations on EFPs. So we believe the focus should be on building on and scaling up the proven clean gear types. And in this way, rather than trying to clean up gear types that have historically been hugely problematic, we think we can increase HMS fishing opportunities in a way that has broad support rather than controversy. And we look forward to participating in a constructive and productive workshop to outline the future of an HMS EFP program. And responding to Bob Dooley about the climate ready term, perhaps it's climate responsive is maybe a way, another potential way to say that, as well as climate ready, so that we build in an HMS fishery that is selective and is clean and can be adjust if there are new protected species concerns and other things prompted by climate change, as well as something that's economically viable with minimal bycatch. So thank you again for all your work on this. We do look forward to the workshop. It's been some really helpful discussion. Hopefully those provide just some kind of additional points along with Teresa's comments, representing the conservation perspective on this as you all move forward. So we'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, thank you for all your work towards sustainable fisheries off the West Coast.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions for Mr. Chester and his testimony? Krista Svensson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for your testimony today, Jeff. You spoke fairly extensively about longlines in your testimony, and I can appreciate where you're coming from, although I think we all know I don't necessarily 100% agree. I am curious as to your thoughts around workshop where we're not specifically focusing on any particular gear type. I'm really interested in how do we create a successful future moving forward. And I am concerned that we may inadvertently start focusing on gear types that we have historically used rather than really pointing to the future. So just kind of wanting to get your thoughts on how to help support having that type of conversation, which would be moving us into a hopefully a more positive direction for all of us, rather than focusing on something that I know certainly gets a lot of the conservation community upset and has the potential to get a lot of the commercial industry upset as well.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Ms. Svensson, for your question. I guess I would say that in terms of the gears that are available, I mean, looking back at the history of deep set buoy gear, it really started with really better understanding the movements of swordfish and where they're feeding, and is there a time and place where they can be selectively fished, where you wouldn't have the high levels of bycatch, such as, at the surface at night when there's a lot of other species around in the same area. So when we kind of discovered that they are largely by themselves feeding on myctophid lanternfish below the thermocline. And based on that science, the innovators of the gear kind of looked at what available options were out there and identified, the deep set buoy gear that was being used in Florida at the time, and said, well, if we could kind of adapt that to the California situation, that could be a way to actually selectively catch these fish without the levels of bycatch. And then, there's also things like active tending, which those aren't necessarily limited to buoy gear, but that is, some gears are amenable to that. A lot of the pelagic longlines, it's much harder to actively tend them. And so fundamentally, there are differences in some of the gears and the technologies. I don't think that we are saying you have to limit this only to the deep set buoy gear as it's been done. But I think that it would behoove the council to start with what has been successful and build upon that, rather than kind of continue the decades-long debate about gears that have just been problematic inherently due to the very nature and the way that they operate in the water. And so, it's not that, there can never be some sort of pelagic longline that is acceptable. It's just that conversation and that the dialogue and the types of innovation we've seen around that hasn't gotten to the point where it's fundamentally different and is expected to really lead to a fundamentally more selective result. And so in order for something to be productive and get broad support, it doesn't have to be just like buoy gear, but it's got to be different enough that it's got, active tending and selectivity. So we have a good expectation that this is likely to be selective and have low bycatch in order for it to move forward. So that's just our suggestion to avoid going down pathways that have taken a lot of council time and a lot of energy at previous workshops and been dead ends. So we're trying to focus the workshop on more productive avenues.
Thank you. Krista, follow up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And not a question, but I did want to say thank you, Jeff. That was a really helpful answer. And it sounds like we are both working in the same direction, which is finding a path forward using best practices or other things that we have learned in a positive way. So thank you.
All right, thank you. One more glance around the table here. I see no further questions, so thank you, Jeff. And last, we have Jacob Isaac Lowry. Jacob, you are up.
All right, great. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for the time today, everybody. And sorry I can't be there in person. For the record, my name is Jacob Isaac Lowry. I'm the CEO at Flywire, which is a tech company specializing in low-cost, easy-to-implement electronic monitoring and digital observation technology and services that would participate in this workshop. And after listening to the report outs, presentations, and discussion today, collectively, we seem to have surfaced a few high-value workshop topics that may be helpful for the Council to prioritize. The first is speed. We agree with the HMS-AS's assessment that the HMS EFPs are not currently being issued fast enough for the process to be effective. Speed is of the essence. After all, how are we going to succeed in building climate adaptive fisheries so long as the climate continues to change faster than this process will move? The Council should task the workshop with identifying an EFP process that can reasonably take successful applicants from submission to fishing in no more than 2 years. In the interim, as shared by the HMS-AS, there continues to be a role for the Council to play in supporting NIMPs to get the current backlog of EFPs on the water in 2024, and we support the Council in those actions. It's also great that there remains seemingly unanimous stakeholder support for implementing objective metrics to evaluate the success of new HMS gear innovations demonstrated under EFPs. However, in the interest of speed, we disagree that the workshop should be tasked with figuring out what those metrics should be. Given we already have a set of established, existing, objective success metrics, we feel that workshop time would be more effectively spent establishing the target values for these existing metrics and encourage the Council to provide commiserate guidance. We also agree with the HMS-AS that the workshop should focus on quantifying the enabling conditions needed to develop additional HMS fishing opportunities. Specifically, how to overcome the experimental design conundrum in the existing backlog HMS EFPs. For example, if the terms of an EFP require boats to operate in zones with no fish, guys can demonstrate the gear fished clean, but will fail the economic viability test. Now, is that bad gear? Is that bad experimental design? How would anyone actually know? The Council should task the workshop with identifying a reasonable process by which guys that prove gear can fish clean where the fish aren't can earn an opportunity to prove it fishes clean in the areas where the fish are. That's how we're going to build meaningful, climate resilient, economically viable HMS fisheries in this region moving forward. If helpful to summarize, we encourage the Council to, number one, task the workshop with identifying an EFP process that can reasonably take successful applicants from submission to fishing in no more than 2 years. And number two, task the workshop with identifying target values for established catch risk and performance metrics to clarify how clean different gear needs to fish. Forgive me, how clean different gear needs to fish to access which fishing opportunities. Happy to answer any questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jacob. Are there any questions for Mr. Isaac Lowry on his presentation, testimony? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have probably two questions. The first is I need a little more clarity on what your establishing target values are. So when you mentioned catch risk, et cetera, but just kind of if you could expand a little bit on what that would look like, since that hasn't come up particularly.
Yeah, sure. That's a great question. Happy to be helpful. What I would recommend that the Council consider adopting is success metrics through this process. On the one hand, in terms of catch risk, I think adopting metrics where you're looking at species-dependent interaction risk per effort-controlled hook set is a great way to be able to establish what the risk of catching different protected species are going to be in different areas over time as that continues to change. And then you've got a corresponding metric, same way about effort control per hook set. But what you're looking for is pounds per hook of target catch. And I think the great thing is the guys on the industry side, they've already got a great sense, as Dave mentioned earlier, they've already got a great sense of where the economic viability metrics need to come down. I think what everyone has been waiting on for the last few years is a meaningful opportunity to get some clarity on the other side, the risk of interaction metrics, where those target values need to come down so guys can start understanding how to design gear and how they would need to fish it successfully.
Thank you. Your second question?
Right. So my second question is a little bit of a flyer. No pun intended, once you hear it. I asked the last person who testified about a gear type and said, hey, I'm thinking about the future. And you mentioned that you do digital observation, which I'm assuming is some sort of camera thing. But I am curious about, as we bring stakeholders into this process, how we get engagement from folks that are outside of our traditional channels, such as technology, to really help us think about what opportunities could be in the future. And the example that I've given this week is, hey, we could have drones going out there dropping nets on sunning swordfish. I don't think that that's really a high probability, but that certainly would be highly selective. It would be highly unusual at this point in time and would definitely need an EFP that would be outside of the norm. So I'm just curious as to kind of how to incorporate some forward thinking from some folks such as yourself who have obviously put a lot of thought into this topic, and how to get them involved to give us something that is going to move us more towards climate ready.
No, that's a great question, and I appreciate that. I think there's a lot of opportunity there. I think it's nuanced, and I think it will depend on what the council feels like it can realistically deliver in terms of what this workshop would look like. So, I mean, this would range from the lowest of hanging fruit of if you don't invite anybody that outside the existing management team and AS bodies to participate in the workshop, you're not going to get anyone else participating. So I think being serious about how the council casts a wider net, and no pun intended there, in terms of who is considered as someone who can participate in these events is important. There's some serious equity questions I think the council needs to wrestle with given its history. I think beyond that, when we talk about speed and timing, that's another important connectivity here. And I understand I have a lot of empathy for our colleagues in the conservation NGO community and throughout the council process and in fisheries management writ large. But the timescales that folks in these bubbles are used to operating on, where we talk about it's not a big deal if something takes 5 years, it's not a big deal if something takes 10 years. Those types of timescales are a literal anathema to any technology professional who's used to coming from a world that moves in timescales of 3 months and 4 months. And so as long as this parliamentary process, this management process continues to take so much longer, you're going to have a real hard time getting top talent to come and participate, because just like the fishermen say over and over and over, how is it worth anyone in the private sector time to come in and invest 2, 3, 4 years into something that may go nowhere when they could put that same amount of time and effort into something else and end up with a very lucrative proposition? So if you're structuring your process to artificially select only a certain subset of people, you're going to end up with a very, very narrow solution set coming out of the outside, coming out of the other end of this process. And I think to share with the council as someone, you know, who has some quite familiarity with that tech startup magic, that's an expert, I think, in terms of building efficient systems and how you think about using technology and tools to modernize the way these big bureaucratic institutions run. I think there's a real opportunity to be thinking about, let's not go into this process with an artificially narrow set of expectations for outcomes. Let's run a legitimate, open process that thinks about things in terms of quantified metrics, right? Don't use labels like buoy gear or long line. Those are subjective. They're politically divisive. They're a distraction. Use numbers. So when you're talking about, like I said, you know, effort controlled catch risk, okay, if you're looking at for leatherback sea turtles, in terms of effort controlled hooks That's going to be your time, your space, your soak time within a criteria that everyone's comfortable with. What is the actual catch risk for a leatherback for a single hook set that we are all comfortable with? You establish that as an objective metric, then it becomes black and white to see what type of gear, what type of solution, what type of approach, what type of methodology can satisfy the actual conservation need, not satisfy the political need. And I think making that transition, especially in conversations around species of concern that have become so politically charged over the last decade, will be a meaningful, important step the council needs to make if we're going to get serious about bringing outside folks into this process and leveraging all of the vast, extensive, rapid private sector technology and innovation that is occurring at warp speed in every single resource producing industry in the country, except for commercial fisheries. And so I would leave it there and back up, and happy to kind of pause there and answer any follow-up questions if I can be of further help.
Thank you, Jacob. I think you really covered that one. So much appreciated. And thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. And looking around, see no more hands here. So thank you again, Jacob, for your testimony. That completes all our reports and the public testimony, and will take us to council action. A number of items there for us to discuss. So I am going to look for a hand, and I think I see one. Brianna Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to start off by saying that I appreciate all the work that's gone into the reports that our advisory bodies have brought forward, and I'm okay with moving forward with the HMSMT goals to possibly refine in the future. And I think that a workshop would need a facilitator, and maybe we could have a check-in to look at workshop planning progress in March 2024, and whether or not there's additional council discussion. I have a motion to put forward at some point.
All right, thank you. Trying to get some notes down here. I'll look to see if there are any other hands for discussion. Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. This question, I think, would be for Executive Director Burden. As we're talking about a potential workshop, is there council funding for such a workshop and/or a facilitator? And would a workshop being held in conjunction with a council meeting or outside of a council meeting change the likelihood of council funding support for such a workshop?
Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Mattis, for that question. As you heard from a couple of different public comments and from the MT report, I believe the AS report also, this is tentatively in our proposal for Inflation Reduction Act funding. So we'll need a bit more cogitation as staff, and probably in consultation with the HMS folks, to make that linkage between this workshop and climate change. And Ryan and I are in close communication about how to make sure we can structure that in a way that is consistent with the objectives of the Inflation Reduction Act funding. That's where we're looking for the money to come from. I have a lot of optimism that proposal would be successful based on the conversations we've had so far, but we do not have the money in hand yet.
Thank you. That's helpful to understand the possible funding issue as we think about this workshop.
Thank you. Further discussion? I'm not seeing hands, so I'm going to look. Bob Dooley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a couple of thoughts here. I appreciate the HMSAS comments, and in some of the comments of our presenters our commenters, the public. And innovation's messy. Learning how to do something, Elon Musk didn't shoot his first rocket into space and had success the first time. A lot of failures. And I've been pretty much involved in that kind of thing with salmon excluders and ways to avoid that in the trawl fishery. And it's messy. It takes time, takes a lot of trial and error to get there. And if we knew what the answer was, we'd have it already. And I don't think we have it. And I do think that we have a pretty big deficit that we've exported swordfish fishery to places where they don't fish as responsibly as we do. And I think we need to get that back, and we need to support our economy. And that's going to take a lot of thinking, a lot of experiment, a lot of trials and errors. So I hope we don't make it so tight that we can't innovate. Maybe start off a little looser with the parameters and to let people innovate. And EFPs typically aren't widespread. They're not, a lot of participants. So very focused projects. But speed is important. So it might take more than one or two or even three different approaches to get us to where we might eventually get. But boy, I sure trust fishermen. I know that you tell fishermen the best way to get something done, tell them you can't do it. And I think if we put the proper sideboards, buffers, bumpers, however you want to describe it, to get them the ability to try things and the ability to get us to a place, and I don't care if they do it with a butterfly net, as long as they achieve the result, which is low bycatch, target species, all the issues that have been described. But boy, I trust our fishermen to innovate. And I think we need to work hand in hand. A lot of tools we didn't have in the toolbox years ago are available to us. So all hands on deck, and I think we need to get this fishery back. And I don't know that in a lot of progress with deep set buoy gear, but it doesn't appear to me, and maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't appear to me to be the answer to fill the entire gap. So we need to not box them into areas they can't catch fish. Understand people that are doing this. It doesn't come free. It's an expense. And then we need to make sure they can still make a living at it while they take us to the future, if possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, we have a motion in the waiting, but just I want to make sure there isn't any other general discussion related to this topic before we get to that. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have to agree with Bob and his comments. I mean, I think we have an opportunity to define our future. And I asked the last couple of questions really with the thought in mind around how do we get people to the table, and how do we have a really productive conversation, and how do we get people who may not traditionally be in our path in this fishery or this set of fisheries engaged and involved, because I do think that there is an opportunity there to make some huge advances, whether they come from the tech industry, whether they come from international experience, whether they come from universities. I don't know, but I do think as we think about who the attendees are for this workshop, and particularly if it's a public workshop, who we are advertising to, it would be really beneficial to have additional thought in the room that could help get us to a future that is a little more exciting in a positive way for all of us.
All right, thank you. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And really, this is a question to help me as a new council member, so more for my edification, because I'm sure many people around the table probably already know the answer to this. But in regards to a very definitive recommendation of speeding up the essential fish permit process, currently, and perhaps I'll direct this at Kit, at the staff officer, typically now, how long is that process?
Through the vice chair, Ms. Giever. I think, it varies. So as was referenced, there are some EFPs that were reviewed and endorsed by the council that are in NIM's hands, and they have had to spend several years doing the requisite analyses and so on. They're still in process. Maybe it's been, NIMS can correct me, but I think maybe 3 years or so, or 4 years since the council endorsed those. maybe a counterexample in some sense was the ability for NIMS to fairly rapidly approve applications and issue permits for deep set buoy gear. They were able to structure a sort of a framework, given that it was multiple applicants using the same type of gear. They could do sort of an umbrella evaluation that then within that umbrella or that limit, they could more rapidly issue permits. And in those cases, I think those permits would go out within something like 6 months, certainly less than a year. So I think it really depends on what is being proposed and how much analysis that requires, the risks entailed in that proposal, and the ability for NIMS to come up with approaches that maybe in certain circumstances can sort of streamline the process, or look at, activities that share a lot of common characteristics, and perhaps do an umbrella type analysis that would be able to bring a number of proposals that fall within that scope into a single analysis. So those are all kind of questions I don't know that we have answers to, but would be things to think about going forward.
Thank you.
Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I guess first of all, I appreciate the comments we've already heard. I agree with what I heard from Mr. Dooley. I also wanted to highlight, I appreciate all of the work that the MT and the AS have put in here. I know they've had a lot of discussions here, and looks like they came to kind of a joint agreement here with the documents we've had before us, and wanted to acknowledge that. And to Merrick's point, yes, happy to continue to work with council staff on logistics if the council does recommend a workshop, and we already have one pathway that Merrick has identified. And around the question of EFPs and getting at your point here, and I think Kit did a good job with his overview. It just depends, right? I mean, it depends on the FMP, it depends on the complexity of the regulations you're exempting them from and how many that is. It depends on how much monitoring and the resources and stuff are available for that. But a lot of times the timing is the compliance with other applicable laws, right? If you have to do an EIS versus an environmental assessment is much more significant undertaking. If multiple biological opinions are needed from multiple agencies covering multiple endangered or threatened species, also adds to timelines. So these are all things that we have been working on. Like Kit mentioned, kind of the framework we set up for buoy gear. We are looking into ways that we can streamline to the extent we can. The EFP regs, just as a reminder, this is, it's a separate regulatory process. The approvals come from NIMS, but it does speak very much to council involvement in that process, in the regulations. And I think we've done a good job at this council of lining up and satisfying and streamlining as best we can, but we can touch on that further. So I'll stop there, but just note that should the council want to move forward with a workshop, we can easily come and have part of that agenda as it's fleshed out, walk through some of this, lay out some of this in a little bit more detail, and allow for a dialogue that could help potentially move us forward in the direction for some of the recommendations we've heard.
Thank you. And Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and appreciating the discussion here. I'll just add one more thing. I think these workshops and these ideas sound great, and not putting more restraints on the fishery than you have to. I think everyone agrees with that. But just in the grander context, one of the bigger challenges the council has dealt with and others around the nation are leatherback turtles. And we had a discussion in our morning meeting. Past efforts have really, the reality is that species is so endangered that any kind of new idea is likely to get one incidental take, and that these gear types, if they are likely to encounter leatherbacks and there's only one allowable take per year, then that's a really a chilling effect on investment. So just it is I don't know if NIMP still has the species in the spotlights, but leatherback recovery was one of the priorities for everybody. So I just wanted to that is behind much of this, why the DGN fishery could not fish north of Conception. And it is just a challenge that a conservation challenge that should be recognized.
Thank you. And I think I'm going to turn to Brianna. You offered a motion. I think we're ready for that.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Sandra. I move that the council adopt as draft the proposed HMS roadmap goals as outlined in agenda item F3, HMS MT Report 1 for further refinement during the HMS roadmap workshop. 2, provide a facilitator for the workshop. And 3, direct the HMS MT and HMS AS to work with council staff to continue to develop the agenda and associated operational plans for the workshop, including a list of defined terms, and bring back for consideration at the March 2024 council meeting.
Thank you. The language on the screen sounds accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second to your motion? Seconded by Mark Gorelnik. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Adopting draft goals for the HMS roadmap now provides a foundation to the documents and will allow for better planning of the workshop as well, for more of the workshop time to be dedicated to discussion and development of action items. And given the feedback with CDFW's proposed edits to the goals brought forward by the HMSMT and in public comment, it seems the best approach is to acknowledge the goals drafted by the advisory bodies, while in need of some clarifying edits, serve as a good foundation for further planning of the workshop. And these clarifying edits can be considered during the workshop to allow for broader input. I see a facilitator as necessary for this discussion due to the complex nature of the workshop topics and the potentially large number of participants, and as a way to optimize use of workshop time. And we recommend that the council choose a facilitator that meets the conditions outlined in the HMSMT report 2. And then to speak to the timing of the workshop, at this time, as recommended by the advisory bodies, holding the workshop in conjunction with the June council meeting in San Diego seems like the best approach. And then modifying the shaded agenda item for March as a planning update could also be beneficial. And then in addition to having council staff work with the MT and AS on the agenda, we expect this will be considered in the IRA proposal as outlined by council staff under C4 in their report. And then speaking to the draft agenda in the workshop, I think the advisory bodies could consider what would they have as a conclusion to the workshop. So adding next steps to the agenda in prep for the March meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna. Are there any questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Krista Svensson.
Thank you for the motion, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I was curious on point 3, you have the management team, the advisory subpanel, and council staff, but was there thought to including council members as well as part of the development of this?
Brianna.
Thank you for the question. I think that at the March meeting, the council members could provide their feedback.
All right. That answers your question. Thank you. Want to look carefully. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Brianna, for this. I'm trying to reconcile a little bit. I think it's clear, but I'm just, you noted earlier when you kind of opened this conversation about having this March check-in, thinking about defining the goals in the future. And here you talk about further refinement during the workshop. And I'm thinking a little bit about what Ms. Labriola said about that there may be some merit to doing it ahead of the workshop to try to provide clarity, make sure that workshop is focused, efficient. And from some other things we've heard today and know, this topic can be a little contentious. So just trying to make the workshop as productive as possible. So I just wanted to throw that out in terms of your thoughts on moving the goals forward as opposed to also revisiting them in March.
Thanks, Ms. Ridings, for the question. I heard what Teresa said and could see that perspective. I think moving this way allows for more input and more thinking about it at this stage. And maybe in March, we could get there to prepare for June and change course if we need to. But at this stage, I think that it's okay to say it this way.
Thank you. Further questions for clarification? Lynn Mattis? I thought you were pointing to somebody else over here. I'm sorry.
Well, I saw that Executive Director Burton had his hand up and I was going to let him go first. Okay. Just a quick question. In the talking points, it was mentioned the workshop in San Diego in conjunction with the June council meeting. I don't see that specifically addressed. Was that intentional to give some flexibility for the changing of the timing? Just want to be clear that we're not missing the piece to the motion. Thank you.
Brianna.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mattis. Yes, you have it right.
Okay, now I think Executive Director Burton is raising his hand.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And thank you, Ms. Brady, for the motion. There's a really good thought in here, and I appreciate that. Just a matter of some logistics and thinking about funding and your intent behind this motion. So in the earlier exchange with Ms. Mattis, we covered the prospect of using IRA funding to fund and support this workshop. It's still not clear to me exactly when that funding would be made available. So our proposal is due to NIMS at the end of January, and with some little luck, we might have that funding by the March meeting. So I could imagine us making a little bit of headway in March and reporting back in March, but I wouldn't anticipate having a facilitator yet, and we'd want the facilitator to really take a lead in putting an agenda together because there's method to the meeting madness, and facilitator should be a part of that. And then, of course, in June, our council meetings are very, from a hotel contract perspective, very scripted affairs that are a couple of years out. And so we could talk with the hotel if the June meeting is really what we want to do and see if we could find some space, but that's not clear that we could do that at the moment. So all that gets me to my main question, which is this what we should we interpret your motion as what we should aim to do, and knowing that IRA funding will unfold over the next several months. We may learn some more over the next several months. We may then find that a different venue or a different time is what we want to aim for. Is that latitude embedded in your intent?
Thank you, Mr.
Brianna.
Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Burden, for the question. Yes, I believe that's the case. The one clarifying thing I would say is, as far as the agenda, I think that HMSMT and AS would like to be the ones to really have a say in what the content is. But I do agree with your point, which is it does help to have the facilitator be part of that process.
Okay, thank you. We were on questions for clarification. And I'll look to see if there are any others. Not seeing any, open the floor for discussion on the motion. And Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be supporting the motion. I think there is a lot of interest in having the workshop. I think we can pick it up under workload planning for March, but I would also be long-term supportive of having a check-in on March to give us a chance as council members based upon Ms. Brady, excuse me, response to my question. And am looking forward to making some progress on this topic.
Thank you. Further discussion? Not seeing any hands. I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And Kit, I'm going to turn to you and ask if that has touched on all of the items we have, not to preclude council members from raising their hand and bringing up more things, but have we covered 1 through 4?
Yeah, I think you have covered all of those things. So what I heard related to the goals, the HMS roadmap goals, at least, not sure about action specifically, but generally endorsed what was put forward, although leaving the door open for further refinement of those goals, taking into account comment at this meeting, council discussion, public comment, and so on. Perhaps those could be brought forward again in March, and more generally endorsement of the workshop idea with a tentative plan or tentative endorsement of the MT and AS's proposal of holding that in some fashion in conjunction with the June council meeting. But as the executive director pointed out, there are a number of uncertainties at this time, both in terms of funding and when and if that would be available. And then, of course, whether if we wanted to kind of tack that on to the council meeting, there are these issues around working with the hotel that we contract with, and those contracts are generally negotiated and locked in well in advance. So how much flexibility we have now. So bottom line, all of those things need to be explored further. Then, as noted, come back in March with probably a more refined plan for the workshop, maybe another go round on the document, maybe some more kind of consideration. There are these somewhat differing views about whether the roadmap goals should be more or less finalized before the workshop or a subject of the workshop. So that might be something to consider further in March. So yeah, bottom line, I think we have guidance in this motion to continue working on the roadmap itself and the development of the ideas around this document, this workshop, and coming back in March for another check-in. And hopefully we'll have some more information that will help us really get down to brass tacks on putting on a workshop.
All right, thank you. I'll look around and see if there's anything else anyone needs to offer on this. We've provided our guidance through a motion here, so that should be very clear. And I'm not seeing anything else here necessary for discussion, so I believe that will close out this agenda item. Before we move to our next agenda item, E5, I believe, let's take first I'll turn to Executive Director Burden for a message.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I did want to call your attention to these menus that are on your table. Please fill them out, hand them to Patricia or Renee. I believe they're around, or I'm happy to take them myself. We'll be here late today, and this is how we'll get some sustenance. So if you plan to be here for groundfish into what are we on, halibut later today, this is for you. So,
all right, thank you. Let's be try and be sharp. 10 minutes here, and we'll try and charge through the next one without stopping then. All right, let's please make some movement back to our seats so we can commence our activities. All right, thank you all. I think we're ready to begin. This is agenda item E5. We are back to Groundfish, and we have two people in the staff officer seat here, Marlene Bellman, Todd Phillips. I know one of you will get to give us the overview, and it looks like, Marlene, it's you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. This is agenda item E5, harvest specifications and management measures for 2026, part 1. Under this agenda item, the council is tasked with adopting final 2025 and 2026 overfishing limits and acceptable biological catches for stocks and stock complexes that fall under default harvest control rules. If there's a desire to depart from these default harvest control rules, the council should adopt a range of ABCs and ACLs to be further analyzed. The council should consider adopting preliminary preferred ACLs where possible at this meeting. Attachment 1 details harvest specifications under default harvest control rules and the range of alternatives that were adopted by the council in September of 2023 for canary rockfish, Rex sole, sablefish, and short spine thornyhead. Under agenda item E5, the council was originally scheduled to consider adopting a range of harvest specifications and associated various rebuilding strategies for more detailed analysis for California quillback rockfish. Any harvest specifications that are not ready for adoption under this agenda item could be adopted under agenda item E7. Final 2025 and 2026 harvest specifications are scheduled to be adopted in April of 2024. Currently, the council has a number of reference materials. There's attachment 1, as well as a number of reports, 2 reports, and a presentation from the Groundfish management team, an SSC report, a report from the GAP, and public comment.
All right. Thank you. Are there any questions on the overview? And it doesn't appear there are any. So we have quite a number of reports. And I think we're ready to go straight to those. I have quite a list here, and it appears on my list that Katie Pearson has drawn the straw to sort it all out for us, starting with the GMT reports.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. Council members, for the record, my name is Katie Pearson. We will be pulling up a presentation shortly. Excellent. So this presentation will cover both the supplemental GMT report 1 and supplemental GMT report 2 under this agenda item E5A. Next slide. Quillback rockfish south of 42 degrees north latitude. The GMT recommends that quillback rockfish south of 42 degrees north latitude be removed from the minor nearshore rockfish complexes, both the nearshore complex north of 4010 and the deeper nearshore complex south of 4010. Next slide. All right, council action. So your council action is PPA on harvest specifications. We will go through default harvest control rules, and then we will go through alternative harvest control rules. Next slide. The GMT recommendation is to adopt default harvest control rules for all stocks without alternative harvest control rules. So the stocks with alternative harvest control rules are Rex sole, short spine thornyhead, canary rockfish, sablefish, and Dover sole. Next slide, please. So I will go through these in order and tell you the rationale of why the GMT chose the alternative that we did. Next slide, please. All right, so Rex sole is coast-wide. The GMT recommendation is for alternative 1, but the no action alternative is the ACL equals the ABC, P star of 0.4. The ABCs are 3,967 metric tons in 2025 and 3,310 metric tons in 2026. So alternative 1 is ACL equals ABC of P star of 0.45, ABCs of 4,550 metric tons in 2025 and 3,719 metric tons in 2026. Next slide. So the rationale is that Rex sole was assessed in 2013 and 2023. It was a data moderate. However, 2023 assessment included additional data streams. Council has adopted default harvest control rates or harvest control rules, including a P star of 0.4. The 2023 star panel included alternative projection using a P star of 0.45. The removals are anticipated to remain below ACL under either the default or the alternative P star, and the stock is not expected to fall below the 25% management target under the either P star, assuming middle state of nature, with P star of 0.45, and low state of nature fishery could fall below target if the fishery expands, which is not very likely. All right, next slide, please. So here you can see the recent Rex sole removals for 2020 through 2022. And again, recall that the ACLs that we're talking about are roughly over 100 times that for the alternative, and roughly in line with that 100 times for the no action. Next slide, please. All right, so now we're going to talk about the short spine thornyhead coastwide apportionment method, which is outlined in GMT Report 1. So the status quo is the long-term 2003 to 2022 average of biomass observed by the Northwest Fisheries Science Center West Coast Bottom Trawl Survey. And the option 1 is a rolling 5-year average of biomass observed by the Bottom Trawl Survey. So you can see here, there are 2 tables. One is that P star of 0.45 and one is the P star of 0.4. You can see with the long-term average method, what the North ACL and the South ACL would be. And then with the 5-year average, what the North ACL and South ACL would be under either P star options. And that results in roughly a 17 and a 15 differential. And what that actually means is under A, which is the long-term average, it's a 68.5% to the north and 31.5% to the south. And under the 5-year average is 70.6% to the north and 29.4% to the south. So the GMT is recommending option 1. And that is because that we outlined some pros and cons in our report, but essentially we see merit in aligning the apportionment methods across the stocks and recommend option 1 of the 5-year rolling average. This would be aligning with the way that we do sablefish apportionment. Next slide, please. So we also looked at two different alternatives for P-stars. The no action alternative for short spine thorny head is ACL is less than ABC, P-star of 0.4. The 40-10 harvest control rule is applied. The coastwide ACLs are 711 metric tons in 2025 and 713 metric tons in 2026. But of course, there's a difference with the apportionment methods. And then in the alternative 1, the ACL is less than ABC, P-star of 0.45. The 40-10 harvest control rule is applied, and coastwide ACLs would be 815 metric tons in 2025 and 825 metric tons in 2026. The GMT is recommending alternative 1. Next slide, please. So the rationale is the stock assessment is to be below spawning output target and precautionary zone, assuming full coastwide ACL attainment. It's reasonable to expect full attainment of the ACL north of 3427 based on recent mortality trends and anticipated ACL reductions. ACL south of 3427 north latitude is likely to not be fully attained based on recent trends. The coastwide ABC is not expected to be at risk under either harvest control rule. The north may be a constrained stock, even under alternative P-star. So that's the 0.45. All right, next slide, please. So this is some tables showing the recent short spine thorny head removals. And as you can see, there is it would look to be constraining given those northern ACL numbers that under either apportionment method. All right, moving on, canary rockfish. Under the no action alternative, we have ACL is less than the ABC, a P-star of 0.45 harvest control rule. The ACLs under this no action alternative are 571 metric tons in 2025 and 573 metric tons in 2026. Alternative 1 is the ACL is less than the ABC, a P-star of 0.4. The 40-10 rule, harvest control rule applied. The ACLs are 533 metric tons in 2025 and 533 metric tons in 2026. The GMT recommendation is for no action. Next slide, please. So again, it was assessed in 2023. It is in the precautionary zone, 35% of unfished spawning output. The recent year average catch is higher than ACLs with an either P-star applied. Management measures are likely needed to stay within the ACLs for all sectors. And this is likely to constrain all fisheries. And it has become an important component in the recreational fisheries. Due to that, the GMT recommends the council select no action, P-star of 0.45 as the PPA. The GMT notes that restrictions may be needed to implement into different sectors to account for the decreased ACL resulting from either P-star. Canary rockfish is caught in most commercial sectors, and fisheries have developed to access it within the recreational sector. And the P-star of 0.45 would allow the greatest opportunity for the fishery. Thank you. So here we have recent canary rockfish removals. Once again, you can compare that to the ACLs that I just mentioned to see that they could potentially be very constrained. All right. Sablefish. So the no action alternative is ACL equals ABC, the P star of 0.45 ACLs. So the coastwide ACL is for 2025 would be 36,545. For 2026, the coastwide ACL would be 34,699 metric tons. The alternative one is ACL equals ABC, P star of 0.4. The coastwide in 2025 would be 34,121 metric tons, and the coastwide in 2026 would be 32,403 metric tons. The GMT recommendation is the no action or the default value. There was a limited update assessment, estimated multiple recent large year classes, limited observations of recent recruitments, therefore magnitude of those year classes are uncertain. The total mortality is not likely to reach the ACLs with either P star, so the risk to overfishing is low. The last decade total mortality was less than 7,000 metric tons, and the 2022 estimated total mortality was approximately 18% of what the ACL would be in 2025 under the P star of 0.45. And here you have the recent sablefish removals for the past 3 years. All right, so Dover sole, no action, ACL equals 50,000 metric tons. The ACL does exceed the ABC and under this no action alternative, so it is an untenable action. Under alternative 1, ACL equals ABC of P star of 0.45, so the ACLs would be 47,427 or 24, metric tons in 2025 and 42,457 metric tons in 2026. And the GMT is recommending alternative 1. So as I mentioned, no action is an untenable alternative because ACL exceeds the ABC. The removals are anticipated to remain well below the alternative ACL, and so therefore the risk to overfishing is low. And so here you see recent Dover sole removals. The estimated total mortality is much lower than that. All right, so then we have a summary of our GMT recommendations bolded here in this table, which you can also find in your table 1 in your document. And the goals for today are to have those default harvest control rules and alternative harvest control rules. And I will take any questions.
Thank you, Katie. Are there any questions? That covers both GMT reports 1 and 2, I believe. So are there any questions for the Groundfish management team on those reports? Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you, Katie, and thank you to the GMT for your report and for putting it in a presentation. I think it's really helpful. I just have a couple of questions on Dover sole and the GMT's characterization of it being untenable, and just trying to, I just gathering that's based on the fact that the assumed catch is over 120,000 pounds over the 2021 to 2024, when really the actual catch is more like a sixth of that. So, and you can see that in your report where catch is below 5,000 pounds. So I just, the idea that there's a resulting catch in or ACL from there, and just wondering if it's really the process barrier in terms of getting updated catch projections into the process that is really the barrier to being able to use the default harvest control rule in this case. And so I'm speaking just in terms of narrowing the alternatives that the GMT would have to analyze. And if that catch projection had been made and under more realistic catch, then maybe this alternative wouldn't have to be included here.
Through the vice chair, Mrs. Hall. So it is my understanding that you are correct. If the council had elected to do elected to do a catch only projection on Dover sole, we would have, that money in the bank, those fish in the bank. And so that could have had this no action alternative to be kind of further into the future. But given that was not what the council elected to do at the last I think that's in September when we talk about that. I've got a little mess up. What we are presented with is a default harvest control rule that makes it so that it is the ACL is greater than the ADC.
Okay, thank you. Just clarifying again that it's a process barrier and maybe something that I think had it been flagged or brought to the attention of the Science Center earlier, we could have resolved this. Okay, thank you, Katie.
All right, thank you. Further questions? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Katie. Echo Heather's appreciation for y'all taking the time to put this in a presentation to walk us through it. When the team was talking about the Sablefish ACL, with going with the default, was the fact that it is scheduled to be a full assessment the next cycle, was that part of the discussion that what we're adopting now will basically just be for one cycle and then we'll have another full assessment and can reevaluate things? Did you all just have that as part of your discussion?
Through the vice chair. Thank you, Ms. Mattis. Yes, we did have that discussion. So yes, that is kind of part of the consideration of the alternative of no action that we would like to recommend.
All right, thank you. Further questions? Making sure I cover everybody here and I don't see any. Thank you, Katie. Next, we will move to the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report. Gary Richter. Good afternoon, Gary.
I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. Be reading from agenda item E5A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Harvest Specifications and Management Measures for 2025 and 2026, Part 1. The GAP supports the default harvest control rule for most species and the Groundfish Management Team recommendations for the preliminary preferred alternatives for the following species, which is emboldened below. For Rex sole, GAP recommends the Pacific Fishery Management Council adopt alternative 1 P-star value of 0.45 as the PPA for Rex sole. Alternative 1 will provide the most flexibility to the trawl sector, and under the new stock assessment, the stock is expected to stay under the management target of 25%, even if the full annual catch limit is removed under that P-star value of 0.45. For Sablefish, GAP recommends the council adopt the default HCR P-star 0.45 as the PPA for Sablefish and remove alternative 1 P-star value of 0.40 from the analysis to reduce GMT workload and decision points for the council. As previously described, the economic importance of Sablefish to the open access, fixed gear, and trawl fleets and our coastal communities is immense. And with the high biomass, there is no risk of overfishing. For canary rockfish is important to all groundfish sectors. And with the 2023 assessment estimating the stock to be in the precautionary zone, difficult decisions are ahead of us all, especially given that anecdotal information on abundance from the grounds is not matching the results of the stock assessment. GAP recommends the council adopt the default HCR P-star 0.45 is the PPA for Canary. Under either P-star value, the fisheries will be constrained, but the difference between the ACLs under the default HCR and alternative 1 is 38 metric tons in 2025 and 40 metric tons in 2026. And those 78 metric tons over the 2-year period will make a substantial difference to the coastwide fisheries we represent. For short spine thorny head, GAP recommends the council adopt alternative 1, P-star 0.45 as the PPA for short spine thorny head. Large decline in the ACL under the new assessment will be limiting to some vessels and to a greater degree under the default HCR 0.40 P-star value, particularly for the trawlers that need it for bycatch. Alternative 1 could also provide more flexibility in the at-sea whiting fishery, where there's been increased short spine interactions in recent years. Short spine was previously one of the highest grossing limited entry fisheries south of 3427 north latitude, and with markets starting to rebuild, the assumption is that landings will increase. The higher P-star under alternative 1 could provide some additional opportunity to fishermen in that area. And additionally, the GAP recommends the council adopt the GMT option 1, the apportionment method based on the 5-year rolling average as outlined in supplemental GMT report 1. This would align the method with Sablefish and would represent the distribution of the stock more accurately. Lastly, Coalback. GAP will provide comments regarding harvest specifications for Coalback under agenda item E7, harvest specifications and management measures part 2. Mr. Vice Chair, completes our GAP statement. Be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Gary. Any questions for Mr. Richter on the Groundfish Advisory Panel report? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the report, Gary. I just wanted to say thank you very much for the extra information in the short spine thorny head section. I know the GMT presentation did note that the ACL south of Point Conception was not likely to be attained based on recent trends. But I think that what you were illuminating here with this paragraph is that in 25 and 26, the cow cod conservation area will be removed. There will be more real estate and access. And so that is an important stock. And noting that there's going to be some limitations. I think that was the sentiment driving that paragraph. And I appreciate the inclusion and acknowledgement of that. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Right. Thank you. Further question? I see none. Thank you, Gary.
Thanks, sir.
I believe next we have a Scientific and Statistical Committee report. And Dr. Dan Holland, are you online to deliver that?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, I am. Thank you, Vice Chair Hessemer. Dan Holland, Chair of the Science and Statistical Committee. I'll read agenda item E5A Supplemental SSC Report 1, November 2023 SSC Committee Report on Harvest Specifications and Management Measures for 25-26, Part 1. The SSC reviewed the draft 2025 and 2026 overfishing limits and acceptable biological catches for U.S. West Coast groundfish stocks and stock complexes, Attachment 1. This includes provisional harvest specifications under default harvest control rules, HCRs, the range of alternatives that were adopted in September 2023, and revisions made by the Council. The SSC endorses the OFLs and ABCs listed in Attachment 1 with the following revisions, now referred to as E.5 Supplemental Revised Attachment 1. Table 1-1 2025 harvest specifications under default HCRs. Black rockfish off Oregon. Based on the GMT recommendations regarding recent 2023-2024 catch projections, these values need to revert to those provided as the most recent stock assessment, Table 7, Agenda Item G2, Supplemental Revised Attachment 7 from September 2023 with an OFL of 367.50 metric tons and an ABC of 343.62 metric tons. Quillback rockfish south of 42 degrees north latitude. The SSC revised these values based on the SSC endorsed rebuilding analysis, agenda item E2, attachment 1, and total estimates of fishing mortality provided by the groundfish management team. The GMT agenda item E2A supplemental GMT report 1, which pertains to all sectors in 2024 and amounts to 10.62 metric tons. Based on table 4 of agenda item E2 attachment 1, the OFL value would be 1.51 metric tons for 2025. The ABC will depend upon the adoption of the rebuilding plan. Vermilion rockfish south of 42 north latitude. The SSC revised these values using those provided by agenda item E2 supplemental revised attachment 5 with an OFL of 315.2 metric tons and an ABC of 280.5 metric tons. Table 1.2, 2026 harvest specifications under default HCRs. Black rockfish off of Oregon. Based on the GMT recommendation regarding recent 2023-24 catch projections, these values need to revert to those provided in the most recent stock assessment. Table 7, agenda item G2 supplemental revised attachment 7 from September 2023 with an OFL of 377.12 metric tons, an ABC of 350.5 metric tons. The quillback rockfish south of 42 north latitude, the SSC revisits the values the SSC will revisit these values following final council decisions on the rebuilding analysis. For vermilion rockfish south of 42 north latitude, the SSC revised these values using those from the agenda item E2 supplemental revised attachment 5 with an OFL of 314.1 metric tons and an ABC of 277.6 metric tons. The SSC reviewed proposed changes to the annual catch limit apportionment method for short spine thorny head, agenda item E5A supplemental GMT report 1. Although the 2023 stock assessment was coast-wide, short spine thorny head is managed as 2 units with separate ACLs north and south of Point Conception. The GMT report presented 2 options for the short spine thorny head apportionment. The status quo method relies on the long-term 2003 to 2022 mean biomass estimated from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center's West Coast Bottom Trawl survey, whereas option 1 involves a rolling 5-year mean estimate of biomass from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center's West Coast Bottom Trawl survey. The SSC supports the GMT's recommendation of using option 1, which would be more responsive to changes in survey distribution and aligns with the apportionment method currently used for sablefish. The last item reviewed under agenda item E5 were 2 SSC subcommittee reports. The first was a joint economics and groundfish subcommittee report, which included a review of the most recent sablefish trip limit model for the fixed gear fishery. The SSC concurs with the subcommittee's conclusion that the revised model is appropriate for use in harvest specifications and in-season management. The SSC also concurs with subcommittee recommendations for future work, which would involve jointly modeling catch per vessel and participation and jointly estimating the probability of fishing and expected revenue for individual vessels, and incorporating forecasted covariates to improve predictions of sablefish catch into the future. The second subcommittee report was compiled by the SSC's ecosystem-based management and groundfish subcommittees, the EBM and GFSC. This report included a review of the risk table approach from the Fishery Ecosystem Plan's Ecosystem Climate Information Initiative that was developed by the Ecosystem Work Group and 2 pilot risk tables. The risk table approach involves synthesizing environmental or ecosystem and assessment-related and population dynamics considerations for decision-making processes. Risk categories range from 1 for conditions above better than normal, and to 4 for conditions of major concern. Pilot risk tables presented for petrale, sole, and sablefish related ecosystem considerations to recruitment. The subcommittees were interested in also understanding how risk tables would perform when the analysis addressed other components relevant to stock assessment other than recruitment. Potential implementation pathways that were outlined in the ABM GFC report PFSC report involved using risk tables to prioritize stock assessments, adjust the extent of scientific uncertainty with sigma or management tolerance with P-star, modify time penalties that account for the age of an assessment, and make in-season adjustments. The SSC subcommittee identified a need to tailor risk tables for their intended use and develop a process that prevents multiple concurrent uses, i.e. double counting uncertainty. For the 2025-2026 harvest specification cycle, the information in the risk tables for Sablefish could be used by the GMT or council to inform their decision of the P-star alternative. The SSC endorses the EBM GFSC report and the EWG's preliminary work on a risk table approach and recommends operational testing to explore the various implementation pathways presented. The SSC also recommends development of additional risk tables to examine their potential utility for data poor stocks. And that concludes the SSC report, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. Holland on the SSC report? And I don't see, oh, I'm sorry, I do see a hand. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Dr. Holland, for that. I just wanted to ask a question about actually the last sentence in your report that the SSC also recommends development of additional risk tables to examine their potential utility for data poor stocks. Could you share a little bit more about that discussion and what that utility might look like?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings, to the Vice Chair. I don't recall a lot of details about that discussion. I know there were some discussions about, at one point, about using this for something like anchovy. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm not really, it's not ringing a strong bell for me. What additional ideas were there for data poor stocks? I'd have to go back and look at the subcommittee report myself.
All right, thank you. I think that answers the question. Further questions for Dr. Holland? And I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That completes our reports, takes us to public comments. I think you'll note here on this one, we haven't reduced anyone's time. We have 8 people signed up, but I do ask you to please try and be concise in your statements. We do want to hear from you, but we've got a lot of ground to cover here. So we will start with Wayne Blicka, followed by Ray Hilborn. Wayne, it says in person. I know you've been here the last couple days. I haven't looked to see if he's online either. All right, well, we can cycle through this again. And I don't know if Ray Hilborn is here. So let's go down to Dave Kashida, who I have seen around the building off and on. I know Larry Phillips is here. Good afternoon, Larry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, Council, and staff. And that PowerPoint's up there, great. Great, thank you again for the opportunity. I'm Larry Phillips. I'm the Pacific Fisheries Policy Director for the American Sport Fishing Association. Before I get going, I want to thank NOAA last night for hosting the recreational roundtable. It was a really great opportunity. We discussed recreational priorities and opportunities to work together to improve the stock assessments. So really appreciated that opportunity. So, as we continue to discuss recreational fishing management actions for 2024 and beyond, we think it's important to understand the potential economic impacts Unfortunately, Ben Scudera could not be here. He's an economist. I'm not, so I'm pinch hitting for him. But I'm going to share the details of the white paper that they put together on the economic analysis for groundfish closures for Northern California under agenda item E5. And this specifically addresses recreational fishing in the nearshore areas off Northern California. So Southwick and Associates under contract from the ASA examined the potential economic impacts of their current closure in Northern California's ground fishery. This analysis uses the best available data to estimate potential annual impacts of future closures in terms of lost fishing effort, anglers spending, and economic contributions. And just for anyone who wants more details, the full report is listed in our supplemental briefing book. So the methods to estimate the impact, the fishing effort data was provided by RecFin. Angler spending estimates and economic contributions are provided by NOAA Fisheries in their 2000 report, that annual report, that's the Fisheries Economics of the United States. And these data sources were combined to estimate the potential impact of the prolonged closure of Northern California's nearshore groundfish fishery. So historical angler effort, according to RecFin, anglers took about 400,000 boat-based recreational fishing trips for groundfish in the ocean off Northern California coast between 2021 and 22, with an average of about 203,000 angler trips. On average, anglers spent an estimated $57 million on trip expenditures. Those include food, bait, fuel, ice, etc., per year while targeting groundfish during the 2021 and 22 seasons. It's important to note that this spending did not include durable goods. Those are rods, boats, and others that were not included. So these are likely conservative estimates. It's unclear how angler spending for durable goods would be affected by a prolonged nearshore closure, but certainly negative impacts would be anticipated. Angler spending for boat-based trips off Northern California created an annual multiplier effect of nearly $146 million, contributing over $58 million to the state's gross domestic product. And this also supported 1,000 jobs in California, which provided wages of more than $34 million annually. It's just real in summary here. The economic impacts associated with the nearshore fishery are likely in the hundreds of millions of dollars. That's including durable goods. And as we've all heard, there's some concerns over the accuracy or uncertainty of the Quillback assessment. We saw more of that in the Maunder report. And I'd be remiss if we didn't respectfully ask that there was a pause in the implementation of the rebuilding plan and recommendations of future overfishing limits until we can collectively be more certain of the estimates of abundance were accurate in the Quillback assessment. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Larry. Are there any questions for Mr. Phillips on his presentation? And I don't see any. Thank you. Next, I see Dave Kashida has come back into the room. I'll call Dave up to the table. Good afternoon, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, staff. I originally signed up for comment on this when Quillback was going to be on E5, and now we have moved it to E7. So there's really nothing I can say about that other than the recreational anglers I spoke with support the gap in the GMT statement. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will check to see if anybody has a question for you. I don't see any hands, so thanks for coming in, Dave.
Thank you.
And I apologize, I forgot to give those on the list a heads up for who is next. So we will move to Sophia Ali. Sophia will be followed by Alexis Wilson. Sophia, can you hear us?
Yes, hello, I can hear you.
Great, go ahead.
My name is Sophia Ali, and I'm a marine biodiversity and conservation student at Scripps Institution of Oceanography. I would like to speak on the groundfish fishing restrictions and push for a more comprehensive and current review of guidelines involving the Quillback rockfish and potential implications for other species native to Del Norte County. A primary concern regarding the closure of nearshore groundfish fisheries are the economic implications it may have on local community. Many community members rely on the economic gain from these fisheries and is a large driver of tourism and overall community in Del Norte County. Such harsh and immediate measures do not allow the local community to adapt to this new way of life. A concern that is echoed among many is regarding the hazardous conditions the community will face if they seek to fish beyond the limitations in place. A lot of vessels owned by frequent fishers in this region are not equipped for such a drastic change. The Administrative Procedure Act states that an agency must engage the arguments raised before it, consider important aspects of the problem, and respond meaningfully to the objections raised by a party. The City of Crescent City has spoken out about its discontent with this plan and has issued several proposals regarding alternatives that are more feasible and economically and socially acceptable for the county. One recommendation of note is to institute a zero retention policy for the 2024 season, but allow for other non-threatened rockfish to be caught as a way to avoid a perpetual cycle for closures for the similar species of concern, such as China and coppers. Implementing a catch and release method will still allow the community and fishers to fish in this region without the consequence of potentially depleting quillback rockfish stocks. The data obtained regarding the stocks of quillback rockfish need to be redefined and conducted again with a more accurate measure, and more time must be given so that results can best reflect the status of this species. I strongly urge the council to take all this into consideration when deciding the next steps for groundfish fishing in this region. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I'll look around the table. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Ali on her presentation? And I don't see any hands here, so thank you very much, Sophia. Next, go to Alexis Wilson. Alexis will be followed by Ben Entignap. Alexis, I see you online. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. So
please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Alexis Wilson, and I'm also a graduate student at Scripps Institution of Oceanography, studying marine biodiversity and conservation. I'm here to oppose the stringent fishing regulations for the quillback rockfish and request that a more comprehensive stock assessment is completed before any regulations take place. Although conservation and sustainable fishing practices should be a top priority, I believe that it is crucial to ensure that accurate scientific data has been collected before implementing these regulations. As stated in the National Marine Fisheries Service Guidelines in the Magnuson-Stevens Act, science is a dynamic process and new scientific findings constantly advance the state of knowledge. Best scientific information is therefore not static, and non-static data is especially relevant in this case. The 2021 stock assessment that resulted in the finding of the overfished population of the quillback rockfish needs to be reassessed and looked at further in order to assure accuracy. When a stock assessment is produced, the most important data needed is relative abundance, which the 2021 stock assessment lacks. Before these catch reductions are put in place necessary to compile a complete assessment of the stock that not only identifies a more complete look at relative abundance, but also takes a deeper look into the growth rates, natural mortality, and how exactly these stocks are changing over time. So seeing how these regulations would profoundly affect the fishing community as well as the economic well-being of the city, it's very important for regulations to be based on sound and reliable data before big decisions are made. This is a fishing-centered town, and many of these families rely on the well-being of fish for their livelihood, which is why it is so important to be sure that this assessment is whole and accurate before the community faces these fishing restrictions. I propose that the council pause the recent restrictions put in place until more research is done on the abundance of the quillback rockfish. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Alexis. I will look around the table and see if there are any questions. Does anyone have a question for Ms. Wilson on her testimony? And there are no hands here. So again, thank you very much, Alexis. Next, we'll have Ben Entignap. Ben will be followed by Sherry Hafer. Ben, please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. I'm Ben Entignap representing Oceana. I want to speak about quillback rockfish and canary rockfish. We submitted a letter in the briefing book on canary that fully details our request on that item. So if there's any questions, I urge you to look at the letter. Regarding quillback, we are really concerned about the status and future of quillback after the council failed to approve the rebuilding analysis yesterday. I'm not sure where that leaves us now. It was made clear that the 2021 stock assessment is best scientific information available, and so is the rebuilding analysis. And many of the critiques that are being made now were also made and addressed in 2021 during the stock assessment review process. I want to be very clear that the Magnuson-Stevens Act does not allow for overfishing. I know you know this. The requirements to rebuild an overfished population are fundamental to the act, and it would be a clear violation of the law to authorize catch levels that allow overfishing, even if you are doing so to avoid economic impacts. That's why the MSA works. It's why it's heralded as a groundbreaking fisheries law, because without a legal backstop, the political pressures to ignore the science and overfish are too high. Unfortunately, it says something about our culture when economics are frequently prioritized over the environment. I'm worried that is happening now. You are clearly under a lot of pressure to ignore the best available science and be flexible to promote the fishery. Based on the draft rebuilding analysis and the SSC statement that was read this afternoon, any 2025 catch levels greater than 1.51 metric tons would exceed the estimated overfishing limit. The council and NMFS cannot legally authorize catch levels that allow overfishing, and so we strongly recommend that you adopt harvest specification alternatives that are within the OFL limits specified by the SSC and rebuilding analysis. In addition to setting ABC and ACL levels less than 1.51 metric tons, we support the recommendation of the GMT to remove quillback rockfish from the nearshore rockfish complex south of 42 degrees north. Regarding canary rockfish, the 2023 stock assessment for canary rockfish finds that the West Coast population is currently at 35% unfished biomass. While canary are above the minimum stock size threshold of 25%, the assessment found that after being declared overfished in 2000, the stock never achieved the rebuilding target. In other words, it did not ever recover from being overfished. The current harvest specification alternatives based on the council's 4010 harvest policy are projected to not only keep canary in a depleted state for the next decade, but even further its depletion. In other words, both alternatives that you have before you fail to recover the population to BMSY, they fail to achieve OY, and they fail to meet the goals of the Groundfish FMP. Oceana requests that the council add an additional alternative for 2025-26 catch specifications using an 88.7% SPR harvest rate, which is the rebuilding harvest rate from the last rebuilding plan, and which was specifically designed to prevent overfishing and achieve the rebuilding target by 2030. Our understanding of the process is that this request for an additional alternative is timely and thus can be included for analysis and your consideration. And so we do formally request that you add this to the range of alternatives so you can have a complete range that promotes recovery of the canary stock to the target biomass levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Are there any questions for Mr. Entignap on his testimony? And I don't see any hands. So again, thank you very much, Ben. Next, we have Sherry Hafer online. Sherry, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, go ahead.
Okay, I am Secretary of the Center Coast Women for Fisheries and wife of the President of the Morro Bay Commercial Fishermen's Organization. And I just want to say off the top, I support everything that Sophia and Alexis said regarding the quillback rockfish fishery and the nearshore fishery closure. And I don't agree with anything Ben said. But what I want to talk about is regarding offshore wind, but it also concerns groundfish. Morro Bay and Port San Luis commercial and recreational fishermen have grave concerns for the upcoming offshore wind farm site surveys. Is the PFMC ensuring monitoring of the impacts of the offshore wind site survey activities in the wind energy area and cable routes for groundfish? The BOEM EA of the site survey reports they will be using 228 decibels. For 80,000 acres, the size of each lease area in Morro Bay, it will take 610 hours of high-resolution survey work, if similar to the East Coast surveys. There are 3 leases in Morro Bay, so that adds up to 1,830 hours, plus the HRG survey of cable routes, of which there will be 10 to 15 cables, 30 miles long, so 400 miles of cable routes. It will take 3 to 5 years. This has the potential to devastate the groundfish fishery as well as many other fisheries. Currently, BOEM is denying any impacts the site surveys will have to fish, only to mammals, but there are no studies proving their conclusion either way. We would like to see NIMS doing their historical bottom surveys and also hook and line and trap surveys before, during, and after, and inside and outside of the site survey areas. The Baki design. This needs to be decided soon. They are talking about starting next year. Also, there should be an historical bottom trawl survey area required to be protected inside the wind energy areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Hafer on her testimony? And I don't see any hands, so thank you very much, Sherry. We're going to go back to the top of our list. Those individuals we had to pass over, Wayne Blicka. And I did not see him come back into the room here. So I suspect he may have departed for the day. Ray Hilborn. Is he online? Ready? Ray, can you hear us? You're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
You hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm Ray Hilborn. I'm a professor at the University of Washington, and I'm testifying on behalf of the American Sportfish Association. I'm going to bring over 50 years of fisheries experience to the discussion of the Quillback Assessment and Rebuilding Plan, and I want to start first with 3 uncontestable facts. Stock assessments, even with the best data, can get it wrong. I believe many of you would agree that the International Pacific Halibut Commission has perhaps the best data in the world. They have surveys, length, age, they have it all, and they've had some of the best stock assessment scientists in the world doing the assessment. Yet twice in the last 35 years, the IPHC staff have recognized that their assessments were way off, perhaps by a factor of 2. Once they were underestimating the population size, another time overestimating it. Within the Pacific Council, the assessment for widow rockfish mistakenly, in retrospect, identified the stock as overfished, and mistakenly, in retrospect, identified petrale sole as not overfished. Getting the status of widow rockfish wrong had very serious negative impacts on the fishery, and getting the status of petrale sole wrong really doesn't seem to have caused any conservation problem. The second fact is that stock assessments relying almost exclusively on fishery-dependent length data are much less reliable than stock assessments with survey data, age data, and fishery-independent data. And finally, in mixed stock fisheries, under current U.S. management approaches, a mandatory rebuilding plan for a single species can dramatically decrease the social and economic benefits derived from the fishery. And this is basically in complete contravention of the objectives of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. The net result is that we have assessed, as we assess more and more species in mixed stock fisheries, and the data for these species are increasingly data poor, we're in danger of closing fishery after fishery based on assessments that later prove to have been wrong. Now let's consider the benefits of the rebuilding plan. If you look at the California Quillback Assessment, figure 7, you will see the current state, as estimated in the base case, will produce about 8 million tons of long-term yield compared to 10 million tons at maximum sustainable yield. And even worse, at the rebuilding target, the yield will also be 8 million tons. I mean, 8 tons, not 8 million tons. But the council is being asked to effectively close the inshore rock fishery in order to build a single stock that will achieve no increase in yield, but at enormous cost to the yield of other species. We've gotten into a management approach that produces this totally unreasonable trade-off. What sensible person would close a highly valuable sport and commercial fishery to achieve no increase in yield? It makes no sense, and it seems to me the council should find a way to avoid it. Indeed, I suggest the council would be irresponsible if they didn't simply say, this is absurd. Now let's get into the rebuilding plan a bit. A fatal flaw in the rebuilding plan and the assessment is it ignores the large portions of habitat that is closed to fishing or effectively inaccessible to fishing. The assessment is really an assessment of the status of the fished areas and ignores the fish in the areas that are not being fished. The data shows the average length of fish now is as high as it has ever been, which is where the major signal for the level of stock depletion should be coming from. Furthermore, looking at the relationship between spawning output and recruitment, figure 25 of the assessment, the average recruitment at low spawning stock sizes, that is where we are now, is certainly as high or higher than at larger spawning stock sizes, so we don't seem to be recruitment overfishing. Figure 32 shows the best fit to the data is the highest natural mortality rate evaluated, 0.12, and that if 0.12 is used in the assessment, figure 34, the stock is above the management target. Figure 63 shows rather poor fits to the recent commercial length frequency data. Finally, the idea that the stock is so depleted and heavily exploited, and it's exploited at such a high rate, even though so much of its habitat is closed to fishing, seems unlikely. One of the proposed purposes of the marine protected areas under the California Marine Life Protection Act is to protect stocks from overexploitation, and rather than relying on precautionary catch limits, the closure of much of the habitat should provide the needed protection for the species. Some will argue that the assessment may be too optimistic, but you always have a large proportion of the habitat protected from fishing as insurance. In summary, the model used for California quillback rockfish may be the only available science, and the authors did a thorough exploration of the sensitivities, but in the end, the assessment is simply not best available science. It may be only available science. In my opinion, there are far too many uncertainties associated with the rebuilding plan for it to be used as a basis for a major change in management of the fishery. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. Hilborn on his testimony? Mark Gorelnik.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Dr. Hilborn. Dr. Hilborn, did you have an opportunity to review the work of Dr. Monder?
Yes, I did.
And my recollection is that by using different, and again, I apologize, I'm not a stock assessor, I'm not a fisheries scientist, but by using different assumptions in selectivity and sensitivity, there was a very, very different output from the model. Could you help me understand that a little bit?
Well, you have to understand, they call this a data moderate assessment, but having only length data and catch data is essentially the bare minimum. Their conclusions depend very, very much on a whole range of assumptions about the natural mortality rate, the growth rate, the selectivity pattern, just a whole bunch of assumptions. And in the end, the authors made a set of assumptions that is the assessment that's basically on the table. But even in their assessment, they showed you got quite different results, including the stock not being overfished under different assumptions. Now, it's a very technical argument about whether those are really the best assumptions. But again, one of the weaknesses in this in the data, I'm not criticizing the assessment authors. They only had what they had. Is that the relationship, the growth relationship, didn't come from California. And again, I want to emphasize the other weakness that I see as fatal is that the length frequency don't come from all the fish. They only come from the heavily exploited areas. They're not a random sample of the length distribution of fish in California. And I mean, the authors recognized this. If in their assessment, they said, well, we really should have done a 2-area model, but I don't know whether it was time. And the point is, I don't know how they would do a 2-area model because there's no data from the unfished areas. So I frankly think they should have just said, no, we cannot do an assessment that is useful for producing policy based on the data that are available.
Thank you. Further question, Mark?
Yeah, just to follow up. Yeah, so I appreciate there wasn't much data there. But as you point out, the assessors only had to work with what they had, not what they wish they had. But nevertheless, using a different data assumptions, Dr. Maunder did come up with a vastly different stock status. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is, do you understand why that happened? You know, what was different about the assumptions there, and whether you think those different assumptions were reasonable?
Well, I think the key one was the natural mortality rate. And as I said in my written testimony, you know, if you look at the overall fit to the data, what's called the likelihood, the highest values were for a natural mortality rate of 12% or 0.12. I believe the authors thought that was was inconsistent with some of the older age fish that had been seen. But I'm not completely familiar with why the authors made that choice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions for Dr. Hilborn? Keely Kent.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Hilborn. A question for you. You talked a lot about what you view as the importance of the role of the closed areas in the stock assessment. This certainly is an issue that the SSC has discussed a lot, as well as throughout several different stock assessments. I wanted to get your take on a similar situation, not copper or not quillback rockfish, but actually copper rockfish. We had a similar situation in which in 2021, we had a data moderate assessment that was done at the same time as the quillback assessment. And then actually in 2023, we did a full assessment for copper. That full assessment did pull in information from closed areas. And, you know, it's a similar nearshore rockfish. And the outcome did not change. And while that wasn't quillback rockfish, we have had assessments that have been able to pull in the closed area information, and we haven't necessarily seen a watershed change. And I think the SSC has clearly noted that they would like to dig into this issue further, but I'm wondering if you can speak to, you know, have you had any chance to review any of the other nearshore assessments that we've had, or sort of have that conversation and understanding about where the SSC has gone with that issue on closed areas?
Well, I think in my presentation to the SSC, it was mentioned that for some of the species, the surveys are being done in since they're inside the MPAs. But for quillback, they're rare enough that they haven't got enough sightings to do that. I mean, I think an important point is that if the exploitation rates are really high, then you expect the abundance to increase inside of the closed areas. And if they're not increasing inside the closed areas, then either the fish must move a lot, which is possible, and I don't know enough about quillback to comment on that, or the exploitation rates just aren't that high. And I do know that in some of the evaluations of the MLPA, they found in many areas that were closed, there had been no change in the abundance of the fish. In some of them, the abundance had gone up a lot, and it was directly related to how much fishing pressure. So there's clearly places on the California coast that are not being fished very hard, and they will almost certainly have a different length frequency, but you don't get that length frequency from the places that aren't fished by the by commercial and recreational catch data. And I don't know the extent to which the SSC has discussed that.
Thank you. For Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Hilborn. As you know, we manage a lot of fish here at this council, and over half the fish that we manage, we use data poor, data moderate methods. As you noted, the stock assessors did what they could with the data they had, and we still have to set limits. So when we don't have data-rich species, what do you suggest for setting limits that keep us in alignment with the current law?
You need a lawyer for that. I mean, I really think the current law is fundamentally flawed for mixed stock fisheries. And as I said, it's forcing the system to make totally irrational decisions. And they were not part of the plan for the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And I know that originally there was some form of mixed stock exception, but I think you're way out of my league. I'm just saying it makes no sense. And the Magnuson-Stevens Act is there to produce value from America's fisheries for America. We have the Endangered Species Act, we have the Marine Mammal Protection Act to assure conservation issues. And I want to point out that all of these limits, the limits on quillback, these are yield-based limits. The reference points are based on assumption we're dealing with yield. They're not conservation limits. And there's, all of the limits are designed around yield, and yet you're looking at basically eliminating a very large fishery to produce absolutely no gain in yield.
Thank you. Mark Gorelnik.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think this is my last question. Dr. Hilborn, to what extent, I think I just want to check and make sure you're aware of the 2022 withdrawals, mortalities of quillback were estimated to be, through the assessment, to be 28.66%, I think, was the number of the total stock. Do you think that's reasonable? And if you don't, that's okay. And to what extent can that information be used to validate the assessment?
One of the things about many of the data, again, they call this data moderate, but it's truly data poor assessments, is they very commonly end up saying that your exploitation rates are high, you're going to take the last fish next year, and then the next year they say the same thing. Well, for some reason they didn't all disappear last year. So I don't find it surprising that with such poor data that it's really saying, oh, you're down, you're very low and your rates are very high. But certainly my experience is that when you go 5 or 10 years later, it has proved to be wrong.
Thank you. And Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Ray. Just one additional question in referencing closed areas not being accounted for in this particular type of assessment. Are you referring to inshore, like marine protected areas, or are you referring to the broader rockfish conservation areas, or both? Thank you.
Well, basically both. I mean, now there's not a lot of rockfish conservation areas that are closed, but there were, 5 years ago, the total closed area was, I think, 44%. And now it's down to 25, at least according to this is of the quillback habitat. This is the rockfish habitat that was listed in the assessment. There's clearly a lot of area that's closed to fishing, and some areas I just don't know are just not fished because they're too far away from ports.
Follow up, Caroline?
Yes, thank you. And I guess within that description of them changing over time and being more encompassing or less encompassing, can you speak to how time blocking and the effects of this assessment could or couldn't have affected the outcome?
Yeah, and that's another thing that Mark Monder looked at, is the way you block the selectivity and the parameters can make a very big difference.
Thank you. And I'll look around the table here. See no other hands, so thank you very much, Dr. Schultz.
Okay, thank you very much for the chance to talk to you.
That will complete our public comment and take us into council action. And we'll get that up here on the screen quickly, quite a list. Maybe I'll ask either Todd or Marlene. Marlene, you gave us the overview. Just summarize again what the action is here before the council.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hessmer. The first council action, we've kind of broken this up into individual pieces, is to adopt final 2025-26 OFLs and ABCs where possible. In the event that you choose to depart from those default harvest control rules, to adopt a preliminary range of 25-26 P-stars, ABCs, and ACLs for more detailed analysis, and adopt preliminary preferred ACLs for stocks and stock complexes where possible. In regard to number 4, adopt a range of rebuilding specifications. The current recommendation based on previous council guidance under E2 is that the council action number 4 would be perhaps taken up under E7. Secondly, I would like to point out that the quillback rockfish is currently a part of the nearshore complexes, both north and south of 4010. And so any of your council actions under 1, 2, or 3 would need to potentially preclude those complexes as well, because the quillback numbers are currently not accounted for.
All right, thank you. So good, that's a good reminder. This is a 2-part agenda item. Item 4 is listed there for action here, but we're taking that up under part 2 on a later date. Our real focus is agenda items 1 or action items 1 through 3. And I will look for any hands to initiate discussion on this. Keely Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, I understand from council staff that the desire is to hold many or most of the quillback things until E7. Because it was discussed under public comment, I would like to make this comment now. The figure that has been brought up a number of times and was just discussed under public comment about the percentage of the biomass that was taken in recent years, and that being a crux issue that people view as to why they think that the stock assessment is not accurate. There is a report that we are planning to bring in March, and I'll just note that we have looked at many of the previously overfished stocks when they've been depleted, and the numbers that have been brought forward about a significant percentage of the biomass, those are well in line with what we've seen in other stocks. When they are in a depleted state, the fishery has taken a significant portion of that biomass. And so I understand that we're going to have more conversation about that, and perhaps under E7, likely more in March. But I do want to put that down, that we have information, that is not a nonsensical number. And I'm hoping we can focus our attention on moving forward through our specs process today.
Thank you, Keely. Other discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If I may, I have a question, I think, for NIMS.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm responding to the public testimony that we heard from Ben Entiknap regarding Canary. And just wondering if you could provide some clarification re legality of setting limits based on the 2011 rebuilding plan or the 2023 stock assessment. Just trying to get some clarification about where we are with that. Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question. For the Canary rockfish specifications at this point, the stock was declared rebuilt according to BSIA. The new information in the stock assessment with the hindcast that has updated what happened previously, that doesn't automatically change a stock status. We make stock status determinations with each round of new assessments that we have. The stock as of now is not overfished. It is in the precautionary zone. So we're not required to pick back up that rebuilding plan. The council certainly could deviate and choose to look at something different. So my understanding with what the GMT has brought forward is in the precautionary zone, the council's harvest control rule has typically been the 40-10 reduction, recognizing that we want to bring that stock back up where it was. The council can seek to do alternative things, but from our perspective, it's not a must do because we do not automatically re-enter that rebuilding plan. It has been rebuilt, but we should treat it appropriately as being in the precautionary zone.
Thank you. Further discussion. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Don't want to cut off discussion, but I do have a motion ready if we get to that point, which may help spur further discussion.
I see no hands going up, so please go ahead with your motion.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. Appreciate you being on the ball and dealing with all of our motions. I move the council adopt default harvest control rules for all species in the groundfish FMP, except for the 3 species listed below, as recommended by the GMT in agenda item E5A supplemental GMT report 2, table 1, and that's for rec sole. Choose alternative 1, ACL equals ABC, P star of 0.45. For short spine thorny head, ACL is less than ABC, P star of 0.45 with the 40-10 adjustment applied. For Dover sole, alternative 1, ACL equals ABC with a P star of 0.45. And adopt the GMT recommended short spine thorny head apportionment method, the 5-year rolling average for north and south of 3427, as outlined in supplemental GMT report 1.
Thank you. As I looked at it, it appears accurate and complete. Is that correct?
It appears to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Caroline McKnight. Please speak to your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. I think the GMT did a really good job outlining in both their report and their presentation the reasoning for default for most species, and then the reasoning for the alternative 1 for these 3 species. Do note that sablefish, we had looked, there had been some consideration for an alternative 1, but both the GMT and the GAP recommended the default of P star 0.45. And the questioning that I asked the GMT about the fact that we will be re-looking at sablefish in 2 years with a full assessment. There seems to be some comfort there that we aren't going to really mess anything up with sablefish by going with a P star of 0.45 for 2 years, especially given some market considerations, et cetera. For the others, for rec sole and Dover sole, increasing the P star to 0.45 allows a little more yield, but doesn't impact the, I'm sorry, not Dover sole, rec sole. The P star of 0.45 provides a little more yield, but doesn't impact the conservation of the stock. Short spine thorny head, I believe that one is in the precautionary zone, so we do need to do the 40-10 adjustment. And then Dover sole, because the default ACL would, or the default of 50,000 metric ton ACL would be above the projected ACL under a P-star 0.45, we couldn't go with that. And then on the short spine thorny head apportionment, this better lines up with how Sablefish is apportioned north and south, and is flexible, adjust as the stock adjusts to north and south. I think I fumbled my way through with that enough.
Thank you. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? I don't see any questions, so I'll open the floor for discussion on the motion. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Lynn, for the motion. I appreciate it, and I'll be supporting the motion. I've been thinking a lot about the Dover sole situation and the council action in September and what we saw in the GMT report in September when this came to them kind of late in their meeting and in their development of their report. The council's interest in seeing a catch-only projection for Dover sole so that we could consider the default harvest control rule approach for this, not needing a new alternative here. And thinking about it in the context of the conversations that we've been having so far this week on attainment of Dover sole and the trawl fleet, I realize there's a significant gap in the current catch and the ACL, whether it's the default ACL of 50,000 metric tons or the one that would result from a P-star of 0.45. So, which is why I'll support the motion, but it is a 15% reduction in the ACL approximately, and so it's important. And I'm thinking about the process and just the fact that things can fall through the cracks, and it is a very appropriate time to, even ask again for a catch-only projection for Dover sole, although I'm not going to. I'm just kind of calling this out. We're talking about the DTS attainment relative to the short spine thorny head and all of that. And so just kind of acknowledging the process that we're in, that things can slip off the table, that we can bring them back in. And I know there's some rigidity to the timeline here and making January 1 and all of that. But just kind of bringing that whole conversation in here when I look at the September motion and our intent to get it right. And maybe we didn't quite word it correctly, but anyway, thank you for the motion. Thank you for letting me just provide those comments about the process and some of it's, well, just the way things work out. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Heather. Further discussion? I do take time to look carefully here so I don't miss anyone, and I'm not seeing any hands, so I'll call the question on the motion before us on the screen. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Lynn. Further action. And it might be time to check in with Marlene relative to our checklist there. Is there something more we need to do, or are we good?
Thank you, Vice Chair Hasmer. I'm just looking around, a couple of backups to make sure that I've confirmed that the task is complete. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Oh. Thank you, Vice Chair Hasmer. I believe there might be a clarification needed that the previous motion covered task number one for adopting OFLs and ABCs, that just for council clarification, that the language in the motion that was just passed
Keely Kent?
Perhaps I could ask Ms. Mattis, is your motion intended to include OFLs? Under our reading, harvest control rules don't apply to the OFLs, but was that the intent?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Ms. Kent, that was the intent. I apologize if I didn't get the language correct. We can do well, I don't know if it's my place to volunteer, but I think we can hurry up and do another motion if we need to. Looking to Heather or Caroline to help me out.
I suggest we do another motion to make it clear.
Could we have a couple minutes?
Excuse me?
Could we have a couple minutes?
Yes, you may. Everybody stay in your seats. We'll get this sorted out. You're allowed to get coffee, water if you need it. All right, just 2 minutes. Some stuff is in electronic space, so 2 minutes, we'll get back in. All right, please grab your seats. Strap yourselves in. We are going to take a break after this agenda item is complete. All right, let me get your attention, everyone. I'm going to ask if there's any other guidance or action here and look for a hand. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I do have a second motion if we're ready for that.
We're ready. Let's have it.
Okay. And I'm going to have to add 2 table references, and I will, as I read. I move the council adopt the 25-26 OFLs and ABCs as shown in tables 1-1 and 1-2. In agenda item E5 supplemental revised attachment 1, except for the OFLs and ABCs for nearshore rockfish. Thank you. North and south of 4010.
I'll ask you to look carefully. Is that language on the screen accurate and complete?
To the best of my ability at the moment, yes.
All right, thank you. Hold it. We have a question.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Mattis, just for specificity, your intent here is nearshore rockfish complexes, north and south, yes?
Through the Vice Chair, Mr. Phillips, that is correct. Nearshore rockfish complex north and south of 40 degrees, 10 minutes north latitude.
Thank you.
Not the 40-10 adjustment.
All right, I think there was a clarification too that 4010 is 40 degrees, 10 minutes north latitude. Lynn, I'll ask you once more to look at it carefully, make sure it's complete now and accurate as you intend.
I believe it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Heather Hall seconds the motion. Thank you. Please speak to the motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you to our colleagues at NIMS to help us realize that I forgot to step on this. This motion adopts the OFLs and ABCs for 25 and 26 for most species and complexes. The nearshore rockfish complex north and south of 40 degrees, 10 minutes north latitude is not included at this time because we don't have cells filled in for the quillback rockfish in California piece. That's all I've got.
All right, thank you. Questions to the maker of motion for clarification? Not seeing any questions. Any discussion on the motion? No discussion. I'll call the question. Motion is before you on the screen. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Lynn. All right, let's do one more check on the checklist. And I am assuming we have covered items 1, 2, and 3 as we intended to do here today. Is that correct?
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer, and thank you for the patience of the council. I believe that those tasks have been complete.
All right, thank you. With that, I think I will look around, but it's time to close out this agenda item and move on to the next one. So with that, I will pass the gavel back to our chair.
Great job, Vice Chair Hassemer. We're going to take a 15-minute break and get back here at Executive Director Bird.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, a break at the moment would be appropriate. Or the dinners, if you've ordered them, they'll be arriving out here outside the ballroom in the next couple of minutes. So I'd recommend taking the time to collect whatever you've ordered, and we will, if it's at your pleasure, we'll just eat and keep moving along after we get situated.
That would be my pleasure, yes. Okay, see you in 15. If you're wondering why we're not going right now, we're just Lynn decided to go to a room, take the meeting for the rest of the night. So we're just waiting for her to get online. So we're waiting for Lynn to get online.
Red color.
Okay. Lynn's not quite on yet, but we assume she will be shortly. So with that, let's start off the overview, and I'll look to Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're here under agenda item E6 this afternoon to move your preliminary EFPs forward as part of the biennial specifications process. Under this agenda item, you're also in accordance with your council operating procedures, receiving reports for the first year of the 23-24 EFPs, as well as reports from those EFPs on their anticipated activities for the coming year. In your reference materials for this agenda item, you have both EFPs and those reports that I mentioned, as well as reports from the GMT and GAP. After the briefing book went out, there have been some changes to the lineup of EFPs. There's been EFPs withdrawn and some changes and additional reports that have come in. And the easiest thing, I think, for you to look at to work your way through this is going to be supplemental attachment 8. And I'll step through that attachment with you now. So the first line in that attachment is for the CDF&W EFP. The attachment 1 includes their EFP application, as well as their interim report on 2023 and a report on their plans for 2024. So that is your action here today with respect to these EFPs is to adopt the EFPs that you'll be moving forward, decide whether to send anything to the SSC, and decide if there are any set-asides that need to be adopted to accommodate them. With respect to the CDF&W EFP, I'd note that this is basically a repeat of the EFP from the last cycle, and there are no set-asides requested. So the only action in relation to this EFP is whether or not to move forward. Next comes the Platte Yoakum EFP, which is for a vertical hook and line research estimate. And that EFP was withdrawn. It was resubmitted as the request they made was to resubmit it as a research proposal, and we have included it in your briefing book materials. However, there's not really a role for the council at this point in this process with respect to research proposals. So there wouldn't be any action you would need to take on that EFP and on that line of this table. The next line is the Emily Platt EFP. And that has not been submitted for 25-26. You do have an interim report for 23, attachment 3, and an attachment, supplemental attachment 7, which have the plans for 2024. And they are requesting or notifying you that they are not planning to have that EFP in 2024. The implications of that then is that there are some set-asides associated with that EFP that when you're doing in-season management next year, you may be able to take advantage of those if things are tight for one of your stocks. But that's another row for which no action is required at this time. Then the last EFP is the one from the Midwater Rockfish EFP, supplemental attachment 4. So again, you have the EFP application as attachment 4, and you have the interim report and plans for 2024. Attachment 5, the EFP does not require a set aside, and they are planning to go ahead with 23 and 24. So no actions there. So in summary, you have 2 EFPs that you need to decide whether or not you want to move forward. These are, as I said, these EFPs have been in place before. So you take that into account with respect to whether you want to refer them to the SSC. And neither of these EFPs are requesting the adoption of yield set-asides. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That completes the overview.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. Questions for Jim on his overview? Okay. Very good. With that, we'll go to the GMT report. And Lynn Massey. Welcome, Lynn.
Evening, council members. For the record, I'm Lynn Massey from NIMS West Coast Region, and I'll be reading, well, I'm going to summarize agenda item E6A into the record for you. So typically at this meeting, you would be adopting EFP set-asides as off-the-top deductions from ACLs. However, both EFP applications for consideration don't actually need that. So typically the GMT would have a table of set-asides recommended for you, but that's why we don't have that in this report. The 2 EFPs that you have for the cycle are California Department of Fish and Wildlife's recreational EFP. You've seen this one before. We've had it going for a couple of cycles. This is where their commercial passenger fishing vessels are exempt from the federal prohibition on retaining cow cod. So those are their rec vessels that are doing their normal operations, and they just bring those fish back to CDF&W directly. It's a little different for this cycle in that CDF&W has requested an additional exemption from the prohibition on retaining quillback rockfish and yellow eye rockfish, and they also increased their vessel participants. And then the second EFP is our usual trawl gear EFP. The quota for that EFP comes out of their IFQ quotas. That is the one where midwater trawlers have an exemption to fish for midwater rockfish year round. Also, that's for north of 42. And then for south of 42, they can fish shoreward of the 150 fathom line. And then for bottom trawl vessels, they have an exemption from the requirement to use a selective flatfish trawl between 42 and 4010. And in sum, the GMT recommends that you forward those for public review. Typically, we always also recommend 100 Chinook for the non-trawl EFPs. Since none of those are being renewed that cycle, we are just flagging that we are not recommending that at this time. That concludes our report, and I'll take any questions.
Okay. Thanks, Lynn. Questions on the GMT report? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Lynn. Just a quick clarification in the midwater trawl EFP application. It does have some mention of the Chinook bycatch caps that are both north and south. Those are not considered part of the groundfish set-asides, and those are not part of anything that GMT discussed other than the non-trawl Chinook. So am I right in understanding that the GMT is not tracking those necessarily in anything related to specifications that we need to be accounting for immediately right now?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. We do count the Chinook salmon from the trawl gear EFP in the scorecard in our regular in-season report. So we are accounting for that, just not in this report specifically. Does that answer your question? Okay.
It does. I just wanted to verify that because it wasn't listed there. But that does answer my question. Thank you.
Okay. I can add that sentence here in the future to make it more clear.
Thank you, Caroline. Anyone else? Okay, Lynn. Thank you. Next up would be Dan Platt in the CAP report. Welcome, Dan.
Good evening, council members. For the record, my name is Dan Platt, and I'll be reading the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report on preliminary exempted fishing permits for 2025-2026. Groundfish Advisory Subpanel reviewed and the proposed exempted fishing permits and reports and notes that the existing EFPs have provided valuable information to the Pacific Fishery Management Council and National Marine Fisheries Service for better fisheries management while also affording the seafood industry more opportunity. As the GAP noted in 2021, the methods for accessing clean catch in the healthy midwater rockfish populations will be critical in light of future restrictions to nearshore rockfish fisheries. Regarding the California Department of Fish and Wildlife EFP, the GAP has expressed enthusiastic support for this EFP, especially since the lack of Quebec rockfish information has been a hindrance to the assessment. Additionally, more commercial passenger fishing vessels may be interested in participating in this EFP in the future. However, some members of the GAP questioned what standard would be used to decide if Quebec should be descended or retained in the EFP. The GAP suggests more details be made available for final action in June 2024. The GAP notes that the midwater trawl rockfish EFP has been going on for several years successfully and would like to see this move into regulation. For 2025-2026, the GAP recommends the council move forward with the CDFW and midwater rockfish EFP. The GAP understands that Dan Platt and Dan Yoakum EFP vertical hook and line research estimate has been withdrawn and proposed as a research project. The GAP supports the idea of using commercial hook and line fishermen for collaborative research in the future. However, there is no process for the council to consider research proposals as part of the biennial harvest specifications. The GAP sees value in the goals of this proposal to collect additional nearshore information and suggests the more expeditious path might be to expand the hook and line survey. We have noticed our interest in this expansion repeatedly in past statements and are still interested in it. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Dan. Questions on the GAP statement? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Okay, takes care of our reports. I don't see any public comments. There's one. Aha. Well, there you go. We have one public comment, and that'd be Dan Platt. Well, welcome back.
So I mainly signed up for public comment just in case there was any questions about the intentions that Dan Yoakum and I had with our AFP.
Okay. With that, is there any questions for Dan on that? Caroline.
Thanks, Dan. Just, I guess one question would be, over the course of this meeting, do you feel like there's a little bit more direction where maybe this research proposal could be submitted differently or in a different venue or at a different time?
Yes, thank you, Carolyn. Yeah, we have been working during the meeting with the National Marine Fisheries Service in hopes of refining it so it actually can be effective in its use. And in the future, we'll figure out a way to hopefully get to work on it.
Okay, thanks, Caroline. Further questions for Dan? Okay, thanks, Dan. Okay, that takes care of public comment and leads us to council action. Which is before you on the screen. So with that, I'll open the floor up for a discussion. Caroline?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm hoping to take just a moment here and not intending to step out of turn, but I didn't want to do this before a few folks in the audience left. I just want to take a moment because I think I need to draw some attention to some of the supplemental agenda items relative to the Dan Platt and Barbara Emily EFP. The title of it reads Termination of the EFP for 2024. And I hope you don't mind, Dan, but I did a little bit of digging with the help from a few friends, and I really wanted to take an opportunity to showcase the dedication and fortitude that it took Barbara Emily and those that participated in this EFP and you over these many years. This EFP began in 2013. And while the name of it has changed, it was a little hard to find in the record and track over the years. What has remained completely steadfast is the time and the attention and the engagement that both you and Barbara and Larry and all of those who have been participants have engaged in over 10 long years and engaged in the process, which is not easy. It was a very straightforward and important goal. It was to test vertical mid-water hook and line gear that was meant to target those healthy stocks that you just mentioned while avoiding overfished yellow eye rockfish. And while it did start in North Central California with only 5 trips in 2013, it grew and expanded to a high or a peak of over 54 trips and had spread geographically both north and south with many gear innovations along the way. During that time, where the total groundfish landed each year ranged from 0.5 metric ton to as high as 12 metric tons, I just want to champion that the count of individual yellow eye rockfish never exceeded 5 observed fish. So I just want to extend deep appreciation for your commitment, and I admire the innovation and dedication, and nothing has read more sweeter in a briefing book than to see the words that was in your performance report that says, and I quote, "There has been no participation in the EFP this year. This is most likely because it is legal now to fish in the RCA with this gear, and the fishermen are doing that, end quote. The application and usage of this gear is a valuable and far-reaching tool, maybe what was even beyond what was envisioned in 2013. But it is no doubt nothing but beneficial and an important management tool, thanks to the both of you and all those who contributed. So thank you for a moment to acknowledge that.
Thank you, Caroline. Hey, anyone else? Motion made? You do? Yes, please.
Thank you. I do have a motion that I think is coming shortly. Thank you, Sandra. I move the council adopt for public review the exempted fishing permits as recommended by the GMT and agenda item E6A, supplemental GMT report 1, November 2023, including removal of the 100 Chinook salmon allowance for non-trawl EFP activity.
Thank you, Caroline. Is the language on the screen accurate?
It is.
Okay, for a second. Second by Mark Grelnick. Thank you, Mark. Please speak to your motion as needed.
Thank you. I just extend the appreciation to the GMT and the GAP for taking the time to review the EFP applications and work through the checklist and excuse me, and considerations through our COP. As a matter of clarity, I do want to point out there that there are no set-asides for groundfish species that are put forward or required as part of these EFPs. And I believe I just confirmed with the GMT that that is the case. But I will mention that the motion is intended to include the Chinook salmon bicaps as listed in attachment 4 for the year-round trawl gear EFP, which should have remained status quo. So nothing should change there. These are renewals of existing EFPs with the modifications proposed for CDF and W that include 2 new species and some geographical extensions. Otherwise, they are operational and functional and serve to collect very much needed biological information for important species. And we're supported by both the GMT and the GAP. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. Questions for the motion maker or discussion on the motion? Okay, if not seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Very well. Good job. Jim? How are we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that completes your business under this agenda item. You have decided to forward 2 EFPs as recommended by the GMT, and those include the clarification that the midwater trawl EFP includes the Chinook harvest guidelines or bycatch caps. Sounds like neither of these needs to go to the SSC, and we talked about there not being any yield set aside required. So I think you're good.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, that closes the agenda item, and on to Pacific Halibut, G1. I'm going to take a little short respite here as we move people into their seats. So. Okay. Okay. On the G1, I'd just like to acknowledge that Josh Lindsay is in the National Fisheries Service seat, and Marcy Rumko is in the Cal Fish and Game. We do have Lynn Mattis online here for this evening. Okay. Robin, whenever, no rush, but whenever you're ready to go. So no, not being pushy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to say good afternoon. So this is agenda item G1. This is our Pacific Halibut management agenda item. We have a lot of business to cover under this agenda item. We've split it into two parts. And so for this afternoon, we're just going to cover the all the attachments that are part of this, the advisory body statements, the state and other agency statements, and public comment. And then we'll pick it back up again tomorrow afternoon. And there's a lot of moving pieces here. And so I put together a bit of a PowerPoint to help walk the council through what's on the plate. And so I'll go ahead and share my screen and walk you all through that. Ta-da. All right, like I said, there's a lot of moving pieces here. You'll remember back in September, we adopted a number of things for public review, and we're back here in November to take final action on those things that we can. And for those things that aren't quite ready for prime time, we'll talk about what a schedule and the process might be to work through those things. So as typical in September and November, we have those traditional catch sharing plan items. They include the upcoming seasons for the sport fishery and also the directed commercial halibut fishery. In addition to those items, we have what I've been referring to as our scoping items. So that includes adjusting the catch sharing plan to provide more detail on the management objectives and the fishery flexibility portions. Also for the fixed allocation changes has been part of a big discussion, providing some in-season flexibility so we can move allocation potentially between state to state in our recreational fisheries. And also there's been some items recommended by the enforcement consultants on some of our regulations that we've been considering. So for the traditional items, we will look for 4 motions, one from each state on their sport seasons, and then the 4th one on the directed commercial halibut fishery. And for the scoping topics, like I mentioned, there are 4 topics there. If we can have motions and get ready for 2024, great. If not, we'll set up a schedule to get those taken care of perhaps later in the year. So the traditional items, like I mentioned, are the state fishery items from Oregon, Washington, and California. They've all provided you with statements that recommend some sort of change for the upcoming 2024 season. I would note that the proposal from California is for a change that would set a management line that would have 2 sub areas in place in that state. So that would be more of a permanent thing to the catch sharing plan rather than just for 2024. And as I mentioned, the directed commercial fishery. For your scoping topics, you have 4 different attachments. Attachment 3 just speaks to the management objectives and the fishery flexibility that's already within the catch sharing plan. We're just looking to clarify, perhaps add a little more detail. For attachment 4, that is the topic that covers the sport allocation changes. There were three options for action that would shift quota from Washington and Oregon sport fisheries to California sport. Supplemental 5 is the in-season flexibility measures, which would create some kind of language that would allow for allocation or quota to be moved between states for the sport fisheries, and that we would do that in season. We've been working really hard to find that clear and precise language to make sure that it is done in the right way and can be implemented. And then for the regulatory items, again, just those three topics. If the council does decide to move forward with those items, we will need a little bit more time to work out the details. So for attachment 3, these are the management objectives. In that attachment 3, there's 10 different sections for proposed changes. Most of them, again, are fairly benign. I'll just point out a couple of them. They both relate to the salmon troll incidental fishery. And the first one just removes the requirement for NIMS to announce that the season is going to extend beyond June 30. Typically, we have the fisheries continue April through June, but if we wanted to go into July or beyond, we had to have a meeting and have NIMS announce that the fishery will extend beyond July. So that language is being proposed to be removed. And then also for the salmon troll incidental fishery, probably on the last page in the last sentence, there's one little place where it says halibut to Chinook ratio when it's referring to the salmon troll allowed catch. It's just saying that that information is going to be provided in table 1 of our preseason regulations, which is all true. We're just simplifying that language there just to say the catch ratios are going to be provided in that. It's not necessarily intending to change the fact that the ratio is halibut to Chinook. So I wanted to point that one out as well. So attachment 4 talks about the non-tribal sport allocations. Again, we've adopted things in September for public review. There's essentially 4 different actions. You know, the status quo would be your non-action item to keep the California sport fishery at 4%. Option 1 would move 2% from Oregon and 1% from Washington to California for a total of 7%. I think I said, okay, anyway. Option 2, move 1% of Oregon and 0.5% of Washington to California, which would give them 5.5%. And then option 3 is 0.6% from Oregon and 0.4% from Washington to California for a total of 5%. So the in-season flexibility language is provided in supplemental attachment 5. This covers the idea of having some kind of trigger date. We talked about using August 15th, where essentially we would be asking the states to report their actual and projected catch for their season and any unused quota that they might have, and to do that in season. And with that information, NIMS could reapportion that amount available based on the states and the sub-area quotas that are described in the catch sharing plan. Obviously, to make this worthwhile in season, we'd want to try to move the transfer of that quota through the regulatory process quickly. And again, like I said, we may need a little more time to get that language right. We've been working on it, but it will be for the council to decide here how well we've done and if it's ready. So attachment 6 are those regulatory items. It's the same 3 items we were talking about back in September, whether or not to require VMS for the directed commercial fishery vessels, trying to adjust the fish receiving tickets so that it would include the number of halibut as well as the total pounds landed. And for the seabird avoidance measures to require the directed commercial fishery vessels to use those. So those are your tasks for this agenda item. Again, we'll need 4 motions for those more traditional items. And for the scoping items, there's potentially 4 more decisions for you to make. And again, we would look to put in place for 2024 what we can, and what we can't work through, we will want to identify a process and schedule for those remaining topics. So that concludes my overview. I'm going to figure out how to stop share. There we go.
Okay. Thank you, Robin. Questions for Robin on her overview? Okay, not seeing any. Oh, Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Robin. I'm looking at slide number 5. The blue box regarding salmon troll incidental number 6. Remove reference to the Chinook halibut ratio and inserts landing restrictions. I looked at the language in attachment 3. Is the intention of that amendment to change the incidental salmon troll ratios to include both Chinook and coho by removing the word Chinook out of the regulatory language? Is that the intention here?
Robin.
Thank you. No, it is not. It is, again, just to simplify the catch sharing plan. When we get to March and we start talking about those things, you will still see clearly that the ratios are Chinook to halibut when we make those proposals. I do understand that there has been some talk about wanting to discuss that type of change, but that is not what this is intended to do.
Okay, so thank you for that response, but can you tell me exactly why it's necessary then?
I think it's necessary because it's in a spot that is awkward and not necessarily needed to say that specifically, I guess. It just seems like if you're going to say that it's a halibut to Chinook ratio rather than just a catch ratio, that type of language could be a better placed so that all are aware, either in the March documents when we make those decisions and in the final table 1 regulations, or even, spelled out in the item under that fishery itself within the catch sharing plan. But to have it be, I don't want to say hidden away, but not clearly visible, it just didn't seem like a good fit for that specific type of language. That catch ratio seemed to be just as well.
Marcy?
Thank you.
Okay. I'll first turn to Josh Lindsay to see if he wants to acknowledge the NIPS report before we go to Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, this is the typical report we put in, just updating the catch landing since September. Happy to answer any questions, but I don't have anything specific to call out in the report.
Okay. Any questions for Josh on the NIPS report? Who's the briefing book? Okay. Thanks, Josh. Okay, with that, we'll turn to ODFW and Lynn Mattis. Lynn, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
So I'm going to be summarizing agenda item G1A, ODFW Report 1. The Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife solicited public input via email, phone, and a public meeting hosted in Newport on September 26th, which was also webcast to discuss the proposed changes to the cat sharing plan. 6 members of the public attended the meeting in person, 30 participated via the webinar, and many others have reached out via phone and email to provide feedback regarding sport halibut fisheries. On the proposed changes for the 2024 cat sharing plan, between state allocation shift, Oregon anglers oppose any allocation shift of the Oregon quota to California. Prior to, during, and after the September public meetings, Oregon sport anglers strongly voiced their disapproval of any halibut allocation shift from the Oregon sport fisheries to California sport fisheries. One of the main concerns that was raised was that the season structure intended to extend the fishery into late summer months during periods of low allocation has instead stranded unused quota over the last few years, providing some potential credence to this allocation shift. Anglers additionally voiced their frustration with the lack of opportunity during these higher quota years, and perceived overly conservative management by ODFW may now result in the displacement of quota, stating that under a more liberal season structure, it's likely that the Oregon halibut quota would have been fully harvested. Furthermore, there was a request to shift quota to the Columbia River sub-area prior to any allocation shift to California, as the Columbia River has the few fishing days due to quota attainment. In-season flexibility provision. We are supportive of an in-season flexibility provision that could provide an alternative means to more fully utilize the non-tribal Area 2A allocation. Currently, we manage the Columbia River sub-area jointly between Oregon and Washington in this manner, with open communication between all 3 states and NIMS. A portal to transfer any or all projected unused quota between the states could be an effective tool. Just as an example, if this trigger date of July 15th or August 1st would have been in place for 2023, it would have yielded a low amount of projected unused quota from the Oregon sport allocation, a little over 1,000 pounds remaining after the spring all-depth fishery. Anglers were harvesting an average of just under 16,000 pounds per week in the all-depth fishery prior to the summer season beginning in August. However, during the month of August, when the summer season opened, sport anglers shifted their attention to coho and albacore, bringing the estimated average down to just under 6,000 pounds per week. By Labor Day weekend, it was clear that the entire sport allocation in Oregon would not be harvested, with a current estimate of a little over 55,000 pounds projected to be unharvested. However, as recently as 2018, the summer all-depth season has been open for only 6 days, 3 2-day openings, while exceeding over 50,000 pounds of halibut landed. The fish were much larger that year than in any year since, with the 2012 year class dominating the catches in recent years. To the proposal for the Central Coast all-depth days, Oregon anglers voiced their approval of adding more flexibility to the cat sharing plan to allow for more fishing days in the spring all-depth season. Therefore, ODFW is recommending alternative 1. The Oregon Coast spring all-depth backup dates may be established every week, except weeks may be skipped to avoid adverse tidal conditions, and the potential backup dates would be identified pre-season. And that concludes the report.
Thank you, Lynn. Questions for Lynn on the ODFW report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Lynn. Next up would be Heather Hall with the WDFW report. Heather?
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. And there are 2 WDFW reports, and I'll walk through both of them if that's okay. WDFW report 1 was developed. This was really to help provide some preliminary information to our stakeholders during our stakeholder meetings that we hold in advance of the council meeting to get input. It's not intended to be a full analysis of the allocation options, but it was intended to really help the public understand some of the implications of the options. I'll just walk through here. I did want to point out that on page 1 under analysis of options, the first sentence where Washington Sport Fishery receives 35.6%, it should say 35.6 of the non-tribal pounds for area 2A. So I know that created a little bit of confusion. In figure 1, what you can see on page 3 is Washington allocations for sport areas for 2015 through 2023. That's looking at actual FCEYs under status quo and the 3 options. Going back to 2015 is when you can see the FCEY was 970,000 pounds. And just also, I should say, go back a little bit, that part of what's included in this report is intended to also show that not only is the sport fishery affected by allocation changes, but because the way we have structured our sport quota so that it, depending on the area 2A TAC, and a portion of that sport quota is used to allow for incidental landings in the Sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis. Under figure 2, what we did is show Sablefish incidental allocations using selected hypothetical but plausible 2A FCEYs under status quo and also the options. And we did that partly because a lot of the conversations we've been having with our stakeholders over the past year have really had this overarching concern about what will happen with the 2A halibut quota in the future. There was concern about whether or not we would maintain the 1.65 allocation for area 2A in 2023, which we did, but there's uncertainty about that again in 2024. So where, we've had some good season structures in recent years under this stable quota. We know that we came from a period where that we did not have that stability under much lower quotas. So wanted to just illustrate that in this analysis. On table 1A on page 4, you can see the Sablefish incidental allocations compared to actual and status quo and options 1 through 3 under actual FCEYs for 2015 through 2013. And you can see in 2015 and 2016, under status quo, the Sablefish fishery would have had incidental allocation pounds available, and then, but under allocation options 1, 2, and 3, there would be none. And then as the allocations went up in those years, there was a little bit more stability to that allocation going to the fixed scare fishery. Moving on to the sport fishery, to explore the impact of reduced sport area allocations to the recreational fishery, we used average catch per day to translate the reduction from pounds to fishing days. So spring, in May and June, the average catch per day is used for consistency across years and areas. These are the only 2 months when all areas are typically have been open for at least a few days. Based on the table 2B allocation amounts and a 2023 average catch per day of 7,800 pounds, the range of options would result in a loss of 1/3 to 1.25 days. While this may seem inconsequential in terms of recent season durations, which are longer due to the pandemic and lingering effects, in combination with the relatively higher and stable 2A FCEY, it is meaningful when viewed over more years and particularly in conjunction with lower FCEYs. The Washington recreational halibut fishery has substantial harvest capacity. For example, the Washington season averaged 10 days per sub-area in 2015 when the 2A FCEY was 970,000 pounds. The North Coast, which is our ports of Neah Bay and La Push, and the South Coast, which is the Port of Westport areas, were only open 3 and 4 days respectively. The 2016 through 2018 seasons with FCEYs a little higher at about 1.1 to 1.3 million pounds, averaged 9 days per sub-area. Had the Washington seasons in these years been structured with all sub-areas open May 1, with no staggering days or midweek closures, they would have closed by May 5th, 7th, and 8th respectively. Even with a 2A FCEY of 1.5 million pounds in 2023, had all the sport areas opened May 1 with no staggering or midweek closures, and using a May-June average catch rates, the Washington recreational season would have been open for approximately 37 days. Table 2A illustrates the Washington sport area allocations under status quo and options 1 through 3 under the FCEYs that were in place from 2015 to 2023. So, and in this table, you can see under option 1, the highest reduction in the Washington sport area allocation would be 9,880 pounds, and the lowest would be under option 3, where it would be just a little over 3,000 pounds of reduction from the quota. In summary, under the catch sharing plan allocation formula for Washington sport, the options affect both the Sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis and the Washington sport fishery, but the impact of the options on each fishery relative to each fishery status quo varies depending on the FCEY. The allocation options were reviewed and discussed at stakeholder meeting on October 11th. Stakeholders overwhelmingly support the status quo allocation option. Many commented that it was difficult to consider giving up quota from an area that has been managed under restrictive season structures and annual bag limits to keep catch below sub-area allocations compared to an area open 7 days per week for the duration of the season. Many stakeholders have participated in the Washington sport halibut fishery for many years, including those prior to a stable area to a TCEY, where the seasons were very short in all sub-areas. Uncertainty in the stable area to a TECY in 2024 and beyond also contributes to the rationale for maintaining status quo allocations among Washington stakeholders. I'll just ask if there's any questions before I move to report 2.
Okay, questions for Heather on the first report? I think you're good.
WDFW report 2 is more of the traditional report that we put forward this time of year. We met with our stakeholders in August to develop preliminary season dates for 2024 and changes to catch sharing plan. We met again with those stakeholders on October 11th to discuss the season dates that were out for public review, refine the proposals to provide a final recommendation for this meeting. In September, the 2024 recreational season proposal adopted for public review included options that increase access across all sub-areas, with some intermediate increases linked to the fishery constant exploitable yield, or FCEY, set by the IPHC. For Puget Sound, options include opening 7 days per week in April and May, or opening the eastern portion, which are marine areas 6 through 10, as early as February or March. Coastal options include more days per week open, for example, 3 versus status quo of 2 for the Columbia River in May and June, and adding 4 more days scheduled to status quo in June for the South Coast. For public review, there was an option that opened the North Coast 5 days per week instead of 2 in May and June. And both the Puget Sound and the North Coast include an option that scales the number of days depending on the FCEY. So if the FCEY in 2024 is below 1.3 million pounds, Puget Sound would open in April, only 5 days per week, and the North Coast would open in May and June, 4 days per week. All sub-area options include opening up to 7 days per week in August and September, should quota remain after June. From discussions at the October 11th meeting, proposed changes to the cat sharing plan are recommended, and details are presented below that support achieving the Washington sub-area and overall sport allocations. We did talk about annual bag limits, which are not included in the cat sharing plan, but it's been a discussion we've been having with our stakeholders over the last couple of years. We have an annual bag limit of 4 fish per angler. There's been a discussion about moving to 6. And we heard at this meeting that there was support for making that change, but also, again, some concern for seeing a reduction in the 2A FCEY and an interest in following up with whether or not we would move forward with that once we know what the 2A quota is in 2024. For Washington sub areas, our changes to the cat sharing plan supporting flexible in-season management have proven particularly valuable to respond to a change in fishery dynamics following the pandemic in 2020. In the years since then, stakeholders have supported an in-season management approach that utilizes remaining allocation to provide the South Coast and Columbia River sub-areas where the sub-area allocation has typically been taken mainly in the spring, some additional fishing opportunity in June. And that also allows for late season opportunity in August and September in all areas, in particular for the North Coast and Puget Sound. So I'll just skip forward here a little bit. Because the Area 2A allocation is somewhat uncertain and there are concerns that it may be lower than the 1.5 million pounds we've been managing to since 2019, stakeholders recommended alternative season structure options that would be implemented if the 2A allocation is less than 1.3 million pounds. The recommendations in our report include alternative season structures for the North Coast and Puget Sound sub-areas in 2024, but this approach may be considered for all sub-areas in the future. So for the Puget Sound sub-area, if the 2024 FCEY exceeds 1.3 million pounds, revise the cat sharing plan to open in April 7 days per week through June. Or if the 2024 FCEY is below 1.3 million pounds, revise the cat sharing plan to be open 5 days per week through June. For the North Coast, South Coast sub-areas and the Columbia River, discussions relative to these coastal sub-areas centered on cautiously expanding opportunity compared to status quo. Stakeholders still support a flexible in-season management approach. And while the options adopted for public review included opening the North Coast up to 5 days per week, stakeholders from the sub-area supported a season structure that is more precautionary in the month of May, with days open per week contingent on the FCEY, similar to the approach taken for Puget Sound, with support for opening up to 4 days per week during June, regardless of the 2A allocation. South Coast stakeholders requested additional days for June, preferring to cancel open days if insufficient quota is available rather than rely solely on adding dates in season. Columbia River stakeholders requested opening 3 days per week instead of 2, a change that is currently allowed under existing cat sharing plan language. The request for 3 days per week anticipates a likelihood that weather conditions may preclude fishing at least 1 day per week, and thus intends to improve the opportunity to achieve 2 days per week of fishing. This also aligns with the Columbia River, with the South Coast for most May dates. So finally, on page 4 are the recommended our WDFW recommendations, which really just summarize what I just said, so I won't reread them. And then toward the bottom, the actual dates are proposed there. This is also where we have the recommendation that's based on the FCEY. So for example, Puget Sound, if the FCEY is greater than, and I would say here, greater than or equal to 1.3 million pounds, then we would go with the 7 days per week in April through June. If the FCEY is less than 1.3 million pounds, so I'm just clarifying that it's greater than or equal to 1.3 and less than 1.3 in the two options here. The recommended dates for the North Coast and Marine area are also spelled out, also with the contingent on the FCEY for 2024. And then the date structure and the season structure for the South Coast and Marine Area 1 are included on page 4. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Questions for Heather on WDFW report 2? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Okay, that'll take us to Cal Fish and Game report, I believe. My hat. Melanie, welcome.
Good evening, council members. For the record, I am Melanie Parker with CDFW. I will be reading from agenda item G1, supplemental CDFW report 1. The CDFW report is 10 pages long, but in recognition of the time,
Melanie,
sorry.
I'm sorry, I missed, Lynn had her hand up. So just pardon that, missed that. Lynn, you have a question for Heather?
It wasn't an exact question, just a comment. I didn't address Columbia River in the ODFW report, but ODFW is supportive of what WDFW recommended for the Columbia River sub-area. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Yep. Okay, but no, my apologies.
It's okay. As I said, in recognition of the time, I will not read the entire report into the record. The first 5.5 pages of this report provide a summary of California Pacific halibut fishery management. CDFW provides this information to counter the assertions that California does not manage a specific halibut fishery. The season structure and other management measures in California are different from those present in some of the recreational sub-areas off Washington and Oregon. The recreational Pacific halibut fishery off California is managed as one sub-area within the Area 2A CSP, and since 2015 has received a 4% allocation of the non-tribal Area 2A FCEY. CDFW works closely with constituents each year to develop a season structure and season dates that allow the most opportunity possible throughout the fishing season, while also avoiding exceeding the quota. The fishery continues 7 days per week until the end date of the season as specified in the CSP, or until the quota is met, whichever comes first. This season structure is simple and allows flexibility for the variable weather conditions that are present off the Northern California coast. On California's north coast, there are 5 main port areas where Pacific halibut fishery generally occurs, as shown in Figure 2 of our report. Most sampled fish come from the Eureka area, followed by Crescent City and Trinidad, and Shelter Cove and Fort Bragg. Of note, in 2023, a record number of Pacific halibut were sampled in the Fort Bragg port area, possibly as a result of no salmon opportunities and reduced groundfish opportunities in nearshore waters. There are several great metrics on California's fishery in this report, including a comparison of annual catch compared to the quota and days open to fishing each year from 2015 through 2023, and also a recent average daily estimated catch by month, during which the peak summer months is only 449 net pounds per day. CDFW conducts active quota tracking and management of the Pacific halibut fishery in season, so that when the quota is projected to be reached, the fishery closes. The process for Pacific halibut in-season catch tracking has been in place since the 2015 season and is similar to that used in the recreational groundfish fisheries, and is explained in detail on pages 4 through 6 of this report. This process allows for weekly and even daily catch projection updates to monitor the catch accrual against the quota. This near real-time information allows CDFW, NMFS, the Council, and IPHC to coordinate on quota attainment for the California sub-area and determination of a fishery closure date if the quota is projected to be met. Now returning to the report, section on management objectives and fishery flexibility. CDFW supports the changes in the CSP as proposed in agenda item G1 attachment 3. There's an error in our report. It should read November 2023, not September. With implementation as part of the 2024 CSP. For proposed changes to non-tribal sport allocations, CDFW supports adopting an allocation shift to the California sport fishery for implementation as part of the 2024 CSP. For the in-season flexibility provisions, CDFW supports continuing work during 2024 on in-season flexibility provisions as described in agenda item G1 attachment 5. Again, a correction from September that should read November 2023, with the intent to bring proposals back in front of the council at the September 2024 meeting for consideration for the 2025 CSP. California sub-area management, a new management line at Point Arena. CDFW recommends implementing a new management line at Point Arena, and there's a map on figure 4 of our report showing the north coast of California for those who are less familiar with our geography and where Point Arena lies. The boundary change and formation of a new management area would facilitate greater management of the resource and better meet needs in different areas of the state. The area north of Point Arena would be called the Northern California sub-area. The area south of Point Arena would be called the South of Point Arena sub-area. The South of Point Arena sub-area would be structured to accommodate de minimis catch that occurs in other fisheries. Pacific halibut are not directly targeted in this area and are a rare and insignificant contributor to total mortality. The area would be open year-round with a 1 fish daily bag and possession limit. The quota for the area south of Point Arena would be a set poundage up to a maximum of 1,000 net pounds annually to be subtracted from the California area quota, with the remainder available for the directed recreational fishery that is well established north of Point Arena. The IPHC surveyed California waters in 2013, 2014, and again in 2017. The 2017 survey reached as far south as waters off San Francisco. However, for the area between Cape Mendocino and San Francisco, only trace amounts of Pacific halibut were caught. A review of SURF's field intercept data from 2008 through 2023 for the area south of Point Arena indicate in most years, 1 or fewer Pacific halibut are reported caught. That includes kept and released fish. In the 16 years analyzed, 7 years had no reported encounters with Pacific halibut in the area south of Point Arena. An increase in encounters in 2022 was observed and may be due to anglers exploring areas that were previously closed to groundfish fishing. However, realized mortality from this area continues to be a minor contributor to total recreational landings off California. The highest total estimated mortality for the area south of Point Arena is 391 net pounds and occurred in 2022. CDFW recommends setting the south of Point Arena limit at 500 pounds for 2024. Next, we have a section on depth-based management. In the September council meeting, CDFW proposed implementing depth-based management and the usage of the rockfish conservation area lines to help reduce quillback rockfish mortality that could occur in the Pacific halibut fishery. Between the September meeting and now, CDFW conducted a preliminary analysis and does not expect the recreational Pacific halibut fishery to be a significant source of quillback bycatch mortality. CDFW also had some conversations with NMFS between September and now, and it was identified that additional work would be needed to implement depth-based management in the Pacific halibut fishery, which is not something that has been done for California's Pacific halibut fishery so far. And this could not be done prior to this November meeting. CDFW will continue to investigate the need and paths forward toward implementation of depth-based management in the recreational Pacific halibut fishery off California for the 2025 fishery and beyond in federal regulations, and/or may take actions in state regulations in 2024 to implement depth limits for the fishery in state waters, which is from 0 to 3 miles from shore if necessary. Lastly, we've provided some proposed CSP changes, some language to help NIMS and council staff start to develop the necessary changes for what is adopted at this meeting. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, Melanie. Questions on the CDFW report? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Okay, that will take us to the GAP report and Bob Alverson. Bob, welcome.
Evening, Mr. Chairman. This is the GAP report on agenda item G1A, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on 2024 Pacific Halibut Catch, Sharing Plan and Regulations. Proposed changes to management objectives and fishery flexibility. Referencing attachment 3 under this agenda item, the Groundfish Advisory Panel supports the changes proposed to reflect the current nature of the fishery and its management more accurately. Proposed changes to non-tribal sports allocations. Referencing attachment 4, the GAP had significant discussions surrounding allocation changes in the catch sharing plan for 2024. Recreational fishermen from the GAP identified differences between fishing behaviors along the West Coast due to weather, season structure of related fisheries such as salmon fisheries, and restrictions. For example, Washington charter boat fishermen indicated their halibut seasons developed over years in response to declining salmon seasons, a similar situation California recreational fishermen are facing now. It may be difficult to imagine fishing seasons adjustments that work for one fishery and how it would work in another state's recreational fishery. The GAP agreed that use of the Area 2A allocation through the various sectors in Area 2A should continue to be utilized to demonstrate the need for the 2A allocation to remain as close to status quo as possible. The GAP also agreed that retaining community infrastructure and decreasing negative community economic impacts is inherent to requests for changes to season structures. The GAP recommends the Pacific Fishery Management Council move option 1, see section 3 in attachment 4, from the range of options for allocation changes. Move 2% of the Oregon sport allocation and 1% of the Washington sport allocation to the California sport allocation. California and Oregon members of the GAP agreed on the recommendation for option 3, which is move 0.6% of the Oregon sport allocation and 0.4% of the Washington sport allocation to the California sport allocation for 2024 only. Washington recreational members, however, did not support this option at this time. The GAP recommends that discussions for 2025 and beyond resume in June 2024, and the council consider options 2 and 3 at that time. We hope that more analysis, specifically on socioeconomic impacts, can be done over the winter, spring to help inform those discussions for 2025 and beyond. Additionally, we continue to recommend that more surveys be conducted to better assess the halibut stock on the West Coast. Proposed changes to in-season flexibility provisions for sport fisheries. Referencing attachment 5, the GAP agreed that option 1, which is below, would provide flexibility to allow some additional fishing opportunities to communities that may need it, particularly those in California, after primary seasons have ended in other states. This mechanism has been used in the non-tribal Pacific whiting fishery for reapportioning projected unused fish. It is efficient, and the GAP recommends it be implemented in 2024 to provide necessary flexibility to support halibut fisheries. Additionally, the GAP urges the National Marine Fisheries Service to ensure the reapportionment that can be done in 3 to 5 days after August 15 to better afford fishermen additional opportunity and efficiency. Option 1, annually August 15, each coastal state will provide a catch report via email to National Marine Fisheries Service, PFMC, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and California Department of Fish and Wildlife. The catch report would include actual and projected catch for each sub-area and total projected amount of unused quota for the state allocation. If one or more state report projects an excess of quota that is available for transfer to another state, then NMFS will reapportion the pounds available to the other states using the percentages initially prescribed in the CSP to Washington, Oregon, and California sport fisheries as appropriate. National Marine Fisheries Service will announce any such reapportionment in the Federal Register and concurrent publication on the hotline consistent with language described in Section 6.8 of the CSP. In addition, if excess quota is available for transfer through reapportionment, the receiving state could accept the additional pounds in whole or in part. If a receiving state determined only a portion of the additional pounds were needed to conduct their season, then after communication with National Marine Fisheries Service, the declined portion could be made available to other receiving states as appropriate. Sport fisheries for 2024. For Washington Sport Fisheries, Supplemental WDF and W Report 2 identifies several recommendations regarding sub-area options and season dates. The GAP fully supports these recommendations. Relative to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife report, the GAP supports alternative 1, ODF and W recommendation. Oregon Central Coast Spring Old Depth backup dates may be established every week, except weeks may be skipped to avoid adverse tidal conditions. The potential backup dates will be identified pre-season. For California, the GAP supports a new management line at Point Arena as outlined in the Supplemental California Department of Fish and Wildlife Report 1. As C, D, F, and W pointed out, the boundary change and information of a new management area would facilitate greater management of the resource and better meets needs in different areas of the state. Proposed changes to regulatory items referencing attachment 6, the GAP supports moving all 3 items and the proposed options under this agenda item forward in the process. That is 1, vessel monitoring system require all vessels participating in the non-tribal commercial directed halibut fisheries to carry VMS. 2, fish receiving ticket forms require all non-tribal commercial landing tickets that report halibut to include the number of individual halibut landed. And 3, seabird avoidance majors require all vessels participating in the non-tribal commercial directed halibut fishery to deploy the appropriate seabird avoidance gear. There are size limits on that, and that's why I put avoidance. It's particular to the size of the vessel. The GAP has supported these items in the past. Agenda item D1A, supplemental GAP report, September 2023, and continues to support moving these items forward for consideration. Commercial directed halibut fishery for 2024. The GAP recommends the following season structure for the commercial non-tribal directed halibut fishery in 2024. The 2024 season will consist of a series of 3-day openings beginning at 8 a.m. on the 4th Tuesday in June, ending at 6 p.m. on the Thursday of that week. The second 3-day opening would occur on Tuesday through Thursday, 2 weeks after the first opener. The third 3-day opening would occur on Tuesday through Thursday, 3 weeks after the second opener. This is a modification of option 1 adopted by the council in September 2023. Any subsequent openings would occur as soon as possible. Notice of the dates for the first 3 openers would be announced in the Federal Register prior to the start of the season. The primary purpose for this option compared to status quo would be to have dates for the third and subsequent openers defined earlier for participants to allow more efficient business planning. That concludes the GAP comments, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Questions on the GAP report? Marcy, you're up. Go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Bob. Bottom of page 1, the discussion about attachment 5. You indicate that the GAP agreed that option 1 would provide flexibility to allow some additional fishing opportunities to communities that may need it, particularly those in California after primary seasons have ended in other states. Why would you think that option 1 would provide opportunity to California?
Through the chair, because the majority of the GAP thought so. That's the best answer I can give you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did you guys review attachment 5 and the example that was provided?
I'm sure they did. I may not have been in the room at the time that this discussion took place, but I'm sure the GAP discussed it, and that's what's in our minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, I can't give more explanation to your question.
So looking at attachment 5 and the example given on page 3, I guess my question is, if you aren't able to answer this, I would pose this question to the National Marine Fisheries Service.
Marcy, there's GAP members behind him who may have been in the room when that discussion happened. We want to ask them.
That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, any GAP members in the back of the room who can answer the question that Marcy had? If you can, if you're on the GAP, please come up.
I'm here, Bob. I'll help.
Thank you.
The calibrate is right.
Council members, my name is Steve Godin. I'm the sport rep for Oregon to the GAP. And I heard Marcy's question, and I'll do my best to answer it from my perspective and some of the dialogue that I heard. 1% between Oregon and Washington, so that's 0.6, 0.4, represents about 9,880 pounds of halibut that would be transferred to California. And that's roughly around a 25% increase in the quota that California is working with the 4% that they have currently. So it was our belief that by adding another 25% of quota to California, that would provide some benefits, social, economic, as well as hopefully not to cause them to have to close their season early.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir. That was not my question. I was referring to supplemental attachment 5, which is pertaining to the in-season flexibility provisions and option 1. Your recommendation for option 1 and the statement that this would particularly benefit California communities.
Well, through the chair, option one is an explanation of the mechanics of the flow of the quota that might be transferred from states after August 15th. And you have a question of how that might benefit California? The whole intent of putting that in was to see if there was surplus quota in Oregon and Washington that might be transferred on a timely fashion to the California area.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll respond to this in my remarks tomorrow. I just have comments. I was hoping to get your analysis of the application of this process and how it would benefit California communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? Lynn Mattis?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Pettinger. Just wanted to acknowledge to the GAP that the allocation discussions are never easy. And I know there was a number of GAP members from all three states having a lot of conversations about trying to come up to a resolution. So just wanted to acknowledge and thank the GAP for all the work they did in trying to come up with a solution on the allocation piece.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Okay, I don't see other hands. Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up will be the EC report and Greg Bush. Welcome, Greg.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'll be summarizing enforcement consultant's report on Pacific Halibut 2024 catch sharing plan and regulations. The EC continues to recommend moving forward with the three regulatory items included in G1 Supplemental Attachment 6, Pacific Halibut catch sharing plan, proposed changes to regulatory items, and recommends adoption of option 1 for the vessel monitoring systems, fish receiving tickets, and seabird avoidance gear. The EC also reviewed G1A, Supplemental CDFW Report 1, regarding the proposed new management line at Puerto Rita, and does not have any concerns. This concludes my summary. I welcome any questions.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Questions for Greg on the EC report? Okay, thank you for your brevity. All right, that finishes our reports, and we have, I think, 9 signups. And so with that, we'll start with Steve Godin, followed by Joe Kawahara. Oh, and also 3 minutes for individuals, 6 minutes for groups or organizations.
All right, now it's on. Okay, sorry about that. Chair Pittenger, Vice Chair Hessmer, council members. I'm Steve Godin. I'm a representative to the GAP for Oregon for sport fishing. I'm the president of the Oregon Coast Anglers, and I'm also a member of ODFW's Sport Advisory Council. And I also fish for halibut and other fish. Now I support agenda, put my glasses on, item G1, Supplemental Attachment 5, Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan, proposed changes to in-season flexibility provisions for sport fisheries. Unharvested halibut quota should be distributed among the fisheries that can use it. The GAP sport fish representatives from Oregon and Washington were opposed to California's Department of Fish and Wildlife proposal to increase their halibut quota at the expense of Oregon and Washington. After an arbitration meeting, Robin, thank you for helping us with that. We agreed to alternative 3, which is a transfer of 0.6% from Oregon and 0.4% from Washington non-tribal sport allocations to California for 2024 only. The Washington representative did not agree to any quota transfer. We all agree that more time was needed for evaluation of socioeconomic impacts and to evaluate 2024 results. I have a concern that CDFW's minimum halibut fishing regulations are the reason for early quota achievement and season closure. California has no halibut harvest tags, no annual limit, and a wide open 7-day per week fishery May through November. On the other hand, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife regulates halibut through fishing seasons, harvest tags, 4 fishing zones, closures for minus tides, and daily and annual bag limits. Washington has similar regulations. Those conservative fishing regulations, at least partially, are to blame for halibut quota unharvested. I see a clear message in this process. ODFW needs less restrictive halibut fishing regulations to encourage anglers to catch more quota. 663 anglers up and down the coast have written comments to the council. I'm hopeful that the council considers them in the process of determining the outcome of California's request. I read most of the comments and counted those for those against and for the quota transfer. 89% of the anglers are against any transfer of quota. I hope that CDFW will evaluate and implement management alternatives that would prevent any early quota achievement, particularly next year. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Steve. Questions for Steve on his testimony? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Steve, for your testimony. You referenced, I don't know if it was arbitration or mediation, but I assume it was mediation that Robin helped with the discussion. And you said, we agreed to option 3, the 0.6 and 0.4. Who is we?
We was myself, Mike Sorensen, who's the charter rep for Oregon, and the 2 California reps, Tim and Dave, I think they're back here. And I did point out that the Washington representative did not agree.
Okay. I just wanted to understand who was doing the discussion, so an understanding of who we was. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Anyone else? Great, thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Okay, next up would be Joel Kawahara, followed by Dave Kishida. Joel. You're muted, Joe. Joel. Hey, Joel, you're muted. Okay. Is Dave Kishida here? Let's go to Dave Kishida and we'll come back to Joel so he gets unmuted. So, welcome, Dave.
Mr. Chair, council members, staff, my name is David Kishida and I'm a recreational angler. I'm also the Northern California sport guy at large on the Gap. And I actually have something to report this time. Yeah. Anyway, the 5 residential representatives of the Gap from Washington, Oregon, and California met with Staff Officer Robin Elke to hash out our inability to come to a consensus on the catch share plan to move some of the 2A allocation to California. Through her leadership, we came to an agreement that wasn't what anyone wanted, but was something we could agree on. And we, as the 4 of us in Washington, said no. So just make that clear. We also agreed on CDFW's proposal to change California's season structure to set a line at Point Arena and have everything south of that be open for a 400-pound quota open year-round, and everything north of that to be open in the regular season structure. This is in the GAP report under G1A. After discussion with Melanie Parker with CDFW, she asked me if we could take the zone south of Point Arena and have it at the same time as the north of Santa Rita regular zone season. I told her I would like to have it where the season south of Point Arena is open at the same time the over 50 fathom rock fishing is open. So that way we're in the same area at the same time fishing where we might, catch a halibut. So anyway, where am I here? Okay. So we got that. I get lost sometimes. Sorry about that. And as of now, have to release any halibut that we catch when the state quota is met. So, and the whole thing was meant to allow us to retain incidentally caught Pacific halibut while deep water rock fishing, which normally we would have to release and then probably would die. So anyway, I would like to thank Robin for guiding the 5 of us through this process, because we were pretty dug in on what we wanted and we didn't agree. And I'd like to thank my fellow GAP members, for being reasonable and hashing it out. And everyone knows our opinion and what our stakeholders want, what our constituents want. And we were able to, move forward a little bit and present you guys with something that wasn't just nothing. So thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Questions for Dave on his testimony? Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is Joel on? We'll see him now. He is? Okay, Joel? Can you hear us? Joel, you're still muted. Joel, you're muted. You need to unmute yourself. Okay, we're going to go to Paul Mirante, and then a Tucker banner after him. Welcome, Paul.
How's that? Good evening, council members. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a former charter boat operator from Westport, Washington. I currently serve on the GAP and Groundfish Advisory Panel representing the Washington State charter fishing boat sector. I'm quite concerned that part of the halibut allocation from my region of Washington may be shifted to another state. This would be detrimental to my constituents, charter business, and our Washington State coastal communities as a whole. I want to emphasize and acknowledge the effort made by the Washington State halibut managers combined with stakeholder input to evolve a very successful recreational halibut fishery. First thing to note, managers have a fairly accurate weekly catch rate data to know what time frames mostly impact attainment of quota. Washington State sport halibut managers obtain weekly catch rate data such as number of fish caught, by how many anglers, pounds of fish caught. This results in providing a CPUE, an average weight of fish, to determine how attainment of halibut quota is progressing. This helps determine the best management schemes to apply to how Washington's 4 sub-areas utilize the halibut quota during the months of April, May, June, August, and September. Note, at times a sub-area could be the only sub-area with a scheduled directed halibut day. Other times all sub-areas have the same scheduled halibut day. Directed halibut days for each sub-area are scheduled for the best socio-economic cost effectiveness for that particular area and the halibut biomass they have access to. And I just want to say, Cape Flattery and south is where the halibut live on the west coast of the United States. I mean, that's where they are. There's fairly good biomass to have access to. And the power catching ability of the state of Washington at times is pretty, is something to be looked at with caution if you want to maintain a lengthy season. Last time I met with 2 people, I emphasized that in 4 days, the state of Washington caught 41,000 pounds in 4 days of fishing. Over the last 30 years, our Westport charter sport sector, along with other Washington State halibut sports sectors, have worked diligently to manage our scheduled fishing halibut days in an efficient yet constrained way to extend our halibut seasons. Westport, for example, starts fishing for halibut in May and the last week in June on 3 days per week schedule, abstaining from retaining halibut on Saturdays. Other coastal sectors have chosen to reduce halibut fishing days to 2 to 3 days per week and abstain from retaining halibut on Sundays each week in the beginning of the season to stretch the season out. Looking ahead, if salmon seasons are shortened or eliminated, and with a possible increase in restrictions for groundfish, halibut is becoming a more important part of my constituents' business. Our charter boat operators count on halibut as an attractive fish to draw customers to their fleet and town. It's been verified by charter office owners. Charter customers not only patronize halibut charters, but the draw of halibut augments other fisheries on days before and after scheduled halibut days. This enables a significant revenue spike during the months of May and late June. This timely increase in business provides a much needed positive socioeconomic bridge for charter operators and their town between the winter and salmon season and or summer tourist season. Also, managing halibut quota to be available later in August and September provides more opportunity, but more importantly at this point, and it causes a shift of effort from other species, namely salmon, which helps extend the salmon quota and season. It is reasonable to see that Washington State charter boat operators need as much halibut quota that is granted. When reviewing historical allocation and attainment records, it is common knowledge that on average, Washington sport attainment quota is over 90%. This is especially true when one studies the years between 2008 and 2018, not considering the COVID years. And there is indication that the 2022 and 2023 percentages were approaching traditional attainment levels. Also, there is, and this year we were 91% for the state. Also, there is if there is an overage catch of the allowable incidental halibut allocation given to the north of Point Chehalis Sablefish fishery, that overage has been covered by whatever is not attained in Washington sport. At times, the attainment of allowable incidental halibut allocation to north of the Chehalis Sablefish fishery can range from 91% to 114%. Considering everything mentioned, combined with the strong possibility of a reduction in the halibut FCEY, the Washington Charter Sector does not have any allocation to give. I ask you to vote no to any halibut catch sharing plan that would cause halibut pounds that have a potential utilization for recreational Washington sectors to be shifted to any other state. Any questions?
Good. Thank you, Paul. Questions for Paul on his testimony? Butch Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Paul, for your testimony. I was wondering when the mediation was done with Robin and the representatives, and when percentages were thrown around, I was wondering if it was noted that at the Columbia River not only has to come up with the Washington percent, but it also has to come up with the Oregon percent, because that area is shared by both states. I was just wondering if that was brought up along with the 500 plus what appear to be sport fishermen from Washington State and some from Oregon that testified by mail or computer or sent their testimony in.
I'm sorry, Butch, specifically, I didn't bring up those specifics. I was more concerned with just saying that my reasoning why Washington does not support any allocation movement at all. And so I apologize for me not bringing up what your needs were, but that wasn't brought up. No, it was not.
No, Paul, I appreciate your testimony, Andrew, and I think it's very good. I just wondered that, if last time the Columbia River got lost out of this shift of quota not too many years ago. So anyway, thank you, Paul, for your testimony.
Okay.
Bill Anderson?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank Paul for his dedication and commitment to really working this issue with constituents and talking to them and going to them with an open mind. And I know you've spent, I think, hundreds of hours at least talking to people and doing your very best to represent their interest and just appreciate all that work.
Yeah, thank you for that acknowledgement. And I want to just add a little bit if I could. As I said, the first time I met with you guys, this whole thing's endeared to me, the charter service in Westport. And 5 of the guys that are running those boats used to work for me. And they're all young guys. They have families. They lose a day. It can range from losing $5,000 to $7,200. And they need that, especially that time of year. They don't need to be affected by, they need it. And not to be too dramatic, but I just might as well be to emphasize my passion why this has got to be very carefully done. We used to have a super fleet down there of over 200 boats. Now we're down to 17. And the guys on the docks are saying, it's just one more thing they're taking away from us over the years. One more thing. And not to be too dramatic, but the weather in Westport right now is pretty damp. Okay, and it will be damp till about the middle of June. Well, it's really damp right now when it comes to this halibut thing. These guys have institutionalized and worked very hard to develop a fishery to replace the salmon. We don't fish for salmon in April. We don't fish for salmon in May. We don't fish for salmon in June. And that was just what we used to do. And we don't do that anymore. So these guys have developed this fishery to hang on to their livelihood. And they don't need 1 pound of fish taken anywhere else. Like one fellow said, every pound's got a name on it. And so I want you to consider that. And no, quite frankly, people that need to use their halibut a little bit better, I keep emphasizing they should follow the models that we've set up. It works. It works. So thank you for that acknowledgement. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Phil. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Paul. I echo the appreciation. I know how hard the GAP has been working on this and appreciate your effort in that regard. One thing you said, I just wanted to ask you about was the draw of a halibut day to Westport, and it maybe bleeds into other days. And so, for example, if Westport's not open on a Sunday for a halibut day, then it was your suggesting that people may not then come forward the Saturday to go bottom fish fishing, or
well, in
so
our
it would
case,
be just
we're not open for halibut on Saturday. However, some guy's driving from Boise, Idaho to go fishing because he wants to catch halibut. He'll come over maybe a day early and fish Saturday for bottom fishing and then go halibut fish Sunday, or he fishes Sunday and he hangs around and goes fishing on Monday. And I got that information from the charter office people who booked the trips. It wasn't my idea, but I kind of observed that over the years. So that's why that month of May is the town just comes alive. And it's because halibut's the draw. And quite frankly, if catching 5-pound black rockfish were the ticket, then we would still have 100 boats down there. Well, we don't. But halibut will draw people in. It's an attractive fishery. It's salmon, halibut, tuna, maybe a big lingcod. But those 3 attractive fisheries is the draw, and from a business standpoint. And that's why it's important. So we benefit from abstaining from halibut on a weekend day. We gain revenue while still not having the most concerted effort on halibut avoided, at least one day of the weekend days. So that's what that all means.
Gotcha. Thank you, Paul. That's helpful.
Thanks, Heather. Anyone else? Okay, thanks, Paul. Okay. Is Joel Kawahara, is he available? Joel? Joel, you're still muted. Okay. Okay, we'll go to Tucker Banner, followed by Lonnie D. Dollarhide. Tucker, are you there? Nope, Tucker's not there. Lonnie, you're muted. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. I'll make this short. You guys have had a very long day, stressful. So I'm Lonnie Dollarhide. I'm a recreational fisherman out of Humboldt Bay, Eureka, and I fish for Pacific halibut a lot. And California is in dire need of more quota. 2024 looks like it's going to be another rough year like this year. So I hope you can really take into consideration and give us some more quota. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lonnie. Questions for Lonnie? All right, not seeing any. Thank you, Lonnie. Next up would be Tim Clausen. Tim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a lot to say here, but I'm not going to say it because I know you're all tired. So my name's Tim Clausen. I represent the Golden Gate Fishermen's Association. I don't need to tell you what a difficult year this has been for fishing businesses in Northern California. No salmon and a shortened rockfish season left us with few options to fish for. Pacific halibut was a bright spot for us, though. Halibut has become an important economic component of our fishery. I was not around when the 2A catch share plan was begun, so I don't know why California only had 1% when the allocation was divvied up. When California received a 3% increase, it was my understanding that California could receive more allocation when it could prove that it could stay within its allocation and if it could be determined that there were more fish in the state. The FISS surveys conducted by the IPHC demonstrated more fish in California than previously thought. In fact, catches of halibut have been improving each year. At the June council meeting, California proposed an increase in allocation for California of 3%. The problem with shifting allocation is that other areas need those fish too. I completely understand that, and I realize that losing fish is not palatable to anyone. Washington was not in favor of any change, and I understand that. But we negotiated within the gap and came to an agreement between Oregon and California representatives that is in the gap report. So I'm here to ask the council to approve the agreement as shown in the gap report, including a shift of 1% of the non-tribal 2A FCEY to California, and move forward the proposal to allow recreational allocation to be moved between the states if it appears that a state would not be able to use its entire allocation. This would provide some relief to our fishing communities without serious impacts to other areas. And I want to say that I appreciate all the people I've been able to work with, Robin and actually all the other GAP members and stuff. It's actually been quite a humbling experience for me. But I have to say that if we end another year this year with 50, 60, 70,000 pounds of fish stranded, and we can't spare 8,000 or 9,000 pounds for California, I'll be really disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Questions for Tim, whose testimony? Okay, thanks, Tim.
Thanks.
All right. Lonnie Carson? Lonnie Carson? Is he here? If he is, know where he's at, maybe grab him and we'll go to Steve Huber. Steve?
Well, you guys made it. I'm the last one. So my name's Steve Huber. I'm a charter boat captain out of Crescent City. I'm here to talk for the charter boats and the recreational fishermen. Our halibut season was closed on August 4th. August 4th. We closed complete rock fishing on August 21st. There was no fishing after August 24th in this area. A 1% increase allows those sports fishermen, which is mainly what it fishes for the halibut there because it's in close, it's 8 miles out. Most of the fish is caught by the recreational fishermen. There are very few charter boats that run halibut trips on a regular basis. So this would enable these people to actually have a time to stay out there and catch some fish, put some fish in their freezer and enjoy it. We're asking for fish that aren't caught. We're not trying to take someone's main stock away, but these are fish that are sitting in excess. I know everybody wants to have their fish, and I know everybody wants to catch all their fish, but at an even playing field, give somebody else a chance to put some fish in their freezer when it's just going to become a statistic that it didn't get caught. Okay? Thank you. You guys have a great night.
Thank you, Steve. Okay. Is Lonnie in the, did we find him or is he? Okay. And Joel Kalahara, is he still online by chance? Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry about that, Joe. We couldn't hear your input. But with that, I'll finish public comment. And I think that's we're almost done here, but I think to be consistent, we had a short opportunity for people to input any thoughts, ideas, concepts before we quit today, similar to what we did in the gear switching. So it's late in the day. I know we're tired, but I'll just open up the floor for any thoughts on that. If anybody wants to say anything, if not, Phil Anderson.
I wasn't quick enough when Tim was up here, but I wanted to acknowledge Tim Clausen's contribution to halibut management in Area 2A and his approach to these really difficult issues. He's been a consummate gentleman, I think. But I think most or a lot of you know that are in the halibut world that Tim took the time to come up to the IPHC meeting, annual meeting. I'm hoping he'll be there again this year. Representing Area 2A. He was the only constituent I think that we had there from Area 2A. And that's a big commitment of time and expense. And so just wanted to express my appreciation for Tim's contribution to this process as well.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Anyone else? All right. Robin, I'll turn to you for see how we're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have heard from your state agencies, from your advisory bodies, from the public. We've tried to set the table for the council, if you will, so that they can contemplate these issues. So I think we've done what we can do tonight. And as you can see, we're scheduled to return tomorrow and hopefully make some good decisions on halibut then.
Okay, thank you, Robin. Well, we did finish this afternoon because it is afternoon. Some humor, right? Okay, well, thank you for your patience and for, hanging it tough. And we'll see everybody at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.